me. I can't listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny.
Hello everyone and welcome back. I've got my void coffee, I've got my butterfly. I think we're ready to rock. Yeah, let's go. So I kind of left you on a cliffhanger last night, right? I realized that. Not last night, the night before last night. Because I wanted to find a definitive answer to a question. And I thought I had a source for that. I thought I had two sources for that. I've talked to one of those two sources since, and it's, at least according to that source, it's more complex slash maybe unknowable. I do want to go over it. Like there was a lot that went wrong with that stream last time. Not the least of which is that like I ended the stream just suddenly without saying anything to you, and it was that my computer crashed, which crashes the stream, and there was just no time to fix it. So there's no way to fix it. But yeah, we were sort of waiting for a Godot type situation, playing Vampire Survivor, and the only thing that didn't survive was the stream, unfortunately. But yeah, we're back at it again with the pirates. The pirates of Twitch, the pirates of YouTube, the debate pirates, right? The debate pirates are hijacking this discourse. And like, you know, on some level it's understandable, right? Because more and more people are coming to the consensus that what's going on in Gaza needs to stop right now, right? Including one of the people I'm going to cover today, Vosh. Like I thought that's what Vosh, I thought that was Vosh's opinion. But when you're allowing stuff like this to get you distracted, and really for Vosh it's a clout grab. You know, Hassan bad, clout grab, that's what it amounts to. I feel like I gotta focus our attention once again on the question of what are we doing about the civilians still dying, about the casualty numbers continuing to climb. What are we gonna do about the situation in Gaza? And for most of the world, the answer is nothing. Nothing, right? There's one exception to that, and that is the disruption of the maritime trade going on in the Red Sea. And instead of talking about the United States' response to that, which is to bomb their way, military answer to something that really I feel like calls for a political solution, we're talking about a 19-year-old, right? And I mean, like, I don't blame Hassan nearly as much as I blame Vosh and Destiny and the rest of Lib Twitter for like obsessing over, you know, this question of like every little viewpoint that this 19-year-old holds. But yeah, I wasn't Tankies versus Yankees. Is that what's going on? Hassan would probably call it the Luffy of politics. I thought that maybe chat collectively had a stroke. Wait, what's going on? Is chat okay? Am I okay? Well, I am okay. Yeah. The only thing that's not okay is my computer, right? And I'm just in a really bad position because I'm trying to come to you at least 3 times a week, if not 4 times a week. I'm trying to cover everything that's going on. I feel kind of obliged, you know, if there's a important issue, especially that I feel like it's not getting addressed correctly, and in a lot of cases this issue is not getting addressed correctly. I feel obliged to come on, but I've also got the material realities of my own in terms of my ability to continue to do that, my necessity to keep body and soul together, and at this point keep computer together? Keep computer together? That's what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, and my computer, I don't know, it's kind of old, chat. It's kind of old, but like the thought of like replacing my computer, I've got so like, you know, I gotta be just sustainable in terms of being able to feed myself, being able to put a roof over my head. I've got so much to think of before I can even think about like upgrading, you know, I guess my RAM at this point. I don't know if it's the RAM or the old processor or what, but yeah, it was just not taken too well to like the vampire. Like it was just like a moment where it was like just could not do OBS and Vampire Survivor at the same time, and that's when the stream went down. So, and sadly, we didn't get to talk to Shaxbier or Katie or anyone else on stream. Excuse me. But yeah, good to see you all again. Good to... The other thing that I wanted to apologize about was, you know, I honestly feel like trying to, like, so we were watching this debate, which is like, debate? Did I say debate? Oh my god, I'm so debate brain, chat. I've got debate brainworms, I guess. But we were watching this interview between Hassan and Rashid, and you know, being translated, right? And after watching that, I was like, you know, this is going to be kind of boring, right? Because it's like Hassan asks a question, the question gets translated, the translated question gets answered, and then the answer gets relayed to Hassan, right? And it's hard enough to just like watch an interview, right? That's a little bit dry. So I thought I'd spice it up by adding a visual element. That was Vampire Survivor. It's not a difficult video game to play. In fact, you can play it without pressing any buttons. You just like one finger, one thumb, you know, on your controller, and you're playing the game. I thought that would work, but it turned out it was just kind of disruptive and took away from the stream, and there were sounds, so I feel like I didn't get good video. I didn't get a good segment, in other words, of the Hassan interview. And luckily for me, I have a friend who, when she hears any complaint of mine, even without me asking, if she can do something about that, you know, and help me out, she will. And with very little prompting, just mentioning my frustration, Zara actually put together a version of the interview that with the translation taken out, right? So I mean, if there's anybody who wanted to, like, you know, try to, I don't know. I don't think we have any Arabic speakers in chat, so I don't think this will take anything away from presenting it. But I wanted to have a good segment. I wanted to go over it again, give my full attention to it, not have any other sounds playing, not have any other distractions, and just be able to analyze this before jumping into Vosh's and Destiny's reactions, and maybe some other content too, right? I feel like we've got a lot that we need to go over. A lot has been happening. Yeah, Zara's awesome. Zara's awesome. Like I said, I didn't even ask her. I didn't, like, you know, I wasn't even like, you know, could you do this? And she was like, yeah, you want me to do blah 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 and blah blah blah, and here it is. So we've got a much shorter version of the debate. Everybody's got like a 30-minute or a 40-minute version of the debate. That's what you get from Austinox. That's what you get from Hassan. Zara has given us, I think, let me check this. I think the time is like really is much lowered. 15 minutes and 31 seconds. That is pretty damn impressive, I would say. What do you think, chat? That's like more than 50% cut out of the debate. So Yeah, probably will make for a better segment. And I felt bad because like I feel like some people didn't really get much out of that, out of me covering the actual interview. I mean, I covered, you know, I think we lit up Destiny pretty hard. In fact, I'm worried now. I'm worried about getting their attention. I don't know. It's happened before. It could happen again. It's not great. That's not like a crosshairs that I really want on myself, right? Ever. It's, you know, like any communities even tangential to Destiny have been the most toxic communities I've ever dealt with. We talk about Vosh a lot, right? And Vosh's, you know, response seems to be pretty much to ignore anything that I say. And while I would love it if he would, you know, take some feedback and maybe think about changing a few things, obviously that's not on the table. And you know, I don't exactly want a bunch of Vosh parasocials going after me. I don't need Keffel's parasocials going after me, but, you know, Destiny parasocials, that's like a whole nother level. That's like a whole nother level. And we had one or two in the Twitter thread. Oh God, speaking of which, I am so not prepared for today, Chad. I just like... Let's make a Twitter thread. Let's blast off. Are you ready? I'm tempted to like, oh God, Hassan, of course Hassan is still trending. Let's see what's going on in the wide world of Twitter here. Okay, we gotta cover some of this stuff really quick. What? Okay, I guess that's old, right? That's like from back when he was president. Okay, here we go. This is the one. This is the one right here. All right, so let me let's get into this really quickly. This is what Trump said recently.
By the way, they never report the crowd on January 6th. You know, Nikki Haley, you know, did you know they destroyed all of the information, all of the evidence, everything?
Nikki Haley destroyed all the evidence?
Deleted and destroyed all of it, because of lots of things, like Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley, wait. Is she even in Congress?
Is in charge of security. We offered her 10,000 people.
We offered Nikki Haley 10,000 people? Do you get it, chat? Do you see what's going on here?
Soldiers, National Guard, so whatever they want. They turned it down. They don't want to talk about that. These are, by the way, they never report.
So some of you in chat might have realized this already, but Trump is talking about Nancy Pelosi here, not Nikki Haley, but he's mixing them up. And look, normally, I don't know, he's got Nikki Haley on the mind because he's got that New Hampshire primary coming up. A primary that Nikki Haley is polling even with him on. I guess he's still the favorite to win in New Hampshire, and obviously he's a massive favorite to win the primary. It would take, you know, a great. It's very low probability that Trump will not win the primary at this point. But yeah, he's saying Nikki Haley when he means Nancy Pelosi, and normally that wouldn't be that big of a deal. Except for the fact that we are 5 minutes away from the top of the hour ad break. That's right, you might have seen one already if you're in Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, you're about to see another one. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads pumped straight into your retinas, right? If that does not sound like your idea of a good time, you can get out of that not so good time with for free with the use of a Prime sub. You can also get out of that for $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile if you pay Twitch to get rid of those ads, or if you're very lucky, you might receive a gift or community sub, although that sort of thing happens more often to people who are active in chat. There we go. Yeah, I'm on it this time. Like, it actually told me ahead of time. Horseflies are dangerous. Horseflies are mean. Horseflies are mean. Wait, why are we talking about horseflies though? So yeah, they're talking about dementia dawn here, and look, like normally, like I don't know, I feel like it's easy to mix up somebody's name, and um, this shouldn't be that big of a deal, except for like just as like a lot of Biden's campaign is like, I am not Trump, right? Trump is a disaster, and I am not Trump. Vote for me. A lot of Trump's campaign is like, Biden has dementia, and how could you possibly let a man with dementia lead the country? And they'll find stuff like, if Biden did this, they would absolutely be talking about Biden's dementia. So now people are talking about Trump's dementia. They're asking, is this syphilis? Is this some kind of effect of what is it, like late stage syphilis? Is an interesting disease because it manifests in stages, right? And the later stages are pretty serious, and I don't know. I can't speak to that, Chad. I am not giving medical advice here. I am not diagnosing the disgraced former president here, but this is what people are talking about here. He mistaked Biden for Obama? Wait, why are they showing Trudeau?
Information to be encoded into a single bit. Regular computer bit is either a 1 or a 0, on or off. A quantum state can be much more complex than that because, as we know, things can be both particle and wave at the same times, and the uncertainty around quantum states allows us to encode more information into a much smaller computer. So
quantum computing from Justin Trudeau.
That's what's exciting about quantum computing, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, now do Trump.
You know what uranium is, right? It's a thing called nuclear weapons and other things, like lots of things.
Lots of things,
including some bad things.
Damn. Okay, well, let's see. I'm trying to think. There's a few more things with Trump that I wanted to go over really quick. What was the liquid? Gold, Trump. No, no liquid gold. What did he say about corn? Trump, corn. Not that kind of corn, chat. Don't get excited. Don't get too excited. Yeah. Oh yeah, what is this about? What is this? People are showing these 3 dots on oh, okay, syphilis. Yo, the syphilis discourse is really popping off here. Okay. Oh, here he is with the corn. Yeah, liquid gold, oil and gas. Like, let's see what he has to say.
Earned that. And we have more liquid gold and wealth under our feet than any other nation. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas, more
gold, that is. Wait, no, what is that? Like oil, that is. Texas gold, right?
Liquid gold. Well, I just meant non-liquid gold.
Non-liquid gold? You mean gold? Non-liquid gold? Wait, we already have that, Trump. What are you talking about?
Iowa. It's called corn. It's non-liquid.
It's non-liquid. Yeah, just in case you were wondering. If you thought corn was a liquid, you're wrong. It's not. It's non-liquid, but it's gold. The golden corn is gold, and it's like oil, and it's not a liquid. It's solid. It's like not liquid gold. It's solid gold. It's solid gold.
Have more non-liquid gold. They said, what is that? I said, corn. They said, we love.
They were like, what are you talking about, Trump? He's like, I'm talking about corn. I'm talking about corn, which is really confusing for you because sometimes when I'm talking about something else that starts with a P, I use the word corn to say it. But this time, I swear to God, I'm not talking about that kind of corn. I'm talking about actual corn. We're talking about non-liquid gold.
That idea. That's pretty.
And what's he talking about? This is Iowa. Iowa has corn. They produce ethanol from corn, and the fact that ethanol, is subsidized, right, is I guess kind of a moneymaker for people in Iowa. So everybody always goes to Iowa, the first caucus of the primaries, and they just like let Iowans know that they really love ethanol and they want to keep those subsidies coming, and they're gonna be there for you. But yeah, nobody does it like Trump, right? We don't get talking about like, you got the liquid gold under the ground. Nobody has more liquid gold than us, folks. The most liquid gold of any country out there. Nobody has the liquid gold. We got some of the what would he even call it? What would he even call it? Right? Because like natural gas, then would that be gaseous gold? I don't know. I don't know what he would even say, but now I'm starting to sound like Trump. Chat. Now I don't know if I know what I'm talking about.
Cool thought, isn't it? That's a nickname in its own way, but we came up with a new couple of words for corn. Earned that.
Thank you for coming up with, that's what we needed, chat. We needed more words for corn. Thank you, Donald Trump. Let's try Nikki Haley and see what she's up to. I feel like she tried one more time to explain her opinion on the Civil War. Oh, there's Trump blaming Nikki Haley. There's the... Is this it? Oh, wait, she responded to Trump?
Me multiple times as last night Trump is at a rally and he's going on and on mentioning me multiple times as to why
He said my name, folks.
didn't take security during the Capitol riots. Why I didn't handle January.
She's going after Dementia Dawn. Oh my God. Well, Chad, I know who's not getting vice president.
6 better. I wasn't even in D.C. on January.
What's he talking about? What?
I wasn't in office then.
It feels like streamer drama, doesn't it?
They're saying he got confused, that he was talking about something else. He was talking about Nancy.
It's not like a state of getting confused with Trump. It's that he stays confused and he has moments of lucidity from time to time, maybe, right? Rarely. That's the story. If Trump is not confused, that's the story. We're used to a confused Trump.
He mentioned me multiple times in that scenario.
He mentioned me. Oh my God, Destiny mentioned me. Oh my God.
The concern I have is I'm not saying anything derogatory.
Why has he got my name in his mouth?
But when you're dealing with the pressures of a president,
Nikki's just a random small streamer chick.
we can't
afford it.
Someone else that we question whether they're mentally fit to do this.
We can't risk syphilitic Dementia Dawn with his fingers on the nuclear football. No.
We can't.
We need Nikki Haley instead to who can't tell us what the Civil War was about. That was actually what I was going for in typing in Nikki Haley's name. It seems like there's a lot more of her. I guess it's her birthday. Happy birthday, Nikki. Happy birthday. Trump stops in the Granite State. Nikki Haley. Oh God, they caught her thanking Bill Gates. Oh no. Oh no. Campaign over. Oh my God, they're not even going to show Nikki Haley. Oh, we'll have to do that through the majority report later on. Wait, what is this? Watch this.
Debt in 4 years. Our kids will never forgive us for this.
Okay, so is she going after Trump?
Everybody talks about the economy they had under Donald Trump.
She's going after Trump.
It's good, right?
Right? Maybe not so much.
But at what cost? He put us $8 trillion in debt in 4 years. Our kids will never forgive us for this. That's not what you do. Ask an accountant. You don't run up the credit card.
You don't run up a credit card because then here's the funny thing about the GOP, right? When you talk to them about climate change, they'll tell you, y'all have been histrionic. Oh my God, I need a pop filter. If I'm going to enunciate my H's like that, I need a pop filter. You all have been histrionic since like the early 2000s, since Al Gore. You've been telling us global warming is going to come and it's going to ruin everything. How come my watch isn't melting off my hand? Thank you, Jules. Oh my God. Thank you for thank you for subscribing to me on Twitch and welcome. Right? How come my watch hasn't melted? How come the sidewalk isn't melting? Right? You said that this was going to be a disaster, and they'll take things like when people say like we've got this many years to change carbon emissions to be able to avoid the worst effects of climate change. And say, well, you said, we had this many years, it's been that many years, right? But nobody ever calls the GOP on their histrionics when it comes to the debt. If you believe the GOP that the national debt is this giant emergency. It's this unsustainable thing that's, going to end the United States as we know it, right? They've been saying this shit since Reagan. They've been saying this shit since Reagan. They're not actually interested in lowering the debt. They're not actually interested in lowering the deficit. They are interested in lowering social programs, right? And they've even, kind of gaslit some people like Bill Clinton into Bill Clinton is somebody who actually reduced the deficit. I don't actually think that it's not actually a good thing, but that was Democratic policy because of how much they've been bitching about it. And yet, yes, the debt goes up, right? Because having that debt there, having those deficits is a great way to say, we don't have money for SNAP, we don't have money for anything, right? We don't have money for Medicare for all, we don't have money for Obamacare, like we're already in debt, right? It's this whole thing that they use. And if what they were saying was real at all, in other words, if the deficits and the debt that the United States was undertaking was really unsustainable, the chickens would have come home to roost, and they haven't. So somebody needs to call them on that. Won't be the Democrats, because they want to cut social programs too half of the time.
Have a good economy.
You'll hear them argue for cutting Social Security, which you're paying for every single paycheck, right? You're paying for your Social Security. They'll argue about reducing benefits. They'll argue about raising retirement ages based on this, this bugaboo of the national debt.
Different than Biden depleting our petroleum reserves to make you feel better about gas prices. You don't do that. You do the hard work. You do it the right way. You make sure you build up your economy.
Yeah, they want you to view like the national budget as if it's like a family budget, right? Sometimes, and then sometimes they talk about it like the government is a business, and that was the argument, that was the rationale for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, we're gonna get him in there. He's gonna run the government like a business, and that's what it needs. We got all these politicians running the government. We should have a businessman, because what is the government other than a really big business?
This decision that you're making on Tuesday is a decision to decide, do we want more of the same, or do we want to go forward in a different direction?
Yes.
More of the same is not just Joe Biden, it's also Donald Trump. 70% of Americans don't want to see a Donald Trump-Joe Biden rematch.
Okay, so now that's true, right? And look, I don't want to watch this, like, some of the voting, like some of the polls, right? Because the polls look bad. If you look at the polls, it's looking like 10% of Americans like that were voting for Biden like before are now like, on the Trump train. And I don't think that's exactly true, right? There is a difference between the polling in states like New Hampshire, in states like Iowa, in states where candidates have visited, and the reality of the fact that it's going to probably be, despite my prediction, right, barring a health event, barring a legal event that precludes this, it's going to be Biden versus Trump part 2, right? A lot of Americans, in fact, when they poll Americans on this, like only 60% of the people are like, yes, it's going to be Biden versus Trump. There's a lot of people out there that are still like, yeah, but there's no way that they do Biden versus Trump again. Biden's incredibly old. Trump is super corrupt. That's not going to happen, right? So some of these polls with Biden and Trump aren't the best data because they're not there's a certain percentage of people who aren't sort of dealing with what looks like now a rematch. The further along the primary progresses, the more that Donald Trump starts to lock this up, the more you might see those numbers revert somewhat to what we saw in 2020. Now, a Trump presidency is entirely possible. Biden has broken a lot of promises that he's made to key constituencies. Biden has alienated key constituencies with horrible policies. But I think that there's a little bit too much panic in terms of like it's going to be Trump again, right? That's not necessarily true. And things might change a little bit in terms of the polls when it's more clear that, yes, we're going to do a rematch. We're going to do, shit Stain Donald versus Dementia Joe, or whatever you want to say, part 2. I really wish the Dems would get somebody else, but they won't. Yeah, that's the one thing that I kind of agree with Jink Uger. I haven't agreed with Jink Uger on much of all recently, right? I have a lot of issues with Jink Uger and with TOIT, but in terms of the fact that Biden should not be the candidate, I agree. And I also thought that Biden shouldn't have been the candidate in 2020. I also thought that Hillary shouldn't have been the candidate in 2016. I feel like the Democrats are vastly like misreading the room in terms of whether people want another establishment candidate or whether people want to embrace somebody. Oh God, I would say Bernie, and Bernie's also kind of alienated his supporters. Like, the Democratic Party has just been largely terrible when it comes to doing anything about what's going on in Gaza. So yeah, we're gonna get to that. I just wanted to make sure that we're covering other things, because otherwise it feels like I become the Vosh and Destiny show, and I don't want to be the Vosh and Destiny show. I do want to find, somebody mentioned Nikki's Trump has Trump's doing some, yeah, he mixed Nikki Haley up with Nancy Pelosi, and he also said her, like, her like birth name in an effort to remind racist Republican voters that Nikki Haley, folks, is not one of us, right? And he's doing some weird he's gone back to birtherism on Nikki Haley because of this, right? If you don't remember, because it's been a long time, and some of you might have been too young for this, some of you might not remember, but Trump came onto the political stage nationally through his support of birtherism back during Obama. The idea that Obama was somehow not born in Hawaii and therefore not eligible to run as president. Now we're in a situation where Donald Trump might not be eligible to run as president based on the 14th Amendment, depending on the whims of the Supreme Court. Isn't that lovely? It's all dependent on the Supreme Court.
The majority of Americans disapprove of both of them. Look at their numbers, they're tanking. Both of those men.
And indeed, Nikki Haley honestly has a better chance of beating Biden than Trump. If you look at the New Hampshire numbers, which, like I said, this is a state that's had candidates come and talk. This is a state that's like dealing with the reality of the election a little bit more. Biden, I think, is up by, what is it? It's like 7 points. Yeah. But in New Hampshire, which is technically a purple state, although, kind of leans, has been leaning Democratic. You've got a situation where voters favor Biden by about 7% by the latest poll. And if you put Nikki Haley in there instead of Donald Trump, Nikki Haley pulls ahead of Biden. So she is, she would be a better choice for the Republicans if they want to win. However, this is just not going to happen. Nikki Haley, there's such a low chance of Nikki Haley winning the primary.
They put us trillions of dollars in debt, and they have no vision for how to get us out of it. Both of those men are completely distracted with their own investigations and their own vengeance on people of the past that they refuse to talk about a vision of the future.
She's trying to pop off.
We can't keep living like this. And you feel it. The reason I'm running, I want my kids to live like.
Isn't this wild that this is like one of the, this is at this point, right? This is one of the three people that have, she doesn't have much of a chance, right? But she's got more of a chance than DeSantis. And, this is like a final three politician here, right? And
the division and the hatred and all of that. And you know what it comes down to? Joe Biden and Donald Trump are doing the same thing to all of us.
Do you remember when a presidential candidate could give a speech? Maybe half of it was bullshit. Maybe he was running on a slogan of hope and change, and he didn't really offer a lot of hope and change, but you know, he knew how to give a speech.
They think a leader decides who's good and who's bad, who's right and who's wrong. That's not what a leader does. What a leader does is understand that you serve everybody and your job is to get people to see the best of themselves and go forward. That's how you lead. My
I love that. I love that. She's pointing to somebody in the audience. He's like, hey.
approach is different. Politics is not personal for me. We don't have time for that. It's about results. People are tired of working for government. They want government to serve the people again. With me, you'll get no drama, no vendettas, no vengeance. You will get somebody that works every day to tell you everything I know. You won't have to search for answers. I'm going to
Except for what caused the Civil War. Damn.
put it all in front of you. I did that as governor. I did that as ambassador. You deserve that. And at the end of the day, we're going to do this together. But more than that, it's going to be something that gives our children hope and
Hope and change? I don't know. We'll never know what she followed up with there. What is this?
About Nikki Haley is that every corrupt and sinister group we've been fighting for the past 7 years is on her side. They're all
on our side, folks. All the deep state people. They want Nikki Haley.
putting up America First Patriots. They're all people that are fighting our America First movement and our patriots.
They're
And
fighting against the Patriots, folks.
we can't take
Okay, I'm trying to find. Is this it? No.
you know, Nikki Haley. You know did you know they destroyed all of the information?
Oh God, this is that again. Okay, so Nikki Haley, birtherism. Let's see if we can find. She's responding to the birtherism by saying he feels insecure. I mean, he's always, when is he not feeling insecure? Didn't have much to say when Trump falsely attacked Obama with birtherism. Now he's attacking her. Where is the clip of Donald Trump actually doing? Oh, here we go. Here's the "We've never been a racist country."
Are you a racist party? Are you involved in a racist party?
No,
No,
we're not a racist country, Brian. We've never been a racist country. Our goal is to
we've never been. Okay, so this is where it started, right? The Majority Report's got a clip on this. Somebody followed up on this. Somebody asked her about "We've never been a racist country." We've never been a racist country. That is literally what she's saying here.
make sure that today is better than yesterday. Are we perfect? No. But our goal is to always make sure we try and be.
We've never been a racist country. We wouldn't compromise with slave states or anything like that. No, we've never been a racist country. What are you talking about? Jim Crow laws? What do you mean? Segregation? No, we've never been a racist country.
More perfect every day that we can. I know I faced racism when I was growing up, but I can tell you today is a lot.
But not from this country. It was racism that got imported. I don't know.
Better than it was then. Our goal is to lift up everybody, not go and divide people on race or gender or party or anything else. We've had enough of that in America. That's why I'm so passionate about doing this. I don't want my kids growing up where they're sitting there thinking that they're disadvantaged because of a color or a gender. I want them to know that if they work hard, they can do and be anything they want to be in America.
Are you a racist?
Okay, I don't know. I thought there was a clip of Donald Trump. If anybody can find that, post it to the Discord, right? If you're not already in the Discord, I will give you that link. You should be. You should be in the Discord. You should feel ashamed for yourself. If you're not in, no, just kidding, chat. Never feel ashamed of yourself. Even if you're not in the Discord, I'm sure it's an oversight, or, you know, there could be reasons. There could be reasons, chat. But if you know, if you've got the if you got any links to share, we have a whole channel in the Discord called Stream Suggestions. I do often source stuff that I cover for stream from that from that channel. So yeah, make sure to get in there. What am I? Oh yeah, we're missing the. There we go. Boom. Discord in both. Yeah. And so wait, why did I even go to Twitter? Oh my God, because I wanted to blast off. And here I got distracted by Nikki Haley. And here I got distracted by Donald Trump. And we can't even find the clip. So yeah, apparently he's I just can't anyway, we'll go over it later on, I guess. This is a thread about Donald Trump says Nikki Haley can't be president. He's advanced the argument that former wow, that's weird. That's weird, right? Because like his whole thing is like, folks, they can't beat me in the election, so they're trying to disqualify me. Dementia Joe, folks, he can't run against me. He can't face me. And so he's trying to disqualify me from the ballots. Folks, I'm the most oppressed president ever, right? And here he is doing the same. He's like, I don't know, can Nikki Haley be president? Like, just basically, you know, the same thing that he did to Obama. Obama was already president, right? You know, if the court was going to weigh in, they would have weighed in, and there was nothing to weigh in about because, you know, he's eligible to run for president. He was elected and he became president, but you know, here's Trump like coming back. I don't know, maybe he's not really born in Hawaii, folks. You know, where's the long form birth certificate? And in Nikki Haley's situation, reports indicate that this is a Chud post. Oh, Gateway Pundit, yeah. Reports indicate, so this isn't actually, wait, is this? Oh no, wait. This is on Truth, right? I think that I get confused because there's a parody account on Twitter that has the same icon, but I think this is a Truth because that's not a normal check. Although that one is, they're picture retweeting something, picture retruthing. They're picture retruthing, chat. They're picture rebirtherisming. I don't know. Based on the Constitution as interpreted by blah blah blah, this disqualifies. Reports indicate that her parents were not U.S. citizens at the time of her birth in 1972. So yeah, trying to disqualify Nikki Haley. Haley was born in South Carolina and has been a U.S. citizen since birth, right? That's the truth of the matter. I can't find the thing where he advances that in a speech. Either way, chat. Either way, we need to get going. We need to blast off. How is everybody doing, chat? You thought you saw a putty tat? Oh my God. Brand X for all your R laundering needs. Oh my God, I want to show you the Brand X thing. Brand X food fight. Oh no. Has anybody ever heard of this weird movie called Food Fight? Like, it's probably the worst animation that you've ever seen, right? This is the bad guy. He's the CEO, I guess, of Brand X, and it's supposed to be like a, I don't know, it's weird. Like it's like a grocery store, and all the products are their avatars, and the avatars like so, like, you know, Charlie, tuna, and you know, like any mascot, like Tony the Tiger, right? I mean, they don't actually have Tony the Tiger. They have a few actual mascots. Most of their mascots are fake because they couldn't get the rights to it in this. But Brand X is supposed to be the generic, right? It's supposed to be like the store brand or so, like the, not real. Anyway, for some reason that's the bad guy, but people always joke about this because he kind of looks like it's kind of like Elon Musk with X, but yeah, there's the Brand X. Okay, so what are we posting about? We're posting about the stream. That means I need to get debate libs losing their blank. And I only need one more thing, and that's the link. Let's see if I can do this without messing up the link. I've done this before where I've posted the link on Twitter and just like missed one letter so that I send everybody to like a dead link, and that's bad. That's bad. We don't want them to think that the stream is not going on, because the stream is going on and we are blasting off just like the top of the hour ad break. It's not even the top of the hour, but we still have a top of the hour ad break. It's going off in exactly 2 minutes and 13 seconds. And if you no longer want to see those ads that will invariably be pumped directly into your eyeballs in exactly 2 minutes and 5 seconds, you can get out of those ads with a Twitch Prime sub. You can also get out of the ads by paying Twitch $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile to get yourself out of those ads too, and reap all the benefits, including all the emotes, the animated emotes that you get. That's the real upgrade. That's the utility of Twitch at this point. That's what it's got over on YouTube, is that it has animated emotes where you have to use Ludwig's app to get them on YouTube. But regardless of that, you can also you also could possibly get out of the ad break through the generosity of someone else who doesn't want to see you have to see that 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads every half hour, right? But that sort of thing, more likely to happen if you're active in chat. If you're active in chat, you're showing off the fact that you don't have a sub, and somebody that might take pity on your soul, right? That can happen. It does happen. It will happen, more likely if you're active in the chat. So we're going to blast off now. Blasting off with the tweet, viewing the tweet, copying the link, and giving you that link if you want to help me out there. If you want, by boosting this, right? This is there it is in Twitch, and pin. Oh, it won't let me pin it. If somebody can pin it for me, I don't know why it sometimes will and sometimes it won't let me pin the tweet, but this time it won't let me pin the tweet. So if anybody wants to help me out by, yeah, wait, did that happen? I don't know. We'll see if it happens, but there's the link. Regardless, we've got the, here, I'm going to post this twice on YouTube so that I can pin it here as well. There we go. We're pinned on YouTube. I can't pin it on Twitch, but oh, somebody did. Jules, thank you so much. Thank you for pinning the tweet. I don't know why my my streaming software is not giving me the permissions I need. Bolt the Door 24, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, we're blasting. I saw it. Thank you so much. That's really that's you came in clutch, Jules. You came in clutch. But yeah, I wanted to start off by just watching that Zara was nice enough to edit the Hassan interview with Yemeni Timothee Chalamet down to a 15-minute, very easily digestible piece of content, you know, with no translation in it. And you know, I just felt bad because I was playing a video game while I did that. Buffy let me know that actually the music and the sounds from the video game were making it kind of a difficult listening experience. I could tell from the numbers, chat, that it was a difficult listening experience, right? I was actively driving people away from the stream with that. So I really apologize for that. And I need a clean segment of the interview with me going over that to maybe upload as a video if I ever got a chance to edit. Irene said blank as she wrote. Did I write a bad word? Is that a bad word? Oh my god, chat, I'm gonna get in trouble. I think I could actually say, it's funny, that's not one of the words that YouTube freaks out about. They don't like the F word that rhymes with duck if it's in the first few minutes or if you say it excessively. If I was speaking like a script from Hell of a Boss, right? That would be actually, how do they get away with that? I don't know. They probably sell merch or something like that. I think, there's probably a lot more, monetization strategies that Spindle Horse Studios or whatever has. I was actually going to give you a review of Has Been Hotel, which is out now, and I watched. But oh my god, I've been learning. I've been researching, and there's some skeletons in those closets when it comes to Vivzy Pop. I don't really want to get into that right now because that's not the subject of the stream. But yeah, I don't feel like a review of of Has Been Hotel would be appropriate at this point. You were explaining your shitty joke? Oh, maybe it wasn't shitty. I don't know. I'm playing a game 80% of the time while listening to the stream. See, if you're playing a game, then you're entertained. Are you not entertained? And the answer is yes, you are entertained because you're playing a game, and maybe I don't need to be playing a game, and that just takes away from the stream. Lib's still mad. Yes, that. Well, yeah, and you're gonna see a lot of this is just like a sort of knee-jerk, racist response to, like the assumptions that are being made about Hassan's guest and the scrutiny that he's being held to, right, are pretty much an effect of like assumptions that people have about Muslim people in the Middle East, right? That's where a lot of this is coming from. So the $20 I just tried to save on gourmet pizza. Yo, I love your pizza story, Soul Life. And mozzarella sticks was just spent on sheets crap? Wait, like, does that just mean not good food? The stream is entertaining either way. I just struggle to sit and watch something. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. I'm the same way. That's why, like, it kind of chills me out to play a game while I'm streaming, but at the same time I just feel like I need to be giving like my entire attention. I have ADD up the wazoo, which is a anatomical term, right? Wazoo is where the shirikodama is located, if you're familiar with that other very real anatomical term. And as such, I just really need to like give my whole attention to something and like hyper focus on it to give good coverage. Sheets sucks. Wawa is better. Wait, what are we talking about? We're talking about gas station food? It's a brand or oh god, sorry, I'm not trying to like I'm not trying to okay, anyway, sorry. The butthole ball, that's right. That's right, Sassy. Some people know about the shirikodama. The Kappas definitely know where the shirikodama is located because it's their favorite food other than cucumbers. For cucumbers number 1, shirikodama of hapless swimmers number 2. Yeah, that's. Unfortunately, we're not going over yokai. We should have a yokai stream. I feel like that would be really interesting. We're talking about, oh, okay, grocery stores. That makes all the sense in the world that if I don't live in a place with that grocery store, that I would not be familiar with the name, just as you might not be familiar with, something like an IGA where I live. But anyway. Sheets is fake? Sheets is like a fake Wawa. Okay. Anyway, I was interested because like I like the pizza stories. But yeah, there's the this is the Twitter thread. If you want to help me out by boosting that, you have a limited time to even maybe make an appearance on stream, right? Just by liking this, just by retweeting it, possibly by adding a GIF to the thread. Why are people, is Vosh trending? I feel like some of my old posts, my like this is an old Twitter post, a very old Twitter post right here. Oh my god, look at do you want to blast from the past, chat? Where J.K. Rowling has photo Bosch versus J.K. Rowling drama in a nutshell? Hi, I'm nocommentchick reporting to you from the timeline where J.K. Rowling has photo retweeted Vosh, the Takemeister heard around the world. It all started when J.K. QRT'd Annalise Dodds, the Scottish Shadow Equality Minister. Not that that's a Hogwarts reference or anything, that is her actual title. Anyway, J.K. Rowling's accused the minister of not having a spine for implying that trans women might also be women. To a turf like Rowling's, this was anathema. Vosh hit back at her with misogyny. Bosch, why? I know why. It was a Takemeister. This was a Takemeister. Bosch wanted this engagement, and he increased his chances of being QRT'd by including what can only be described as bait, which Rowling's took, raising Bosch's profile. Unfortunately for Vosh, she also retweeted allegations that Vosh supported Pedialyte and might himself be a Pedialyte drinker. We'll see how this situation shakes out, but remember, only you can prevent a Takemeister.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, that's amazing. I need to do more shorts, chat. It's just like everything takes an inordinate amount of time, and I've been spending most of my time on just streaming lately. But yeah, there it is. We've got it pinned on YouTube. We've got it pinned on Twitch. If you want to help spread the word that the stream is going on, and just maybe even bring in some people who wouldn't otherwise know that we're talking about this today. J.K. Rowling is doing an HBO. Thank you for reminding me. There's something else I need to cover, right? Yeah, Geek Prime X mentions in YouTube chat, J.K. Rowling is doing an HBO Max Harry Potter TV series, right? So people might have heard of this before. They're remaking Hogwarts. They're remaking, Harry Potter, right? As a TV series. And this has been in works for years and years and years. The I think the information we had previously though was that J.K. Rowling wasn't going to have anything to do with this. J.K. Rowling wasn't going to be involved. They didn't want to court that kind of controversy. They didn't want to invite Pedialytes. God, what plants crave? Some plants. I don't know what kind of. Yeah, that's a good point, Robert G. Women do be streaming. That's true. But yeah, this is I guess coming to a streaming service near you, the reboot that nobody really asked for. Is it HBO Max that's doing it? That's going to be streaming it? But yeah, she's got I think she's the executive producer. She is very much involved. They are not backing away from J.K. Rowling at all. Stop paying that bloody turf. And that's the whole thing, is that there's not going to be much of an excuse now. Everything is Star Wars, Marvel, and Harry Potter. Really? Well, I mean, everything is Disney then. No, wait, Disney doesn't own Max, do they? It's different. Everything soon will be Disney, except for Mickey Mouse. How weird is it that we're in the timeline where Disney controls 9 out of 10 intellectual properties, but does not completely control Mickey Mouse? If you want to show the Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse, if you want to do something with that Mickey Mouse, as long as you're not violating their trademark, and if you've noticed their some of their logos, they've worked the Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse into there in order to have some control over that. But yeah, Warner Brothers is HBO Max is I don't keep track of the mergers. The mergers are wild. Doing Kegels can sometimes help you keep alert. Are you saying I need to keep alert? I'm trying to use Void Coffee to keep myself alert, but you're right. I might need to start doing Kegels. Kegels are a great exercise. Wait, there's HBO Max, but then there's just Max, right? It reminds me, what is that? What is that? What was that like cable station that like that my parents never paid for, but if I turned it to that channel, I would be able to see like softcore corn, but it would be like blurry and fuzzy, and it'd be like the V hold wasn't right. It was like, but if you like pause it for a minute, then you feel like you could see some boobs maybe. You're like, is that some boobs? Are there some boobs there? I think there's some boobs. Is it Cinemax? Is that what I'm thinking? This is way too early of I was a very curious child. Okay, I wasn't very. Mergers are crazy under neoliberalism. Yeah, and that's the thing that people don't get about capitalism. They think of capitalism as a system when they should be thinking of which I guess it is, right? But they should be thinking of it as a process, right? And what is that process? It's a process of aggregation. It's a process of consolidation. It's a process of fewer people owning more and more stuff until you get to a situation that's absolutely untenable. And if you get to that situation where automation takes, meaningfully like reduces the amount of jobs, which, there's give and take as far as that goes, but then you have no leverage, right? You don't even have your own labor to leverage, which is the power where the power of labor comes from. There is power, people have said, chat, in our union, right? But not if we allow the process of capitalism to advance so far that our labor is no longer needed. So scary stuff. Why is she taken seriously when her first name is Just Kidding, right? Right? You're a Kegel evangelist. Well, it's like almost like just like you say, like if you came in here and you were like posture, then I'd be like, how's my posture? How like, right? I would think about my posture and I would probably like straighten up my posture a little bit, right? But same thing with Kegels. Like you mentioned Kegels and I'm like, how are my Kegel muscles? Oh no, I haven't been lifting. I haven't been doing Kegel day, chat. I've been skipping leg day and I've been skipping Kegel day. And that's a bad combination. You need to keep those Kegel muscles strong. Not in my lifetime, but maybe in some of yours. True. Midnight 5 minutes free. What? Are you talking about on Cinemax? On Skinemax? I'm too cute? I've been told that before, and you may be correct. You may be correct in that analysis. But yeah, we got a limited amount of time to boost the thread, to help me blast off with this thread, and maybe bring in a few more viewers, because it really helps. Also, BCatK is exactly right in saying, please don't forget to help the stream with this thing right here, right? Really just rate the stream, right? Because I might have some people who don't like what I'm streaming. And like, look, I've got an extension that allows me to see not only your upvotes, but also your downvotes, okay? So if you want to tell me that you don't like, you don't agree with me, you don't like what I'm streaming, give me some feedback that way, you can downvote it too. You can upvote it, you can downvote it, and after the stream's done, you can even comment on it, but, and all this stuff helps me. Oh wait, I shouldn't say that to the people downvoting. It doesn't help me at all. It hurts me. It makes me reconsider if I've been too callous in my assessment of Destiny's opinions. Maybe Destiny's based, and I just don't know. You just got to hit that downvote so that I'll finally realize it, and I'll start kissing his ass, right? That's what you really want. Yeah, to lure more people into my spider web. Okay. But yeah, we got limited time. If you want to appear on the stream in the form of your Twitter avatar, you can do that for a little bit longer. We'll blast off a little bit more while I drink my Void coffee and I prepare to actually do this segment that I should have gotten right on Friday. And I apologize again to anybody who struggled through the stream while I'm playing video games and the sounds are too loud and it's distracting and my full attention isn't on what Hassan is saying. I feel like there was a few other things that I disagreed with Hassan about that I didn't mention. overall, like I think it's a question of priorities, right? And my priority is first and foremost a ceasefire, right? Over anything else. You know, say what you want about the Houthis, Ansar Allah, and their flag, their slogans, their political positions, which, like I did a little bit of a dive into that, and it's a more complicated situation than I realized. But yeah, there's definitely objectionable stuff, right? But there's not like there's not the kind of wholesale unaliving of civilians going on in Yemen at the moment as there is in Gaza. There is apparently U.S. and U.K. bombing in response to the cutting off of maritime trade that hopefully one would think there's a political solution to. And from what we know, that political solution is a ceasefire, is a cessation to hostilities in Gaza that should have happened months and months ago, but needs to happen now. So that's like kind of where I'm at in terms of priorities. And I just want to also mention too, like when you've got international conflicts, there's a temptation to want to see things in almost like cinematic terms, almost like movies, right? There's the good guy and there's the bad guy, there's the villain, and there's right? You want to have like, yeah, I support this side and that side bad, right? But you don't actually have to do that. You don't have to do that. In fact, I would encourage you, if you are a leftist, if you consider yourself a leftist, any kind of post-capitalist, to maybe start to think of things in more material terms, right? I don't usually get into theory, but there's this concept called the base material, like reality, and then there's a superstructure, which is not unimportant because the superstructure kind of arises out of the material conditions, and the superstructure can affect material conditions, but it is secondary to those material conditions. And when you're talking about things like governments, things like slogans, things like flags, things like ideologies, that's superstructure. And really what matters is people's safety, right? Is people's welfare. That's real. That's immediate. And that should be the priority. And so what I'm saying is that you don't have to make it a question of like, well, if I don't think that the United States bombing Yemen is a good thing, then it must mean that I support every single aspect of the Houthi coalition, right? Because that shit is actually complicated. The Houthis don't even agree with each other half the time, right? It's considered sort of a big tent movement, and you will have people, obviously, the flag is something that came up in Hassan's stream. It's something that a lot of people talk about. It's got some really, anti-Semitic stuff, an anti-Semitic slogan like on the flag, but you've got people in Yemen who are like, yeah, we don't wish death on anybody, and then obviously people who do. So just realize that it's more complicated than you think, and you don't have to support something that you don't agree with just because there's something that you don't agree with more, right? Just because the wholesale unaliving that's going on in Gaza is more immediate and more present, that you don't have you know what I mean? You're not left with this false dichotomy. And false dichotomy is something that people will use to bamboozle you. This is sophistry. This is not, it's not good rhetoric. And unfortunately, because debate, because rhetoric, because politics in a lot of ways have been gamified, through the commodification, through the form that I'm engaging in right now, right? You've got a tendency for sophistry to win the day, and we need to get past that, because at the end of the day, keep it, it's not that complicated. It's about material conditions. And the material conditions right now in Gaza are intolerable. That should take priority. Thousands of innocents' lives over That bedazzler charger from Temu. Yo, Temu does have some interesting products, right? I'm not sponsored by Temu. I am technically sponsored by sponsored at the moment, but we're not going to get into that right now because I feel like this is too controversial of a stream to be a sponsored stream, right? But yeah, there are ways that you can support me on Twitch through subs, through gift subs, through bits, through donations. There's ways you can support me on YouTube through memberships, through gift memberships, through super chats and super stickers, and also donations. And if you feel like, if you want to be like, if you want to go all the way, then you could even support me over on Patreon, since I have a Patreon, and that's a great way to support me monthly. But whatever way is easiest for you, even if it's the case that you don't have the financial means to be able to support me at all, and all you can do is support me with that thumbs up. That thumbs up is actually something that I care about a lot, right? Yeah, and with Twitch Primes, of course, which they kind of mean a lot to me, just because like I know that people only get one of them, and so when somebody gives me a Twitch Prime, that's special. That's it's kind of special. So yeah, there's even ways to support me without spending any money, and I appreciate those almost more than the others. But yeah, where are we at? Oh yeah, we are fully 5 minutes before the this is the top of the hour ad break. I feel like if anything's the top of the hour ad break, it's this right here, right? It's coming up for you on Twitch. Again, that's the time when you see 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of those ads. As I mentioned before, with a Twitch Prime sub, you can get out of those ads by paying Twitch $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you are very lucky, you might be gifted out of seeing that ad break through a gift or community sub. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. So anyway, I feel like it's about time to get going. What do you say? What say you? What say you, chat? Let's get started. Because I have been edging you probably longer than long enough. So yeah, once again, thank you so much, Zara, for all the work that you put in terms of cutting this down to less than half of the time that it was, less than half of the original recorded time, and making this easier for me to concentrate on, making it easier for chat to concentrate on, and just a better experience altogether.
I'm trying to interview the young Yemeni, in quotes, pirate who's a TikToker and need help. How the fuck are you going to interview him? I'm going to interview him by having someone who...
So I want you to pay attention to this, because, okay, so what is our order of operation? I should actually put this on this. All right, let's try. No reason not to do this. All right, so 1. Hassan interviews Yemeni Timothee Chalamet. So 2. Bosch responds. 3. Destiny. Oh, that's right. I said that name. That's like saying Voldemort, right? If we say his name 3 times, he might even show up in chat, right? I don't think he's banned. So, wait, no, he is banned. He's banned off of Twitch, right? He's not blocked though. I don't have, he could show up in YouTube technically, chat. I mean, it's not going to happen, but it could happen, right? So, but yeah, regardless, like, how am I going to do that considering that I'm streaming on a platform where Destiny's literally banned? Well, here's what I'm thinking, chat. We're going to get through the first 2 segments, that is Hassan and Vosh, and maybe some other little minor segments that I need to cover. And then we're going to, I'm going to drop the Twitch stream at that point. Not yet. So Twitch, you can still hang out there. You can still, watch me on Twitch if you prefer that kind of viewing experience. But we're not going to be able to watch Destiny. Like, if he ends up in some content, I don't feel bad about putting an image in front of his face just to kind of, show that I'm not platforming him. But when it comes to watching one of his videos, I think that is something that Twitch would very much care about and they would very much not like, and I could get in some trouble for that. So I'm gonna avoid that by dropping Twitch just at the for the last segment of the day, and yeah, we'll go from there. So.
Who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down, okay? Here, this is the guy. Yeah, Timothee Chalamet. Let me just DM him again and say, I am trying to find someone to translate our conversation. What platform is best?
But yeah, so what I'm pointing out here, in terms of the fact that Hassan did not think that he was gonna get, you can tell that he's surprised, right? One of the parts that we missed was one of his mods pinging everyone in the Discord to see if anybody could translate at the last minute, because Hassan kind of landed this guest. This is somebody that's gotten a lot of attention on TikTok, on Twitter, and elsewhere. Right, but nobody I think had really talked to him, and Hassan I think was a little bit surprised. You can tell that from like his lack of having a bunch of questions prepared. So just note that, because it's going to come up with Destiny.
To talk on, is that a good way to say it? He said Instagram. Okay, that works. He said, Hasna, wait a few minutes until I set up the lighting. Bro, this dude is a professional, dude. He said,
now that's going to come up in the Vosh response, right? Because Vosh focuses on the idea that maybe this guy is media trained. Hassan does say something to that when he gives a certain answer, but it's all speculation, right? But he does have lights. He does have a decent phone or camera or whatever, because he's a TikToker. He's a TikTok influencer, right? We don't know everything about Rashid. There are some legitimate questions that I tried to get into last time, in terms of one of his TikToks that had a phrase that Google Translates was translating as something that sounded kind of anti-Semitic, right? But he's we do know that he's a TikToker. He's 100% not a pirate. He's in it. That's the feeling that I got too, right? We can't know for sure, and he has given different answers, right? I will point out that there is a I think a TikTok thread, comments thread, right, where somebody asks him if he's a soldier, and he says yes. He has been seen in one or two pictures carrying a gun and in fatigues. So we don't know what we don't know, right? But I would encourage people to concentrate on the priority, and the priority at this point is getting a ceasefire. There's no other country there's no other group materially pushing for that, right? I mean, you've got South Africa, now Chile and Mexico, and a few other countries taking Israel to either the ICJ or the ICC, but you don't have you have China speaking up saying that they would like to see a ceasefire too, but you don't have anybody kind of putting their putting themselves physically into the situation to encourage to use leverage. And what is the leverage that they have? Well, the Red Sea is really important to Israel, really important to the United States. Those are two big players on whether this conflict gets stopped or whether it continues on and on and on and ends up with just a giant ethnic cleansing of everyone in Gaza, which is entirely on the table, unfortunately, according to Bibi.
wait a few minutes until I set up the lighting, dog. Let's see if this works. I'm calling now. Oh my God, it's working. All right, so what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask?
Okay, so this is this is his translator that he got last. Also, yeah, give Zara a follow if you have not already. The link is in Twitch chat.
راشد اسمك راشد صح؟
ايوه
Rashid. Okay, Rashid, how old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
He's 9.
Looks like Biden is trying to double down. It's so frustrating because I keep on hearing stuff about like behind the scenes. Obviously, like there's people that have resigned from the Biden administration. based on this. Obviously, like Biden has seen, like there's reasons for Biden, even just like political, pragmatic reasons for Biden to take another attack. And there's even reports that Biden's been frustrated at Netanyahu at various times and hasn't, talked to him in a long time. But I mean, that's all hearsay. And what's most important is what is Biden actually doing? And so far, nothing good. Are you saying Biden's doubled down on? Are you talking about Biden doubling down on like not supporting a ceasefire, or Biden doubling down on the bombings in Yemen?
And he's from Ib Government.
Okay, nice. Okay, how is he taking everything? How is he taking in everything so far? Because he's seen the news articles.
He says he's fine and everything is normal, and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely. What is the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing positions in Sana'a and other places?
He's saying that it's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now, and they're not scared.
That's crazy. Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
Oh.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should.
Okay, so here's where I disagree with Hassan, right? Like I don't know how serious he is about this, because he is talking about anime. And I pointed out the sort of discordant nature of like injecting this very real situation, which, yeah, the US is bombing Yemen, right? Yemen's been, had a civil war that started in 2011. The hostilities may have ceased, but it, still not like a great situation. And you're gonna hear later like that Rashid doesn't exactly have time for, a lot of like media consumption, just because of the material conditions that he's dealing with and what he's decided to do. But I do have to object to like comparing Ansar Allah to Luffy, right? I get what he's saying. I mean, like the most charitable interpretation is that he's saying that Luffy, in addition to being a pirate, also tends to fight for justice, and the disruption of maritime trade, at least the stated intention, is to leverage some power on the United States and Israel, the only power that's really available, by cutting off maritime trade to a certain extent, making the ships have to go around the Cape of going around the Cape of in South Africa, right? Which is costly, right? So in fact affecting the material conditions to try to bring about a different policy. But I really want to drive home the fact that you don't have to back the United States bombing in Yemen or back Ansar Allah. Let's concentrate on the acts that are being done and the acts that the United States have undertaken in response to the disruption of maritime trade are to bomb Yemen. Biden himself has admitted that this will accomplish nothing, and yet he is committed to doing it anyway. So, I mean, these are my priorities, right? I'm not trying to, super call out Hassan. Obviously, I have more problems with, some of the people that are antagonistic towards Hassan in this interview and like questioning his platforming than towards him. But I don't like, even as a joke, sort of putting it into this like hero villain kind of paradigm, because that's not real. That's movies. That's like that's way up in the superstructure. That's way removed from material conditions. And like I said, you don't have to choose. That's the great thing about it, right? That you don't have to back a nation state, right? And you don't have to, in these false dichotomies that they're going to present you with, or you either are okay, you're backing Israel or you're backing Hamas. Like, which one is, right? Because if you're not okay with Israel defending itself, whatever, even if that means a ton of civilian casualties, then you are a huge Hamas fan, right? And that is sophistry. That is bullshit. You literally do not have to choose between backing one nation state or another. Let's please remember that, right? Let's focus on acts. Let's focus on material conditions.
Tell him that.
He's saying that again, like the only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the attack on Palestine, and it's not for any kind of
Exactly. No, I'm saying it's a good thing. I understand. So that's what he's saying that.
So keep that in mind, because Destiny's gonna mention Hassan kind of cutting off the translator here, and I think Hassan feels misunderstood is why he's doing it.
The reasons as to why there have been any sort of interceptions on vessels is due.
Buffy's saying, for context, Hassan was showing that many pro-Palestinian rallies around the world have included the one. Oh, thank you, Buffy. That's an extra bit of context that like literally nobody's gonna have. I have not heard anybody mention that. So yeah, I mean, obviously Hassan's a fan of One Piece, and like I'm not calling him out too hard for that. Like I think I have had at least one thumbnail where I myself photoshopped a Luffy hat onto Rashid.
To the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss.
So like his response was when Hassan said, I think the answer Allah is kind of like, is kind of like Luffy. His objection was that like, no, like this is not a situation of piracy, because that is like unironically that is one of the lines that Lib Twitter is using against Yemen, is using to justify the actions of the United States and the UK in bombing Yemen, is that these are pirates, right? And it's weird because like that's I don't know, like when you call them pirates, you're just participating in a meme. They're obviously not pirates. Like they are commandeering vessels, I guess, like a pirate would do, but for very different purposes, as Rashid is pointing out. And he wanted to be clear, right, that this wasn't, that this is about Palestine. This is not about adventure. Rashid likes to go on adventures. He's an adventurous person, but the motivation for this action of disrupting maritime trade, he's saying is has nothing to do with piracy or anything like that. And yeah, that's I think Hassan gets that.
I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean?
His answer is
so the questions that Destiny accuses Hassan of having no interest in, and you're gonna have to wait till later on this, right? But they are. I mean, Hassan is asking those questions. Now, did he have time to sit down and write out his questions and, ask like all the best, you know what I mean? This kind of happened like spur of the moment, right? So, there's probably some good questions you could still ask, but he is curious. He is literally asking, like, are you a part of any militant faction, for instance, right? And he later probes him about, his feelings about Jewish people, since that is, on the Ansar Allah flag is, one of the slogans written on there is anti-Semitic. It's a question that Hassan's asking, right?
Who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like, what were some experiences that he had that caused him to want to go?
He says he likes adventures, and he is a big supporter of Palestine, and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Well, one, tell him that this community of mostly Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, some Fed or some.
He's saying that he just wants a victory for Palestine, and he acknowledges our solidarity as well.
What does he think about the fact that American media in general keeps claiming?
So yes, Hassan's going to get criticized for that, like, trying to aggrandize himself and his community, I think by Destiny. He's doing that to just kind of let him know, because this guy doesn't know anything, like as far as Hassan knows, about him. In his politics, and a lot of Americans that you would talk to might have, a different perspective on Israel Palestine. So he's trying to kind of get, show solidarity in terms of support for Gaza.
that the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine. They don't talk about that at all here. How does he feel about that?
He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the response from Yemen been since the bombing?
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government, or
what's the response from the people, the government, like both? I mean, is the people separate from the government?
He's saying that again, like this is it's nothing new for Yemenis. And
I mean, again, this is, you know, a spur of the moment thing, but yeah, the people is separate from the government, right? That's like, it's important to keep that, like, look, I don't want to be, as much as I live in the imperial core, as much as I benefit on some level from that status as an American citizen, I do not want to be considered, you know, like, you know, tied at the hip with my government. I would understand why some people, especially people affected negatively by US foreign policy, might feel antagonistically towards me, but for myself, I try not to, you know, tie people to the government of where they're living, and recognize that, you know, those two things are separate. I know that's not what he meant, but, you know, like look, I got to be real clear about where I stand on this stuff. This is not a time to leave any sort of uncertainty. So, you know, I just want to make sure that I'm getting my perspective out on it, and differentiating it from Hassan's stated or intended perspective. And in this case, I'm guessing his intentions and his statements were not completely one-to-one. So, yeah.
Actually, some Yemenis are like, I this is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the US because they're confronting the US head on, like directly.
No, I understand that. I want to ask him questions about Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so this question comes up again, and there's like a question of like, you know, was he saying happy to be attacked by the US? But you get the point, right? That, you know, if you're standing up against injustice and the source of that injustice, you know, opposes you, that is a sign that you're on the right track morally.
And UAE, and like, do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen as it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
He's saying that right now there's no like animosity between, like, to him there's no animosity.
Yeah, exactly, Paul Skull. Imagine being judged for the actions of the US government.
Animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like, he's saying like he acknowledges that there was a war, but right now, like, he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't, I mean, he doesn't, I guess, I don't know, he's not like tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
That's interesting. That's good. That's probably why it's like more, oh, whoa, what has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they tried, wasn't it called CAT? The chewing, the lead?
Yeah. Like, are
they having a good time? Are they okay?
So yeah, this comes up again, you know, what happens to the crews? How are they treated, right?
He's saying they've all tried COT, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No way.
He's saying he wants us.
Buffy, did you provide some clarification on, like, it wasn't literally like what he said, but from what I understand, like, you know, it's like this is the translator like interpreting kind of what was said, right? It's not literally the meme, but
oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am afraid of America bombs, though.
He says if you go visit there, you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
Medley says if white allies weren't so complicit in 2016 and had listened to Viets and Cubans' warnings about picking Biden in 2020, the U.S. Would not be in the political situation it is right now.
Okay, so what does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that
Oh, he was on BBC as well.
also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel?
So, note to debate libs, we're gonna have to console the BBC as well.
Is that shocking to him?
Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him online are foreigners, and he reciprocates and sends back the love.
Wait, that was important. Sorry, let's go back.
Man. Big time.
Support
Because there's a lot of people.
He says if you go visit there, you'll feel like you're in one piece and you can visit all the boats.
That's good. Okay, so what does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel about that? Is that shocking to him?
Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him
Lobbit says the BBC is already Hamas, according to them.
are foreigners, and he reciprocates and sends back the love to them.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah. Does he feel like the war leading up to this last thing that occurred, the last bombing campaign that occurred, does he feel like he lost out on years of his childhood? Like, are there things that he does he know a time? Does he know of a time? Can he remember a time when he wasn't in some kind of war? I guess because this is like relatively new for him. His experiences goes.
Yeah. He just says their life is full of adventures.
Okay, that's a positive way to look at it. Tell him there's 25,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
He says he loves all of them and he wishes they could all try Qat soon, and he's treating them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to Yemen and we're getting Qat. Yeah, so what does he watch other than One Piece? Because he watches One Piece, what else? Because he's like a normal 19-year-old, right? Mm-hmm. So ask him what other stuff that he watches. Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
Used to.
So look, people are gonna have different opinions, and indeed we're about to see that about Hassan like humanizing Rashid, because to them they're looking at Rashid, and especially in Vash's case, like literally speculating that maybe this guy works for works for Ansar Allah propaganda, or like is some kind of is acting like an agent in this case. But there's going to be a lot of opinions about this sort of humanization. I think what Hassan's trying to get across, right, is that who lives in Yemen? People, right? Because if you listen to some of these people, you the feeling you get who lives in Yemen, the answer is terrorists, right? And that's the kind of bullshit that enables actions, ineffectual actions, needless violent actions by the US and like the ones that are going on by the US and the UK right now in Yemen.
Like watching Turkish and American TV shows, and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching or doing anything.
Okay, so he doesn't have time to watch stuff now, but what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay, so you watch SpongeBob and whatnot. Does he go to school? How does that work? I don't know.
He says he's done with school. He's 19.
So what does he want to do? What are his aspirations other than go on adventures?
He's saying that he just lives every day as it comes. He doesn't really have any long-term goals.
This guy's a himbo, bro. Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Is this appropriate? I don't know if this is appropriate or not. Is he Shia or he's Shia? I assume, right?
He says that he's not Shia or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained, surprisingly. Okay.
So that's what Vash focused on.
I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him and thank him for everything that they're doing. What does he know about Turkey?
He wants to visit Istanbul.
Nice, one day. Inshallah. Okay, so ask him what made him record the video. Yeah, I mean, he already said it though. He already responded to it. Ask him if he knows Western women are comparing him to a very famous actor. Oh yeah.
Sisyphean says Rashid's message is positive, so I don't even care if see the problem if he is some sort of government TikToker. Yeah, and the problem that I have is people jumping to that conclusion. The problem that I have is people jumping to all kinds of conclusions purely based on this guy's national origin. And we're gonna unfortunately see a lot of that today.
Do you know who Timothee Chalamet is? Very famous actor.
No, he doesn't.
People in the West are comparing him to a very famous actor.
Like he says that he's American and I'm Yemeni. That's it. That's
Okay. All right. Fair.
He doesn't know who he is.
No, it's fine. It's fine. What does he think about America? Not just Americans, but what does he think about America? When you think about America, what is the first thing that comes to his mind?
He's saying he doesn't think about America.
I like that. Okay. Does he have any questions for me or for Americans in general? If there's anything that he wants to know as well, like we can, you know.
He's saying that he doesn't have any further questions, but he was surprised to see how many Muslims there are in America and in general how many supporters there are for Palestine, and he sends all his love to his supporters and the people in the chat.
Oh, that's a good question. Ask him what he thinks about the fact that in America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can ask that. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just not like interesting. I don't know. I mean, I can ask him if you want.
It is actually like a complicated question. So for people wondering, the majority I think of people in Yemen are would be Shiite. There's also Sunni Muslims in Yemen, and within Ansar Allah there is it's like I said, it's like a large group of a lot of different people, and there is some anti-Shia sentiment, and as well as some kind of unification sentiment. I'm guessing that's where this answer comes from.
No, it's fine. You're right. I mean, I don't know. I don't do any of that stuff. So
I don't either. I'm not gonna ask.
I know. I'm just wondering, like, what dudes in Yemen are doing. Are they going to Jummah prayer or are they not? You know what I mean? Are they pulling up? Well, I have a question about what is it that there are so many Yemeni music videos. We've watched it. We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You could tell them that. And there are so many of them that we watch on the stream. Like, what's up with Yemen? Are they like a specifically musical people? What's going on?
This means that means qat. That's what he's doing. He's saying that yeah, they love music and dancing, and that he wants everyone to with him and dance and listen to music, I guess.
What is he?
Oh yeah, so I guess I didn't explain that. For anybody who doesn't know, they're talking about qat. Qat is a leaf that is chewed and produces a relaxing effect. I've never tried it myself, but that's what's being talked about. It's a common, it's a common thing to do in Yemen.
Dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist. What does he think about that? Ask me that question. I just banned one of those stupid in the chat just now.
She says, "Who are they?"
Dumbasses.
He's like dismissing them.
We're roasting Hassan. I did it a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay.
About the anime stuff.
Okay, respect. What else do I want to ask? So, like, has he ever had like Western food?
He's not really like answering any specific like foods. He's just saying like yeah. I mean, he's just saying it's.
Oh, it's a stimulant. Oh, my bad. It's a stimulant. Is it kind of a relaxing stimulant though? Am I completely mixed up? Because I know people who have tried it.
He eats the same food that we eat.
Okay. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
But he says they have two.
Oh, they
like tobacco? Yeah, like it's chewed like tobacco, or like what is it? Betel leaf, I guess, is another thing that's chewed, and it's I don't know if the effect is like tobacco. Like I said, I've never tried it. I just go on like what other people say, and people in chat it's saying it's a mild stimulant. Yeah, technically, I guess tobacco, would be like it sounds like tobacco in that it's a mild stimulant that people find relaxing. That's probably a good way to think of it.
You have KFC?
Some similar to coca leaves, main ingredient. Oh yeah, coca leaves, yeah.
KFC in Yemen?
I wonder if it's like.
Is this the leaf that's wrapped around the nut? I don't think so. I think that's betel. Is that betel? That's the leaf that's wrapped around a nut, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like it's off-brand.
I'm probably mispronouncing it too.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be, right? Like what the
is it betel?
That's crazy. Okay, that's sick. That's wild. They Have KFC in Yemen. There you go. What does he do for?
So yeah, 2 KFCs in Yemen, in case you were wondering.
Yemen, like, tell him to.
Although wait. So I feel like I don't know. This might have gotten cut off, but there's more to that. That right. It sounded like it wasn't actually KFC, but it was like one of those like kind of knockoff brands like Kentucky Chicken or something like that. These are, I mean, the food is very popular in a lot of different places. Fried. American style fried chicken or KFC style chicken, and a lot of places have KFCs. It sounds like that Yemen maybe had a similar brand, but not KFC, which isn't Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore. That's right. What is the story? Can you explain the story behind that to me? They are called KFC because they were Kentucky Fried Chicken. But now they're like, they took out the Kentucky Fried Chicken for some reason, maybe because they want to emphasize their sides. I don't know. Hassan looked it up later, and there is a KFC in Yemen according to the Okay, so there is an actual brand, a KFC itself. Had a Somali friend in school who brought some betel or some. You're talking about kat, right? Didn't seem to affect you much. Oh yeah, it can be really hard to tell when you've got another substance in the mix. I know exactly what you speak of, Bad Lefty.
Through a day, like a normal day in his life. Does he have a girlfriend? What does his parents think about this? Like, I got a bunch of questions like that.
عنده كثير أسئلة لإلك بس رح. He's saying that he doesn't talk to any girls, he doesn't DM any girls, he's not talking to any girls at all.
Sure.
Yeah, he says
it does sound like the way that the translator phrased it. It did sound like I don't DM any girls. I don't talk to any girls. No, not me. No, never.
His parents' reaction was normal. Like there is no big reaction.
His parents are just chilling. Why are they? They're so chill about
everything.
Wait.
Everything. No, like
Texas Pete is being sued for the same reason. Wait, why would KFC was sued? Wait is that why they changed their name? Is that why they can't call it Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore? Is that somehow like is it considered like false advertising?
Everything is chill apparently. There's nothing is like we're overreacting. It seems like.
Yeah, this is why Jeremy Scales said out of all of his travels, the people of Yemen are the chillest people he's ever met. Like the.
Well, I mean, it's like he said. So it's
the khat. Oh,
yeah.
That.
Damn, we learned a new gesture today. Yeah, and I mean also like in terms of like people's reaction to what's going on in Yemen, understand that 2011. Is when the civil war started. It's the Saudi Arabian intervention and the fighting is like diminished at this point, but it's kind of a familiar situation, and that's why it's just ridiculous that Biden or anybody thinks that bombing Yemen is going to change their policy of disrupting trade in the Red Sea.
Yeah.
Okay. Respect. Yeah. I mean, I guess it is normal when it's like that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives?
This part I did not understand. Did anybody understand this? I think is Hassan just talking about like the curved knives that are common in like medieval like swords from the Middle East, or is there some I wasn't sure.
Knives.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Does he watch TikTok or YouTube?
He's saying he doesn't really have time to do any of that, but if it's like important stuff, then he'll watch it. But yeah, that's
important stuff like what? Like Al Jazeera? Like what's he watching?
We're talking about ritual knives here.
Saying nothing is more important than Palestine right now, so that's what he's spending his time on.
He just graduated high school, Chatter. What does he think about China? Does he know anything about China?
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and
KFC didn't change what the K stands for in their name. I thought that they had like taken, I don't know. I heard something where they're just KFC now. They're not Kentucky Fried Chicken.
He did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him, yeah.
So I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains. Like, I don't.
Yeah, did you get that?
America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing cat and chilling with the captains. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that crazy?
So this is going to come up again with Destiny. Like, what was the fate? What happened to the people that were the crew of the vessels that were commandeered? Right? You know, what did they do? Did they put them in the Yemeni gulag? Like, what happened? Because you get the feeling sometimes from people like Destiny in particular, right? Vosh to a lesser extent. You get the feeling that any country that is antagonistic with the United States has like a collection of the worst elements of any authoritarian government that you could point to. Like, right, that there's like a gulag there's a Stasi, there's like, you know, any story that you've ever heard about a repressive you know, usually communist, often Soviet government is sort of projected onto anyone that the US has beef with, right? And you know, they're talking about like, yeah, why would they be mean to the captain and the crew, right? They're apparently quote unquote chilling with the captain and the crew, and yeah, it doesn't make sense if they're, you know, if they're trying to affect the policy in the US, then you know, that would be the right you know, move, both, you know, from a humanitarian standard and from a media standard. So yeah, they're
like, I don't know how
they're chilling.
describe it. It's like, he seems as normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the US government.
That's so funny. Okay, that doesn't probably.
So yeah, I mean, this is going to come up again, and I just wanted to say, like, for anybody that doubts that, right? Because, like, you know, I mean, obviously, yeah, they want to convince people that they're on the right side here, right? But it's not that far-fetched that people would agree with that sentiment, right? I feel like people in the United States have a mentality that must have carried over from the end of the Cold War, the 1990s, the end of history, as it were, that we are beloved and respected amongst nations. I am here to tell you that that is no longer the case, and it actually hasn't been the case in a long time. Right? The respect that the United States has very much like gone out the door, and it's particularly in this situation. The backing of what's going on in Gaza that the US is doing right now is profoundly unpopular, not only in the United States itself, but also more so across the world. So yeah, no, it's not surprising at all that it's not the interaction between you know, the people commandeering the boats and the captain and the crew is not necessarily antagonistic. In fact, like, what they're doing might be somewhat understandable. It's not really a leap to guess that. But you know, that's not. Anyway,
they take much to be fair. What does he plan on doing once Palestine is free? You know what I mean?
He's saying that once Palestine is free, then he can rest, and he would like to visit Palestine, and he would like Palestinians to visit Yemen as well.
Me too, brother. Me too. Ask him his thoughts on Sean King. Okay, chatters. So stupid. Wait, what the smile at that? Does he know who that is? Oh my god.
عمرك سمعت بشون كينج؟ واحد اسمه شون كينج. لا.
I got some Michael Brooks quotes in chat.
That was okay. Jesus Christ. Does he know who Donald Trump is?
Yeah, doesn't with him obviously.
What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing, dude.
No, I know. This is the dream blunt rotation right here.
Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
The dream cat rotation. No, you wouldn't want to rotate your cat, right? Because it's a leaf that you chew, and maybe everyone should have their own, right? It's not like a blunt that you're gonna, you know, chew it a little bit and then pass it. That's see, I don't know. I clearly don't know how to enjoy a cat. I clearly would, yeah, I'd need to be told.
Time, okay. This is the international language that everybody understands. Cursing, exactly. Football, and all. You know, he doesn't have any time to watch anime and So I don't know. I don't know what else to ask about. Is he getting tired? He can leave whenever he wants to. We can talk again.
He's saying that he like if you want.
If I recall correctly, says anti-corporatist, European purity laws won't let them call it chicken anymore? Okay, no, I get, like, so this is a thing with Subway, right? Didn't Subway get in trouble in Ireland because their bread, which they call bread, has so much sugar in it that it's got to be considered a dessert or something? It's got to be considered like a patisserie or, like, right? It's like, is that true? Yeah, there's a lot of like American junk food and fast food that might come up against the food pure. They call them the purity laws. The purity laws. We don't want to get into a purity spiral, do we? You know, this is purity culture. What does Vosh always say? The purity thing that he complains about? Purity testing. He doesn't want you purity testing. He doesn't want you gatekeeping. He doesn't want you purity testing. That's for him to do. That's for him to do to you, right? What we learned in Vietnam, a little girl with a basket of flowers, a hand grenade. Yeah, only Sean. The only Sean I know is the skull with the shades. And he's a king, right? Close enough. Close enough. American food, all American food has two. Yeah, but half of the time it's not even I mean, I don't know. I don't actually, I would love to see like disambiguation of, like, you know, obviously sugar is a refined food, that being that it comes from the sugar cane, which is like the whole food. And you take out the calories, you take out the carbohydrates, you take out the sugars from the cane. And so instead of eating like a food with like all its nutrients intact, you're eating just this concentrated like macronutrient of just pure sugar, right? So that's not good for you. High fructose corn syrup, a lot of people think is worse for you, but I'm a little bit of a nutrition nerd, and I've never like actually delved into the research of like, is it worse for you? How much worse for you is it, right? Is it, you know, because that, I don't know. I'm curious. It seems like it would be worse for you than just sugar. Because a lot of people, if given the choice, will take they'll take the sugar, because at least they're like, this is cane sugar from a cane, not corn sugar from high fructose corn. I heard bad things anyway. Yeah, it's probably bad. I would love to look at the research though. And anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Anything from him if you want him to answer any questions.
I'm getting distracted.
Any moves or anything.
Some moves.
Reach out to him on another day. But
Yeah,
I think
no, absolutely.
Teach you some moves.
If he wants to hit us up from the on top of the ship, I mean, we could do that.
I thought he was gonna say hit us up on the top of the hour ad break, which comes at you every hour on the hour. You may have just experienced one if you were in Twitch. Did you know that you could no longer experience that ad break for free, even possibly if you have a Prime sub? If you use that on me, then you will no longer see the ads in my chat. You can also get out of it for $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you are lucky enough to be the recipient of a gift sub, which can happen, which does happen, but is more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. Was it something like that? Yeah?
he's saying that he'll take your picture with him to the ship and take a picture of you with it like this.
Sorry, I'm too silly.
Okay, sure. Does he have any idea?
Wait, they're gonna take 11 out of 10. Nice. They're gonna take Hassan's picture into the. Are they gonna make a shrine? A Hassan shrine, just like I have a ContraPoint shrine, chat.
He has no idea.
Just like ContraPoints has a Anita Sarkeesian shrine.
Yeah, right. Like, how would you describe to him? Like, I don't know if there's anything like any parallel that you could use, like an example that you can use to be like, this is like, does he know who Mr. Beast is? Ask him that.
No, he thinks you're talking about Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean? No.
Okay, so when I first heard this, I was like, yo, he knows Mr. Beat, but not Mr. Beast? But no, it's Mr. Bean. It's the funny British guy, right? The goofy. I always think that Mr. Bean's like a mime. Does Mr. Bean talk? Mr. Bean talks though, right? He just doesn't talk that much. Is that right? Have I got my Mr. Bean? So like, I'm a little bit of a fan of some British humor, like just the stuff that I happen to have been exposed to. And I think I remember Mr. Bean being kind of funny. That's a ContraPoints deep cut. So is my background, right? So is my background sweaty? No, God. Okay, stop. He does talk. French Click confirms it. So He does talk. Who is Mr. Beat? A YouTuber? Mr. Beat's like a YouTuber that sometimes does like politically relevant videos. I don't think I've ever watched a Mr. Beat video, but like I really thought that was what was coming at me, Mr. Beat. Because you know, after Mr. Beast got big, so many people were like, you know, I'm gonna have a name that's like Mr. Beast, but just slightly different. Just like that Counterpoints dude made a channel that was Counterpoints after ContraPoints became popular. It was like, oh, I got Counterpoints, right? Can you imagine going to be like, oh, what is that chick? The liberal chick. I think her name is like Counterpoints or something. And you end up on Connor's channel. You're like, wait a minute. This is a cop. Why did I get a cop? I was going for ContraPoints. They wanted ContraPoints, chat, but instead they got ContraPoints. What a bad situation that. You are wrong then? I haven't seen Mr. Beans in years. I remember him making sounds, but not talking. Yeah, maybe he just does a lot of physical comedy that doesn't involve. Rowan Atkinson is the name of Mr. Bean. His real name is Rowan Atkinson. Okay. I would totally have a Kazuki Takahashi shrine.
East on YouTube. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Bishkara. He says you're welcome, and it was an honor to be here.
Hell yeah.
There we go. Vibes were immaculate.
That was crazy. I bet you didn't think that was going to happen today. Okay. That was incredible.
Indeed, that was incredible. So I'm like wondering, what do I have on my Okay, so since we're gonna be doing a few debate bros today, I thought I would just pepper in some other stuff as well. Right, you see the rough schedule there, and we're done with the reaction to the Hassan video. We're gonna go on into the reactions, or sorry, the reaction to the Hassan video. We're done with the interview. I wanted to get a good version of that, and again, I apologize, chat, for the way that the video game integration into the last attempt of me to cover this material did not work so well. Hopefully this is a better segment for you. So we're gonna look for, oh yeah, it's all in my playlist. I always act like, where do I find this? And I've actually got a playlist for us now, chat. I've got a playlist, and I've also got, which I never do, but I should. Right, so again, that's our Twitter thread that you can support if you want to help me bring more people in here, make more people aware of the fact that I am even streaming. You can give some love to the Twitter thread, which is in the pinned post. So, oh yeah, bookmarks. That's what I should do. Not copyrighted material, though. Oh God. Do we have to do this? I don't want to do this, chat. This is Mr. Beard. Yeah, I was talking about how people sometimes yeah, there is stuff in here that we need to cover. Indeed. Do people know Mr. Beard? No, wait, what? Oh, no, that's copyrighted. That's copyrighted. That's how it opened. Okay, I'm so confused by you. What the fuck? It's not behaving the way that I expect it to behave. What is even going on? I'm sorry, chat. They did something with Twitter. Twitter is not the way that it should be, and is showing a freaking copyrighted image. Possibly copyrighted. I don't want to find out. Literally, do I need to copy the link and then just put it into my bookmarks? Work strange. Bookmarks work strange. Okay, so there we go. I gotta copy the link, chat. Who knew? Wow. Who knew that they would make me copy the freaking link just to get, Mr. Beard is boring, to be honest. Yeah? I don't call them Zeets. I still call, I'm just calling it Twitter to piss off Destiny, basically. Destiny, why am I saying Destiny? I mean Elon Musk, who is different than Destiny. Elon Musk, not the same person as Destiny. Who knew? Wait, I can't see where the WoW came from. Oh my god, now I'm confused. If you just made... If somebody just donated a membership, gift membership, or became a member, thank you. I can't see it though. For some reason, it's not showing me who you are, but whoever you are, thank you. Stop trying to unalive Mr. Bean? Who's trying to unalive Mr. Bean? Counterpoints is bad. Who makes such an online name? Somebody that wants to benefit off of ContraPoints' notoriety. Why am I not seeing? Okay, I heard a sound. I heard an alert. I just don't see it. I'm so confused, chat. I'm utterly confused. Anyway, I'll never know. Okay, so we got Mr. Beard. We got Mr. Beard. He's commenting on this. Like I said, Lib Twitter has lost their proverbial scheitza. In the last 24 hours, I've learned... I'm going to say it in a smug voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Beard, but I know that you would. I know that you wrote this in a smug voice, right? In the last 24 hours, I've learned that TERFs actually aren't victims under the patriarchy, and that anti-Semitism is okay as long as you're oppressed enough. I love online leftists. You're all definitely on the right side of history and not stupid bigots. Yo, and who comes in here? Who's in here to, like, fist bump Mr. Beard? I hate button Vosh. I now have a better understanding of why radfems hate leftist men so much. What? Look, I know this is not an alert, okay? This is not me, you know, getting, money or support, but I'm gonna, yeah, this is not a super chat, right? This is me legitimately asking that question with my chest, right? What did you just say? I now have a much better understanding of why radfems hate leftist men so much. It's really great seeing leftist men unironically argue that white women aren't oppressed at all. You're all helping radfems radicalize women to their side. Wait, I can't tell what's sarcastic and what's not. I was reading it in the smug, sarcastic voice. I don't know what this... that was sarcastic up there. What is this? If not sarcasm. I now have a... Let me try reading it in the... I can't do the normal Mr. Beard voice. I'm stuck on the parody. I'm stuck on the not parody, but sarcastic version. He's sarcastic often. He's an often sarcastic YouTuber, right? And I kind of got his cadence. I gotta say, for not having Mr. Beard's voice, I got Mr. Beard's voice, okay? I gotta say. There, I can show you some videos. Do we know who Mr. Beard is? Because I feel like I don't know. I don't want to spend too much time on this guy if like people are just like, who, what, Mr. Beard? You know, if you know, Ryan Beard. and have a better understanding of why rad films. So wait, this is serious though. That was sarcastic up there. This is serious. You're confusing me, Mr. Beard. Mr. Beard, I'm confused. Okay, and if you want to come on and straighten this out for me, me platform a Sue platform. Okay, you can feel welcome. You can feel, come right in, be my guest. Right, I will literally turn this whole place into the Beauty and the Beast castle. Right, I will literally have the cutlery and the dishware come alive and sing you a song to welcome you, to be our guest, because that's what we want you to be, Mr. Beard. Be our guest today. I'm too silly. Okay, just do one thing. Don't pick the rose outside. Okay, if you can leave the rose alone. Okay, that's the one thing. That's the one thing I cannot handle is people picking my roses. All right, eat the food, drink the tea, whatever. Just don't pick the rose. Okay. Anyway, he should know better. It's really great seeing leftist men unironically argue that white women aren't oppressed at all. Okay, so now the first part I understand. Wait, what? Yeah, because this is the discourse about Rashid, isn't it? The sarcastic part that anti-Semitism is okay sometimes as long as you're oppressed enough. And like, look, I think I saw a few people like this is the thing though. We're dealing with like Schrodinger's anti-Semitism. Like in terms of the translation, the actual meaning, because I have literally heard the words that he said be characterized as anti-Semitic, and I have literally heard those words be characterized as not anti-Semitic, and I would guess that it's the kind of thing that to really know you'd need like a linguistic degree. We're talking about the screenshot that we ended last stream on. That was a screenshot of a TikTok, right? So that's why the anti-Semitism is okay as long as you're oppressed enough. And look, anti-Semitism is not okay. Racism of any kind is not okay. But again, I would encourage people to concentrate on the material consequences of our rhetoric rather than the unknowable thoughts of a 19-year-old that you don't need to excuse, right? You don't need to say that, like, it's not about that. It's about what's going on in Gaza, and nothing about Rashid that is gonna change what's right and what's wrong in Gaza. And I hate that it's serving as a distraction. So I love online leftists. You're all definitely on the right side of history and not stupid bigots. So that's what Mr. Beard is saying, is that online leftists, you're stupid bigots and you're on the wrong side of history. And this whole fucked up discourse comes from a false dichotomy, comes from a needless and useless either or. You do not, in fact, either have to hand it to the Ansar Allah government in Yemen or to the United States or to Israel. You do not, in fact, have to choose between supporting Israel and supporting Hamas, right? I would encourage you not to support nation states and to think more along the lines of actions, especially actions that your nation state can take or is taking. Right now, the United States is taking an action bombing Yemen to a problem that has an obvious political solution that also corresponds to being the right thing to do right now. The violence in Gaza needs to stop. If this pressure is being put on in terms of cutting off maritime trade in the Red Sea, with the stated purpose of stopping, the massive civilian, carnage in Gaza, then that would be where you would hope the government would go in terms of solving this solution. So, my whole thing is that the American action in Yemen is immoral and worthless, useless, impractical, not even going to work for what they want it to work for, which is to restore maritime trade, right? This is a country that has been bombed for a decade. Okay, you're not going to change people's minds. In fact, what you're doing, from what Rashid said, the fact that the United States and the UK are attacking Yemen is a sign of virtue towards the government, towards the Ansar Allah government, right? Is taken as a sign of virtue. Let me just be real specific between, like, taken in Yemen and in a lot of parts of the world. So, if you what the United States is doing is legitimizing that government, and there are problems with that government. There are fucked up sentiments and policies in that government, but the United States bombing that government is serving to legitimize them. This is the wrong thing to do, and the right thing to do is something that nobody seems to want to actually, the United States being one of the only nations that has real power, real leverage over Israel's action, and Israel being the other, probably maybe the most affected by this secession of maritime trade, right? So yeah, instead of taking the pressure off, trying to take the pressure off by changing Yemen's behavior, which isn't going to happen, because them being attacked by the United States for this makes them look good. And if you think that's a bad government, and yeah, there's like, I mean, I don't know, like, I don't have a lot of governments that I can point to and be like, there's a good government. Canada, they're really on the right track, right? United States, I can't show you a good government, all right? I can't point to one. I can point to better decisions and worse decisions, and I can point to really negative impacts on people's material conditions, but I don't think this needs to be about choosing a fucking government to support, because I don't support any of them. But yeah, this is an absurdly useless act, an absurdly harmful act by the United States government and the UK. So, like, this is the part I don't understand. Now I have a better understanding of why radfems hate leftist men so much. It's great to see leftist men unironically argue that white women aren't oppressed at all. Okay, so where is this going on? Okay, this one I don't know. Mr. Beard, what are you talking about? Why won't anyone think about how the vicious bigots feel? Okay, I'm lost. I'm lost on this part of the tweet. Can anybody explain this to me? White women aren't oppressed, but like with the turf, where does the turf shit? Okay, these are two different discourses, right? That's what I'm getting confused by. I thought for some reason that he was bringing the turfs in as a parallel example. This has got to be another discourse, right? That's what I'm missing. Can anybody point me in the direction of this? Does anybody know what this is? What am I running into here? You know what I'm actually running into in 30 seconds is the top of the hour ad break. If you want to call it that, we have 2 ad breaks, not just one. Every 30 minutes, they are 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads just jammed straight into your eyeballs until they're uncomfortably full with merchandise, right? If you no longer want that merchandise in your eyeballs, then you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing and puts money in my pocket, takes money away from a giant evil corporation. You can also get out of that ad break through with $5 to Twitch on desktop or $6 on mobile. Or if you are lucky enough, you might get away from that ad break with a gift sub, although you're much more likely to get one if you're active in the chat. Wait, Twitter says he talks? Mr. Bean talks? I like Sam Cedar. Wait, how did Sam Cedar get involved? I don't know anyone besides Sam's is... I don't know who anyone is, but okay, so I was asking about like if people know who Mr. Beard is. I could show you a video of Mr. Beard rolling around in a sandbox in whitey tidies. I don't think that that would be appealing to you though. But just so you know, it's there. That's the kind of content that that Mr. Beard, who, you know, the weirdest thing about Mr. Beard, and there's probably some explanation for this. Look at him. The weirdest thing to me about Mr. Beard is that there's no beard. There's just a Mr. No, there isn't actually. Oh my God. I think Mr. Beard goes by they, them pronouns. Wait, oh my God. Now I gotta really take you to the channel and see what is currently called, because I need to know. Okay, Ryan Beard. So I don't see pronouns in the bio, but I'm pretty sure that that Ryan uses they, them pronouns. Am I right, chat? Can somebody check me on this? Ryan Beard Productions. So yeah, Ryan has taken Mr. Beard off of the... No, it's... The Patreon is still Mr. Beard Official. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable calling Ryan Mr. Beard unless I know that Ryan still goes by that, because maybe that's changed. Mr. Beard is non-binary and still going by Ryan Beard, but like I do see Mr. Beard on the Patreon, but I just wanted, like, I kind of felt I don't know, I don't want to be like if Ryan has dropped the Mr. part of Mr. Beard, I want to respect that. Yeah, they, them pronouns. I was like going back through what I've seen of Mr. Beard in my mind, and as I did that, as I remember the videos, I'm all like I was like also remembering, wait a minute, pronouns. Those are important too. I did know a Beard family. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a name. It's definitely, but yeah, I don't suspect that we'll just assume Ryan is, since that's like most of the branding here is Ryan C. Beard or Ryan Beard. We'll just assume that they're yeah, 3 weeks ago is the most recent video. No lives, so I think that I don't think there's been a video on this yet, but yeah, there's the yeah, apparently I think current Katie talked to Mr. Beard. Talked to Ryan Beard. Okay, so now what is going on in sports with Hassan? There's Mehdi Hassan, there's me talking about Hassan, there's we don't want to forget
Fucking pronouns!
That's right. TikTok video. Yes. We're gonna get to that. That's coming. That's like the third thing on my Anyway, I just wanted to check on that. Okay, we should probably do this. Do people know who Noah Schnapp is? Wait, the tweets. Oh, it was Ryan Beard's argument with Ethan, or Ethan is online. Do people know Noah Schnapp? Yeah, Stranger Things. Stranger Things, which I guess there's another season of that coming up soon. Well, so Noah Schnapp put out a video earlier of wait, do we have this? Oh my god, I thought I had. Yeah, yeah. This is the video that came out earlier. No, no, we can't have the music. All right, so it says Zionism is sexy. And then the other one is something about Hamas. Hamas is ISIS is what the other one says. So yeah, a lot of Noah Schnapp's fans decided after seeing this that they did not think that Zionism is sexy. We've also got some tweets here. Okay, so this is what Noah Schnapp has said on Twitter. Let me see. Yeah, like, is that... Most of it's visible. Oh my god. As a Jewish American, I'm afraid. For my brothers and sisters in Israel who have been senselessly attacked by Hamas. I am truly heartbroken to see the brutal murders of innocent children, women, and soldiers fighting to defend themselves. I, like others, want peace for Palestinians and Israelis. Let's stop the rhetoric and choosing sides. Instead, we must recognize that we are all on the side of the fight against terrorism. Choose humanity over violence. Kind of ironic that what's being advocated for here is more violence which disproportionately affects civilians, innocent civilians. I just reposted a beautiful picture of a young innocent girl whose life was taken by Hamas at a music festival. I was met with comments reading "No one cares, free Palestine," and "She deserves that." And every so I'm reading this from a tweet here for just to make clear if anybody's just joining us, right? This is what Noah Schnapp is saying was commented on his social media posts about October 7th. She deserves that, says the comment, and every Israeli terrorist deserves that. Emoji, free Palestine. I am outraged. So we're not seeing, like, I mean, you can take a picture of something. You can take a screenshot. Generally, when you're going to show something, that would be the way to show it. Instead, we're just getting this in quotes. So, I mean, I guess we take Noah's word for it here. I am outraged by the justification and celebration of the deaths of a young girl's life. Have people lost their minds? Stop. This is one example of many post-rallies, petitions being signed, attempting to justify the brutality against these innocent Israeli people. You don't have to be Jewish. You don't have to be Israeli. You just have to have empathy and common sense and to know that this is wrong. Third tweet. I have also noticed a silence in social media like never before. Same people who love to jump on fashionable causes like supporting Ukraine and combating climate change have been chillingly quiet. The Jewish people are seeing your silence and we won't forget it. 40, oh God. So I don't know. This is, I'm guessing early on. Yeah, I mean, this was debunked and I can't read that, but part of the claim of atrocities on October 7th involving babies that was since debunked of their parents by Hamas. I hope we can agree that Hamas, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. These are not. There's the apology again. I feel like there was more stuff too. There's also somebody else on Stranger Things that came out with more, disturbing, social media posts. I can't remember their name, but it was like another of the actors on Stranger Things.
Stand against any killing of any innocent people. Hey guys, it's Noah. I just wanted to come on here super briefly just to discuss everything that's been going on online. I feel like my thoughts and beliefs have been so far misconstrued from anything even close to what I believe. And I wanted to just state from my heart how I feel. I only want peace and safety and security for all innocent people affected by this conflict. I've had many open discussions with friends from Palestinian background, and I think those are very important conversations to have, and I've learned a lot. And one of the takeaways I've had is that we all hope for the same things, that being those innocent people still being held hostage in Gaza to be returned to their families, and equally hope for an end to the loss of innocent life in Palestine, so many of those people being women and children. And it's horrible to see. And I think anyone with any ounce of humanity would hope for an end to the hostility on both sides. I stand against any killing of any innocent people, and I hope you guys all do too.
I mean, like, this is
one day see those two groups.
This is a response, an apology in response to, a lot of people, feeling like he was endorsing the wholesale unaliving of people in Gaza. And it's obviously it's not coming off as genuine, specifically and particularly because of the proximity of this statement to the new season of Stranger Things coming out. And a lot of people saying that they're going to boycott Stranger Things now.
Groups be able to live harmoniously together in that region, and I hope for 2024 online to see people be a little more understanding and compassionate and recognize that we're all human, regardless of our race, of our ethnicity, of our background, of our country of birth, of our even our sexuality, of anything. We are all human and we're all the same. And we should all love each other for that and support each other and stand together for humanity and for peace.
Sounds like it's a very much like both sides saying it. Look, if you really did want to even just acknowledge what's wrong with enabling and excusing like more civilian deaths after, with the events of October 7th being the rationale of that, right? It's just like there needs to be something more than this, like, oh no, I just want everybody to get together and we can all understand each other. And like, I mean, look, this is like, there's people dying still, and there's a worsening humanitarian crisis that is likely to inflict harm in a very cruel way on a large number of people, right? This ceasefire needed to happen months ago, and that's if you like want to change my mind about, you know, what you've said, then you really need to speak to that.
I'm trying to interview the young Yemeni.
That's the wrong link. Oh my God, we're gonna have to get into some of this stuff a little bit later. I did want to show you this though. Oh my God, no, we gotta. This requires more. This is gonna have to start with Tim Pool. I hope I'm not pissing anybody off by starting with Tim Pool.
Jobs.
It all goes back to Tim Pool, doesn't it? At least this story does.
From Forbes, cockpit voice recorder on Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 was erased. All right, so a few days ago, there was an Alaskan Airlines flight from Portland to Ontario, Canada. It was, no, it was Ontario, California, I think it was. Yeah. I don't know, whatever. A section of the plane exploded and was...
That confused me too. Ontario, California.
Ripped off the plane. I'm being a little hyperbolic. The pressure caused it to blow off the side of the plane. A couple cell phones flew out. A bunch of people's stuff, I guess, flew out the depressurized cabin. The oxygen masks come down. The initial report was that a window blew out. Then you look at the video. I don't know if they have the video on the Forbes website, but you look at the video. It was actually, apparently, these 737 MAX 9s have an optional door. Alaska Airlines says, we don't want a door there, so just cover it up. And the pressure caused to get ripped off.
Okay, so it's more than that, right? The door is... They're taking out a door. So, you know, like a plane that has like multiple doors, right? You could go to the door in the front, or you could go to the, like, right, there's one kind of in the middle. Like, I don't know what the limit is, but like, you know, a lot of planes have more than one door, and depending on where your seats are, you might board at a different door, right? And so what they've done is they've taken one of these doors and they put a plug in it. Is it called like a door plug? I think it's called a door plug, right? They put a door plug into it, and this is supposed to be latched into place tight and, you know, all sealed and everything, right? But due to some slipping standards, I guess, at Boeing, this particular door plug on this particular flight was not secured, right? And they put seats in there. The reason that they put the door plug in there is so they can sell more seats. They want to add seats. They want to make the plane more crowded and make more money off of it, right? So they put the door plug in, right? And so, you know, there's a door plug and there's people with seats right there, you know, and that's the flight that we're talking about here. And you know, this has a lot to do with like regulation. It has everything to do with deregulation in terms of the lapsed standards.
The plane and go flying and landed in someone's backyard. The cockpit voice recorder on that flight was erased. The question is why? Now they'll come out and say, oh, it was just an accident. It was an accident.
No, it wasn't an accident. Those voice recorders record for 2 hours. And after 2 hours, they record again over the previous recording, right? The United States could make laws, regulatory laws on the airlines, to say that we need a little bit more than 2 hours, and you could have the black box then, right? You would, this would not be a problem. This is literally because they're being cheap on the recorders, like, right? There's no other reason. That's why the flight logs or the recordings are missing on this one, right? what's that Cranberry song?
But I wonder if there's actually some malfeasance in that. Right now, it's an argument that the plane.
But this is where it goes, right? So like all he's got to do is have like a questionable spot, like a possibility for conspiracy to latch onto, to latch his bullshit onto. You know how this goes.
Are no good. Following this report, we've got new information that loose bolts are found on door plugs on grounded United Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 jets. These door plugs are areas of the plane. They're not emergency exits. They're optional. Some they do use, some they don't.
Optional.
I'm wondering how much of this.
They're profitable is what they are.
Actually, the planes are bad? Or are we looking at a diversity hire problem where we.
That's what we do. That's what we do. We propose a weird thing. The flight logs missing. Why would they want to keep us from listening to the flight logs? Because maybe a pilot was doing her nails, right? Maybe the pilot was shopping for clothes or doing some other stereotypically feminine behavior, because these are the two things that Tim Pool is latched onto, right? No black box recording and a female pilot. Must be a diversity hire. This idea that right-wingers have, that the woke corporations just all of a sudden completely drop their standards through the floor to get, because like you almost, it's like misogyny baked into this, or whatever he wants to claim the kind of diversity being served there, and the higher was it's like an assumption that people that are not white men should not be captains. Is that what we're getting here? Only a stereotypically like right, that this is. No, he could actually, right? I mean, we'll see.
Pilots who are incapable of doing their.
Do the pilots make the doors? No, Chad Alpha. Good point. They do not.
Jobs. And so you're getting pilot error. Maybe the
pilot error.
Cabin was pressurized incorrectly.
The pilot didn't pressurize that cabin correctly. Because it takes big, strong man hands to turn the pressurization crank or something. I don't know, Chad. I don't know.
Causing the door to blow out. They're then yelling in the cockpit, "What did you do? What did you press? Oh no, I pressed the wrong button.
I pressed the freaking eject the door plug button that they have right there, so that if you want to, mid-flight, you can eject the door plug and lose all your pressure? That useful button that they put right there? Oops, accidentally press the eject door plug button.
And then they realize we will get in trouble and be sued if people find out what we admitted to here. So they erase the black box voice recorder. So then it's a oops.
We admitted to here? What did they admit to? Diversity?
Yeah, must have just
equity?
Be the planes or no?
Inclusion?
Ashley St. Clair was tweeting about a flight that landed from Newark, New Jersey, and it bounced on the runway, hard landing.
Wait, is that Charlie Kirk? No, it's not, right?
Nearly totaling the plane. I think the plane is disabled. It
it's
the
not.
fuselage looks like it was bent and cracked up. And according to Ashley St. Clair, or I should say, she asked whether or not this was a diversity hire who was fired and then rehired. Even though
was this a diversity hire who was fired? What kind of scenario is Tim cooking?
Ben, we got a pilot shortage. Flight cancellations like crazy. Are these airlines?
It's Alex Stein.
And are they hiring for diversity? Because we know Boeing's all about it. Take a look at this.
But look at how little he's able to go on to place, like, is it possibility that all these bad things happened because of diversity hire? Did they do a diversity hire? Was it a diversity hire?
Global Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Report. I'm wondering if what's really happening is the infrastructure
Oh, it's the dude who harassed AOC.
Failures we're seeing are due to the fact that all of these.
Oh, we'll get to the Tim Poop in a second.
Decade plus,
and then we'll get to Vosh.
Hiring
and then we'll get to
on
Destiny.
ideology instead of meritocracy.
Yeah, and we have that terrible transportation secretary, right? Pete Buttigieg, who has no reason to have his job. I mean, this system is failing both privately and in terms of the government.
It's also interesting, just as a consumer, how much worse airline travel has gotten since 2020. It's terrible. It's terrible. Flights get canceled all the time. I literally, just this past weekend, I had a flight somewhere, and the airline canceled my flight morning of and rerouted it to a different city. They're like, hey, like a city that was like an hour away. I was like,
they're like, close enough. Have a good time.
You can't just like send me somewhere else. That's not where I was trying to fly. It
was So I had a flight from Vegas to, I think it was Dallas to DC. Without telling me or asking me, they switched my ticket from a first class to a coach. Last minute booking.
I mean, this is so sad. This is so sad. And what's sad about it is it probably works, right? Think about what he just did. He finds like a weird thing, no black box, immediately launches into conspiracy mode. Why do they not want us to hear this? And then plugs his preferred answer into there. Because this accident had happened due to a diversity hire. They did a diversity hire, and when you do a diversity hire, because he's a fucking bigot, he's saying that you are inevitably getting an inferior worker. And you got somebody who, there's like a pressurize the cabin button that they forgot to press, or there was a eject the door button that they accidentally pressed because they're just so damn incompetent. Yeah, that's his conspiracy theory. But you know what's not a conspiracy theory? The bottom of the hour ad break, right? I've talked to you about the top of the hour ad break that happens every hour. There's a bottom of the hour ad break. There's like 2 of those suckers, right? Happening every 30 minutes. And this one's about to happen in about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And if you don't want to be a part of that bad scene, you can get out of it. You can escape that cruel fate by using a Prime sub to get out of it. It costs you nothing, puts money in my pocket, and it takes money away from an evil corporation. You can also get out. You can also pay to get out of it. It is $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you are lucky enough to receive a gift sub from a very kind soul, it's more likely to happen when you're active in chat. Because how else are they going to know, Sweaty? How else are they going to know that you don't have a sub?
To Colorado to DC without telling me. So we show up to the airport. Tickets don't work. I'm confused. I'm like trying to scan the ticket.
But no, there's where he goes from here. Sorry, I didn't mean to like embed an ad break in that, but I almost forgot where I was going with that. Right. So then he's got the solution. He's got the question. He's got the solution. And then he puts in this relatable thing of like, yo, your air travel sucks lately. Like, is this thing on? Is this thing on? Like, what's the deal with airplanes? This fucking observational humor? Sorry, that's probably a bad sound. RIP headphones users, all right? I just had to, that's the comedian thing, right? You hit the thing and say, is this thing on? And then you tell everybody that you'll be here all weekend, because I will be here all weekend. I'm planning on streaming tomorrow too. That's no joke. That's no lie. That's not even just something that I did for the memes, right? That's real. That's real. I will be here all week, much like a stand-up comic, and much like a stand-up comic, I don't get paid very much outside of the support from my audience. So I appreciate all that support, whether it comes in the form of Twitch subs, bits, super chats, memberships, or signups to Patreon, right? All of that helps me. And even something as simple as liking the stream, that helps me too.
And I look at my email and it's like,
that helps me a lot.
And I was like, wait, what? So they put me, I pay for this ticket. It's expensive. And I end up sitting in the way back in a chair that like can barely recline.
Wow.
It's a 777.
So they
I'm
next to the toilet. Did they reimburse you?
Not kidding. No.
They didn't reimburse you. You paid for first class.
Tell me about the meal. Was the meal substandard too?
You have to like call the airline to get the reimbursement. It's a pain.
But the issue was,
wow,
none of my flights were canceled. There was a weather alert in Dallas, and it was delayed, but that didn't mean anything. Yeah. My flight would have landed there just fine, and then I could have waited for the delay. And they said, it's better if we just put you on this flight now so you can catch the Denver to DC. And I'm like, I'll just take the delay.
Yeah.
It's insane, and there's no human beings. No. When we showed up to the airport, because we have an early morning flight from DC to come back home, from Vegas to DC, there were no human beings anywhere. When I walked up to a counter, I see a United worker. I said,
there's your ad break.
I have a question. I know it's the wrong gate. And she goes, I'm not on yet. And I was like, I'm sorry to bug you. Maybe you could point me in the right direction. And then she's like, nope. I was like, okay.
Dude, it's great. I think a few months ago, I had a flight that was delayed for a solid 8 hours. I was like, you could have just they did that annoying thing where they delay it 1 hour at a time so you won't leave.
Right.
I was like, just tell me how long it's delayed for. Yeah.
They
And then I literally I sat there for an entire
It sounds like waiting for an NCC stream, right, chat?
day. I was like, I could have got a different flight, or I
No,
could have left. Or
they
done
don't want-
something.
th- th-
That's
this-
exactly. They
it's
don't
the
want
point.
you to. That's why they lied to you.
When a flight is canceled, they've got 100 to 300 people now rushing to the ticket counter to try and get new.
This has got to be made up.
Rather you just sit there
Chat thinks that Tim's flight story is made up.
and let their, they don't want you causing trouble.
Yeah, and I don't want to come across as xenophobic, but if I walked in
Oh no!
the cockpit, I would get off that.
What? Yo, what did he just say?
Rather you just sit there and let their, they don't want you causing trouble.
Yeah, and I don't want to come across as xenophobic, but if I walked in and I saw 2 women in the cockpit, I would get off that plane. I mean, seriously, I mean...
My bigger issue, in all seriousness, is what if you get on a plane and you see that 80% are migrants carrying envelopes, and we've got reports actually...
Is he just allowed to do that? Is that the role that he plays on Tim Pool? Like, the rest of them kind of have to... I mean, they don't really hide their power level that well. They don't really cloak their bigotry, but they do something. And that's just like, well, if I saw 2 women in the cockpit, I'd go the other way and I'd take a plane with... Like, yeah, okay. Like, there's got to be a man at the pilot's desk at all times. Like, how would you... Otherwise, like, you just don't feel safe, I guess. Wow.
Claire reported she's in possession of a ticket that says no name given.
No, I saw the tweet.
I'm not going to sit on a plane knowing that there's a person who's not been vetted from security.
And this is what's hilarious, right? The left pushes for so much...
It was probably because of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Like, what's he talking about?
Documentation everywhere all the time, down to like a COVID vaccine
Not to
that people
vote.
to have on their smartphones. Yeah, except for when it comes to voting, except for when it comes to migration.
Well,
There's
people
literally
who crossed
everything
the
else.
border illegally during that time were not asked to get vaccinated.
That's exactly right.
But it
it's
was
just like,
Okay, so they're just launching into, like, if you thought this was just going to be about misogyny, if you thought that this was just going to be about racism, no, it's like everything. It's like we're just going to... that's how that's what they're blasting off, chat. They're blasting off. Unlike my career, chat, they're blasting off, okay? So yeah, that's how it starts, right? This story, and this is where it goes. So Tim Pool painted the picture. No, let's just say that Tim Pool penciled the sketch, right? He's got the outline drawn for us of the possibility that this was all about a diversity hire, and that diversity hire is what is responsible for the depressurization of the plane. Now, this isn't Matt Walsh. This is something else. This is some conservative thing, Apoctaz or something, right? But Matt Walsh retweeted this, or quote retweeted this, and he says that this is a masterpiece. So here they're gonna fill in the colors and everything, chat.
Welcome aboard, folks. We are very proud to share that your pilot is the most...
This is a dramatization of the dangerous DEI situation that Tim Pool was describing.
To share that your pilot is the most diverse pilot on record.
The most diverse pilot on record, right? This is
She is a 3'2" transgender pansexual Native American man who identifies.
I feel like this is a very old and racist joke.
Identifies as a 6'tall Korean woman. Any volunteers
Oh my god.
to help reach the controls are welcome. You will want to buckle up as her epilepsy is often triggered by the flashing lights in the cockpit. Remember to keep a whisper volume level as she may have to consult instructional videos as a refresher during the flight. Now, can we get a big
right
cheer for diversity? Welcome aboard.
Yeah, that's the. I'm glad they've got the realistic fears there. That's the. I don't know what you said. Like I said, Tim Pool is blasting off, and I guess Matt Walsh is the lunar lander. We just landed on the moon of bigotry, right? Would you like to? What would you like to view first? The racist sea of tranquility, the misogynistic part of the moon? Like, what part of the moon would you like to see first? Because we're on the moon. We are full on lunatic Pandora, okay? That is where we're at. Tim Pool's dad is awesome. Is he in here? Because we do have one more Tim Pool story. Like, lest you think that I had left our beanie boy behind. No, we're not done with him. We're not done with Tim Pool. We've still got... another video. If I can find it. There we go.
Let's get to the big news, the breaking news, big story.
The best news.
Story last night. Podcaster, live streamer Tim Pool suffered a case of, we believe, diarrhea or vomiting, or
we don't know, chat. The fact is, we don't know.
A little bit of both. Live last night on his Timcast broadcast while he.
But it was something. He was definitely suffering.
He was talking to Donald Trump Jr.
Donald Jr.? Like, how embarrassing to soil your pants in front of the nation's most prominent fail son.
Let's take a look and see what happened, and we can discuss what we think might have happened here.
Since the last time.
Before that question, I'm going to do something I've never done on the show before. I'm going to leave. I'm actually feeling really, really sick, but we've got some awesome friends. I don't know if Phil or Josie or somebody wants to jump in and take my seat.
Why don't you guys both come up?
No, why do they have to make the sounds? This is Tim Heidecker, by the way, office hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, back this up.
Look at
Ian. Look at what Ian's having. What's Ian? Ian freaks like the choice Ian makes here. Ian is Tim's.
This is Moonlord. What does Ian say?
Why don't you guys both come up for a minute?
I'm feeling real sick.
I'm really bathroom.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm gonna go to.
Wait, he's also going to go to the bathroom?
Why is Tim? Why is Ian going to the bathroom?
Wait, this is the worst thing. This is the worst thing because as a streamer, you know, when you have like, I mean, any kind of emergency in the house, maybe this kind of emergency, maybe a different kind of emergency, maybe your roommate needs something. I don't know, chat, and you have to leave all of a sudden. And the most annoying thing is that if you have like, you know, guests on, sometimes what people will do is just like be like, yeah, why don't you carry the stream? Hassan does this all the time. If he has a guest, he has to go to the bathroom, he has to do this, he has to do that, he has to go walk Kaya or whatever, right? He has the guest come on for a second. But what's weird though is that there's a tendency in people to want to like leave a stream or be prompted to announce that they are leaving the stream after another person announces that. And like there is a chance if you have a guest on that the guest might be like, actually, I've got to go and get some fries at the drive-thru because that's what I feel like doing. I'm like, no, I was kind of counting on you. I was kind of counting on you to stay here. I think Tim was kind of counting on Moonlord. Like, Moonlord's one of the few guys that could probably jump into the fray. We did see him moderate a debate between Destiny, Alex Jones, Glenn Greenwald, and the Krasensteins, and the guy whose name I swear I will never remember. The other guy, that's what I call him. I call him Other Guy. But this is just bad timing. Like, why is Moonlord leaving?
He doesn't want to be alone with DJ.
And Don Jr. looks scared too. Yeah, and so Don actually is kind of, I think he's fairly pleasant here, but take a look.
I tried. I got the drink because I'm like, I just got punched in the gut.
Hey, Phil, you want to sit in for like 10 minutes or so? I'm going to go to the bathroom and listen to you guys, and then I'll come back.
What? Listen to what? You having diarrhea?
You're the one supposed to stay.
Yeah. Ian, how about not making this about you?
Go. Hey?
No. Does Don Jr. always look like that? Because I feel like Don Jr. always looks like that. Am I right about that, Chad? Does he always look like that? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I sometimes look like that too, sometimes, right? You know, if I like look up at the camera and I'm like kind of lost, yeah. I'm sure we all look like that from time to time. But I feel like Don Jr. never really gets off of that, like, lost pup. It's not a lost puppy, right? Because a puppy, you'd want to, like, you know what I mean? I would not want to pick up Don Jr. and have him, like, lap my face. That would not be a good time for me. I don't think. This editing, I mean, this is Tim Heidecker. This is what Tim Heidecker does.
No, absolutely. Yeah, like, what is he gonna hold his hand while Tim goes?
Just leave. Oh yeah, maybe that's part of the deal. It's like, if I go to the bathroom, you come with me.
I'm too scared to have diarrhea alone. All right, so then keep going.
But in full transparency, I'm like,
I hope I didn't piss you off so bad.
That is one experience that, like, I do not want to share with anyone. Wow. Chat, like, because if you're, you know, if you're drunk and you have to throw up, it is sometimes nice to have somebody, you know, a friend come into the bathroom with you and just make sure that you're all right. Make sure you don't pass out over the porcelain throne, right? Just, you know, just to be there. Not really the same with number 2, right? Number 2 is kind of personal, right? And even if it's a bad time, no, I don't need somebody to hold my hand. Thank you very much. Is that what he said? Is that what he fucking said? I mean, obviously he's joking. Obviously it's Tim Heidecker, right? This is Tim and Eric Tim. So, you know, lots of bathroom humor on Tim and Eric. Does any Tim and Eric fans in chat say no to drugs? Photophile, if I seem distracted, it's Don Jr. that's doing it to me. Don Jr. I'm very distracted. I haven't had to look at Don Jr. in a while. And it's something. My best friend sent me a selfie from the toilet and it said, "Witness me?" Oh, okay. Like, while throwing up? Don Jr. is drunk. Yeah, possibly. Many people saying so. Fan here. Okay, so we got, like, so some people know Tim and Eric and their sense of humor. Like, this is from the mind that gave you what is it called? I'm trying to remember, chat. It's like a suit that is for it's like it goes underneath your pants and you're supposed to, like, be, if you have an accident, it fills up this, like, plastic thing instead of, like, going everywhere. Oh my god, I can't remember what it's called. I'm gonna have to look this up. Oh, the D pants. It's called the D pants, chat. I don't think we can watch. There's no way we can watch Tim and Eric. Yeah, there's no way. And plus, I'd be changing the subject once again. I mean, it's called the D pants. Yeah, they're D pants. They go under your real pants, and they allow you to possibly have diarrhea. And the guy that's selling them is like, "Hi, I'm Diarrhea Jones." Like that he's like, he's known for his diarrhea, I guess. I don't know. Like it's his nickname. Or something, or maybe that's his name. I don't know, but whatever. He sells the D pants. The D pants go under your pants, and they protect you from such accidents by filling up entirely with. Anyway, this is Tim and Eric's sense of humor. This is very Tim and Eric. What I'm saying is that this Tim is very Tim and Eric.
Did I disgust you to the point where?
I mean, I'm not gonna say no, Donald Jr. It's Donald Jr.
Actually, I resisted for the past.
I hate, like, I can't help but smile, but like I can't think of a worse fate than being Donald Trump Jr. Like, right? Like, not only are you Donald Trump is your dad, you're Donald Trump's kid, but you're named after him. You're like the second version of Trump. You're Trump 2.0. You really are Trump 2.0 at that point, right? I don't even want to think about, like, could he run for president in the future? Obviously, he's, not going to be a competent, neither was his dad. I mean, I don't know.
Look at him clenching his asshole.
I can't.
Try to lay down. Try to feel better.
Yeah, Teddy Cool. I was thinking the same thing. Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone in that, because I was thinking the same thing. Like, so to me, Donald Trump Jr. looks like a joke. He looks like a character from a sketch, like a bad SNL sketch, right? And I mean, I guess he is in some SNL sketches, but he looks made up. He doesn't look real. It's like somebody designed that. Like, Trump doesn't really have a kid. But somebody was like, what if Trump had a kid? And they designed Donald Jr. to be like, oh, look, it's Donald Trump Jr. Look at that. This is what his junior would be like if he had. But no, he has kids. He has kids. And the Republicans do talk about Barron a lot. They always do this meme where they're like, Hunter Biden at age, 25, or like they try to compare, like they'd be like, Barron is that good boy. Barron is doing everything right. Barron is very smart. He knows many languages. He's very tall. He's gonna be president. He's gonna be the next President Trump. Right? But you never hear them talk about Donald Jr. or wait, what's the other one? Is it Eric Trump? Is that the other one? You're being too kind to Junior, am I? Isn't Barron so special? That's what they say. But like, I mean, look, so here's my thing about Donald Jr., right? Okay, so to me, he seems like a joke. He seems like he couldn't really exist. He's like a parody. It's just, there's no way he's real. It's an act. It's Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman is still alive, and he's playing Donald Jr. or Bill. What's that guy's name? Bill Hicks. Yeah, maybe it's Bill Hicks. I don't know. It's a combination of the DNA of Andy Kaufman and Bill Hicks into one parodic super person that lives his entire life in parody, because there's no way that Donald Jr. exists, right? It's just impossible. But and because of that, I don't really think, like, I'm like, is presidential material? Does he have charisma? Would he do well in a presidential campaign? And my mind says no. He would not do well he would be a joke. He'd be a lol cow. It'd be funny. He would lose so badly. It'd be hilarious, right? But I also said that about Ted Cruz. And Ted Cruz, had Donald Trump not been running, right, he was the one that lasted the longest, right? So he very well could have been president. They'd be like, it's wild. People, like, as much as I think that Ted Cruz is a parody, is a joke, cannot be. Like, can I get some agreement with that? There are some Republicans that I'm just like, you're not real. Like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, there's no way. There's no way that guy is real. Don't tell me that Ted Cruz is a real person and not an actor. He has got to be an actor hamming it up. You know, not even a good bit, like a very cheesy bit of like, yeah, I know that politicians are kind of like that, but they're not really like that. No, they are. They are. He's real. He's a real guy. He's a real guy. And he almost became president. Right? And so as I analyze this, I realize that if Ted Cruz can almost be president, Rick Santorum's the same way, right? There are people that I just see and I was like, oh no, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. This guy's not popular. Is he winning an election? They're voting? Yeah, no, they're voting for him in Texas. And I'm like, okay, they vote for him in Texas. They're a little weird in Texas, right? They don't see what I see. They don't see the freaking Cringosaurus Rex. They do not see the Cringosaurus Rex that I see when I look at Ted Cruz, right? He is just beyond what should exist, right? They see their next senator and they vote for this asshole, right? But that's Texas. And I tell myself, there's no way that the United States of America would take this guy seriously. And I'm not sure. Would they take Ted Cruz seriously? Would they take Donald Jr. seriously? I don't want to find out. That is my conclusion.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take care of yourself. We still have super chats that we're going to be getting into in about 13 minutes. But
that's a super chat right there. Damn.
What a lot of people are saying is that he's.
And remember, you can support me with super chats. You can support me by becoming a member, by gifting memberships, by doing those super stickers to, if you prefer a sticker to a chat. But that, please, if you do a super chat, don't make it like that kind of super chat. Like, that's more of a pooper chat. Can we agree on that? Pooper chats do not count. Yeah, however, it would be really funny if there was a way to trigger the sound alerts that where like it would instead of being like when you super chat, instead of being like instead it would be like a diarrhea noise. I was like, oh great, another pooper chat. What's this one? Right? I don't know. Thank goodness there are super chats and there are not pooper chats. And thank goodness that you can support me for free, either through an Amazon Prime on Twitch or through just hitting that thumbs up button on YouTube, because believe me, that thumbs up button does more than you realize. It's quite powerful.
Been on these hair growth pills.
The hair growth, yes.
There's a chance.
Okay, so is this real? This is what Tim Heidecker is saying. Tim Pool is supposedly on Rogaine and not the Rogaine that people like, you know, put in their, because I've seen the like, you know, the Rogaine in the store that, you know, they put it in their head. They put it in their head. Yeah, they lean over and they put it in their ear and it goes in their head. No, they put it on their head. Yes, and they massage it in and I don't know, shampoo it out, something like that, right? That's the Rogaine that I'm familiar with, right? I didn't realize that Rogaine was a pill. Is it a pill? Though they're talking the Rogaine that Tim Pool's on, they're talking about like a pill or something.
That what's happening?
Their scalp, yeah.
Overdoing it with what is it? Roman.
Too fast, too much.
What are the Rogaine? These different.
I wouldn't know what that is. Roman gains. Is that what it's called?
You could take if you do too much of that. It's gonna be very hard on your stomach, and you will get diarrhea. Well, we wish Tim nothing but.
I didn't need to visualize that. He should have some kind of Pepto-Bismol.
Unpleasant bathroom experiences. Why? Why am I petty about this? He called me a pedophile. He called me a groomer not too many months ago.
He does that. He did that to Emma too, right? What's up with that? If you're gonna go on Tim Pool, be careful, because you might, if he doesn't like you, you might be called a Pedialyte drinker of some sort.
So nothing but ill will towards him.
Jesus Christ. Oh crap. You know, I just realized we didn't watch The Hill. It's so tempting, chat, to edge you even a little longer and wait before, but I know you know it's coming, and there's nothing that either I nor you could do to stop it, right? And I'm talking, of course, about the top of the hour ad break, which is coming your way in exactly 4 minutes and 10 seconds, right? You have that long to figure out a way to get out of it. In other words, if you don't have a sub already, you can get one for free using Prime sub, right? Pay nothing yourself and put money in my pocket, as well as taking money away from an evil corporation. You can get one by paying $5 to Twitch for yourself to get yourself a sub, or $6 on mobile. Or if you are lucky enough, you might get one through the gift, through the kindness, through the generosity of another. Although that sort of thing, more likely to happen, I gotta be honest, if you are active in that chat. But no, I meant the Vosh video. I was kidding. I'm teasing, chat. Of course I'm gonna play the Vosh video. We gotta see if this guy's media trained. That's what Vosh thinks. And you're gonna see what he means by media trained, right? Like Hassan kind of offhandedly remarked when he answered a question about, you know, are you Sunni or Shia, which, I mean, like, it's a little bit of a personal question. And depending on, you know, like, I don't know everything about Yemen, obviously. I feel like I'm always finding myself slightly better informed than debate libs like Destiny and Vosh, but you know, I'm not going to claim to be some kind of expert. I'm not an expert on history or language or culture or anything, right? But it's from what I got in terms of understanding of Yemen, I got the feeling that it might be there's various reasons that he might not want to answer that question. Anywhere from you know, one I don't know. There's a lot of there's a lot of potential reasons. Also, Looney Tunes, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub. Voosh bad. Voosh bad indeed.
I smell prepping.
But not as bad as the top of the hour ad break. Am I right, folks? Am I right? I'll be here all weekend. I literally will. I literally will.
It's prep. Call this man's responses a break.
He's too quiet
to make it so that HIV doesn't get transmitted. Okay, because I'm calling this shit prep.
Okay, no. We gotta wait.
I don't know. I feel like.
Oh my god.
I smell prepping. It's prep. Call this man's responses a breakthrough drug to make it so that HIV doesn't get transmitted. Okay.
Okay.
Because I'm calling this shit prepped, you know?
I don't know.
Get it?
Very media trained. Surprising.
Oh, okay.
Get it?
Wow. Yes. You don't accidentally get media training as like a random 19-year-old in Yemen.
Gosh, you know? I feel like you deserve or maybe even just like Anyway.
He definitely got briefed. Even Hassan agrees. Yeah, he definitely got briefed.
I prefer when he's quiet.
Officer or somebody with like influence or jurisdiction around him. A member of the Houthi militia, the radical Islamist militia group / terrorist group / de facto government of 80% of the population of Yemen, it made a thirst bait TikTok, which I assume is going to be shown in the video we're about to look at. And
my dude said prepped.
You wouldn't guess this, but he's pretty handsome. He's a handsome guy. No getting around that. You know, got a good, you know, everyone say Yemeni Timothee Chalamet. It's a good bit, right? It's a good bit. I can't deny that it's a good bit. I'm not here to criticize the bit. Honestly, I'm here because it's such a good bit that I feel like I need to know what's going on. Now, there's been a lot of criticism here sort of following this, in large part because the Houthis aren't uwu small beans. They're a radical political group. The main thing that I've seen following this is I think I saw there was an earlier reel on Instagram that this Houthi soldier posted where he said he called someone like son of a Jew. Oh yeah, here we go. Which sounds like a Borat thing to say, you know, that's like a Borat.
So again, that's a Google Translate as far as I know. And I talked to a few people about what was actually intended here, because it's not straightforward. And I have literally gotten like all kinds of answers about like what the, you know, meaning of the translation actually is. But no, it's not a
tier insult. Do you threaten
Who is Vosh's audience?
us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? It's like a mix of Borat and like Rolf from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. They're pretty bad. Well, you know, many people have told me about the flag of the Houthis. Yeah, not to get back into it. Yeah, so he self-describes as a soldier and something, son of a Jew.
Okay, so this is what Vosh is kind of starting off with, right? It's holding a gun, and
it's very silly, but also bad. So anyway, I wanted to know, is this guy actually an anti-Semite? Almost certainly, yeah. It's almost impossible. Like, yeah, almost certainly, yeah. If you literally are part of the Houthis, like, yeah, you.
You're talking about a militant group that arose in the wake of a civil war, and that is not monolithic. That I've even, you know, seen references to people within the movement that are not a fan of the slogans on the flag, right? Where there is, yeah, like I see why Vosh says this, but I'm like, wait, are you? I mean, at least he's not saying that it's because simply of his nationality, which is kind of the feeling that I got from Destiny, but still, this is not. I still feel like this is a racist assumption to jump to. Right? In a lot of ways, whatever Rashid's, you know, actual, you know, is Rashid, you know, is it a random TikToker, Yemeni TikToker, you know, got anti-Semitic feelings or not, like, right, it's not knowable from the information that we've got here. We have Hassan's interview in which he seemed to say no, and then we've got this googly translated. It's googly translated. We don't have a sense of like what's meant by that, and I have asked various people, and they have had wildly different interpretations, and I suspect that it's because to really understand what's being said, it requires a knowledge of not just Arabic, but the kind of colloquial phrases, because that's what the Borat phrase that Vosh mentioned is some kind of a colloquial phrase. So
yeah, almost certainly. But what was the content of this interview? Am I about to steal
I
content?
thought his name was Timothy Chalamet.
Yes. No, I mean, I'll commentate. I just want to see what went down, you know? I'm pretty curious. Does this mean that Hassan is doing the Israel queer people interviewing Hamas skit, but unironically? Well, to me, this kind of feels like, I don't know, Jimmy...
I feel like that's how we're being treated by a lot of liberals on Twitter. I feel like that's the kind of...
Door whitewashing the Boogaloo Boys, or like CNN having Richard Spencer on, and Richard Spencer's like, no, I'm not racist, you know, I just believe in self-determination for the, like, you know, it's, again, it's the Houthis, right?
It's just weird that like, you know, given the dearth of information that we've got, that you're gonna jump to that conclusion.
It's not, I feel like it would be a lot more defensible, actually, for Hassan to have brought on a member of Hamas, because I actually think there's a lot more nuance to what, like, Hamas sort of, like, ideologically engages with than there is with the Houthis, you know? At the very least, Hamas has the excuse that they are living in a kind of like concentration camp-like occupation, meaning that there are elements of their radicalism that are the product of extremely direct oppression. Whereas with the Houthis, the distance between them and the populations they're radicalized against, the Jews.
Look, I don't know what he's saying here. I don't think that anything excuses anti-Semitism, like, just to be clear about that. But it's not, it's, like, this, does he not know, like, what the country of Yemen has been through? Is he not aware of the recent history? Like, why is he acting like, well, Yemen is like it's like a walk in the park living there. It's been real easy as of recently, right? I don't know. It's weird. I find it weird for him to be like looking for, reasons to excuse something that is in this case, a conclusion that he's jumped to. Like, why not just not jump to the conclusion in the first place, and then you don't have to, like, give a weird answer to the question of, can you, like, rationalize anti-Semitism? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like he kind of,
it lends a bit more, I don't know,
good night,
a little wackier feeling. You get what I'm talking about, right? Right? You know what I mean?
Quotes pirate who's a TikToker and need help. How the fuck are you going to interview him? I'm going to interview him by having someone who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down. Okay? Here, this is the guy. Yeah, Timothee Chalamet. Brogan is definitely going to
okay, so at this point, we've seen this interview a few times.
Find someone. Wait, you are not posting this in the
Vosh, he's a 19-year-old Yemeni, and he said he's not a Houthi. Did he not post a TikTok of him on a boat, like, taking one of the ships that they took? Would that not definitionally make you one of them? Like, I mean, yeah, it feels like he was on a siege ship. Was he just there as a civilian? He literally said he's a soldier. Oh yeah, are you a soldier? Yeah. I mean, yeah, he is, right? I mean, under what other circumstances would you be present on a siege ship, you know? Why are people on Twitter unironically genuinely believe?
But, like, are you a soldier? If yes, then therefore you're a Houthi. And I mean, he did answer that question differently to Hassan. Wait a minute, was that in English? Was the question and the answer in English? Like, I mean, that doesn't make sense, right? He needed a translator. Does he read it English, or?
His words. I don't know. It really. I have seen people on Twitter, some people with hundreds of likes, mind you, saying like he can't be anti-Semitic. He said he's anti-Semitic, which again, like, man, the leftists' willingness to engage in critical analysis really does go out.
Okay, yeah. Somebody saying that they're not anti-Semitic does not mean that they're not anti-Semitic. True, right? And there's levels to these things in terms of explicit and implicit bias, But at the same time, I can't help but feeling that Vosh is jumping to conclusions on this guy.
Out the window when it's a brown person, like, doing the thing that you should be critical of. He's a 19-year-old man. He had nothing.
And that he's jumping to conclusions based on his implicit bias. Yeah.
Nothing to do with the capture of the boat. He just visited it long after. Okay. Also, he said he doesn't hate Jews. Ah, well, with that in mind. Whoa, a 19-year-old from Yemen doesn't like Jews? Who gives a shit? Well, that's straightforward, I guess. He's probably never met a Jew in his life and almost certainly never will.
Wait, what are you saying? Because it sounded pretty close to an assumption that people from Yemen are anti-Semitic. Like, and I'm not saying that there's not anti-Semitism there. There's anti-Semitism everywhere. Why not? There as well, but like, just like, this is what I don't like. This is a jumping to conclusions. Like he thinks that every, even everyone involved in Ansar Allah is the same in terms of that. Is it the same in terms of a lot of things? Why would every living in Yemen be the same?
exposure to Jews is from videos of making this argument in favor of like a white nationalist because he lives in Wyoming and will probably never meet a black person.
Unironically, is Vosh's favorite misunderstood but by himself word and phrase. He does use it a lot. Yeah. Did he start that?
You know, it's like, hey, look.
I feel like, is it like Xander Hall does it too, but maybe he's copying off of Vosh? Demon Mama. Yeah, it feels like a lot of, no, Destiny. Did Destiny start it? I think it's a Destiny thing, right? Ha ha ha. Unironically, my dude. Ha ha ha.
Listen, okay?
We'll get to that, fucker.
All the way up against the Canadian.
We'll get to that.
It's probably fine. His only exposure to Jews is from videos of IDF soldiers spray painting the Star of David onto bombed homes Gaza. Is that maybe an issue? Are we doing the thing now where it genuinely is okay to be a bigot as long as it's from, and not only that, but they're like assuming on his behalf too. Like they're so eager to justify any perceived anti-Semitism on his account that they're making up stories to,
in Vosh's mind, this guy is guilty until proven innocent.
Like construct this, you know, to legitimize it without even knowing. Pretty crazy, man. I don't know. Well, we should watch the video, huh? Rather than just going over the
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
The Houthis are despicable, but it's not accurate to say they're the de facto government of Yemen. The Houthis control the majority population centers, including the capital. I mean, they're certainly more influential in Yemen than the Yemenis government, right? Yemeni government. I mean, whatever. That's kind of like an ambiguous, you know, that's like a subjective.
Scored. That's crazy. I was wondering why I got a notification. Thanks, Frogan. You're doing brilliant work back here. Let me just DM him again and say, I am trying to find someone to translate our conversation. What platform is best to talk? So what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask him?
Rashid. It's Rashid,
I mean, can you blame a Chinese during World War II for not liking the Japanese? I think there is nuance here. The problem is that, like, we're not just talking about a random person. We're talking...
Look, you don't need to do this. You don't... He's, like, provisionally, like, you know, being an apologist for racism, right? Well, in this situation or that situation, like, it'd be, like, understandable or whatever. No, you don't need to do that. Like, it doesn't actually change what's right and what's wrong, right? And like, it's not, people are treating it like it's like an underlying premise of the, you know, of the ceasefire needing to go into place in Gaza is the moral purity of everyone in Yemen. And I'm here to tell you that that's just not true. That's a weird all or nothing type fallacy. That's a weird false dichotomy that you should not engage with, because you don't need to engage with. What's going on in Palestine is wrong, regardless of this guy. And if, you know, if somebody's anti-Semitic, I don't need to freaking apologize that to, like, uphold, you know, what's right and what's wrong.
About somebody who's being brought on a huge platform to kind of like uncritically. I've seen on Twitter, this isn't going to be like a critical engagement. Hassan's not going to ask tough questions about the Houthis, you know. This is like a tongue bath. This is idealization. And
somebody wants a tongue bath.
In a context like that, if I had a Chinese on in 37
anyway.
or something,
what?
And they were like, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's I think he said what I think he said.
Idealization.
Sure.
And in a context like that, if I had a Chinese on in like 37 or something, and they were like, yeah, I don't like Japanese people, I'd be like, yeah, okay. And then if they were like, you know, no, I really hate them, I'd be like,
as long as they changed their mind before like 1965, yeah, I would. No, you don't have to provisionally, like.
Okay, yeah, but like sociological, guys, that's the correct term. An American, a Chinese, that's literally the correct term.
Oh, he's correcting his chat. Chat had a problem with that apparently, but Vosh knows better. That's the correct term. I'm sorry, you're wrong. Look it up in a book.
A Chinese, a Japanese, an American. Yeah, that's a Chinese person. Yeah, like you could say an American person. Yeah. Yeah, look, the radical dino is literally Chinese, agreeing with me. Okay, you goddamn. Okay, I will admit that saying, I brought a Chinese on to talk about their experiences in Manchuria, I will agree this sounds old-timey. However, that is not... Okay, let's just move on. God damn it, we're never gonna watch this video.
I mean, this is his thing, though. This is his thing. He's got to show us that he's not politically correct. You know, he's got to show us he's not one of those liberals. He's not an SJW.
Rashid. Okay, Rashid, how old are you? Where are you from originally?
He wears our disapproval as a badge of honor, chat.
Originally in Yemen.
قد ايه عمرك ومن وين انت في اليمن؟
عمري 19 من
No, the Radical Dino, you're correct.
He does sound like a boomer.
Video.
He's 19 and he's from Ib Governorate.
Okay, nice. Okay, how is he taking everything? How is he taking in everything so far? Because he's seen the news articles.
يعني شو إحساسك هلا إنه هل شفت التغطية على الأخبار؟ هل قرأت المقالات عنه؟
والله يعني شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي تأثير يعني أهم شيء إن إحنا نوقف مع القضية الفلسطينية هذا أهم شيء.
He says he's fine and everything is normal and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do also think the kind of like opening context to this is kind of weird, because it literally is like we're having this Islamic militant group guy on because he's handsome, you know, like that is the reason why. So
oh my god, chat, I kind of wanted to skip like going over this again, but I realized that the point of what I'm covering with Bosch, right, the point that he's trying to make, and you're going to see him drive this home, is that he thinks this guy is media trained. And I got the feeling from watching this that he thinks that Rashid is a part of a, you know, government and an Ansar Allah outreach, a, you know, propaganda effort, if you will. And the feeling I got was that he was saying that Hassan is letting himself be used for, you know, as like, Houthi propaganda, right? That's Vosh's point. I don't think we get to that without going through at least most of the interview. So I get that we've seen this before, you know, I just needed I wanted to watch it by itself, but I you know, here we go again. I hope you don't mind the multiple levels of reaction. Me reacting to Vosh, reacting to Hassan. That's a little deeper. I try not to be that meta these days, at least, right? But sometimes you gotta.
But it's, you know,
What's the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing positions in Sana'a and other places?
كيف معنوياتكم في اليمن؟
Bosch is acting like this is an interview with an enemy representative. Exactly. So US pilled that he wants Hassan to interview this guy as if he needs to answer further. Yeah, exactly. He wants this guy to disavow Hamas. That's right. You must condemn Hamas.
بالشعب هلا باليمن بعد ما بلشت امريكا بالقصف.
والله شيء طبيعي يعني ما في اي خوف ولا اي تاثير يعني اصلا متعودين على هذا من قبل 11 سنه يعني شيء طبيعي ما في اي شيء.
He's saying that it's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now and
they're fine.
That's crazy. Okay, this is a stupid question. Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
اول شيء
right off the bat
هذا السؤال يكون شوي اهبل بس بسالك بتعرف شو هو One Piece؟ عمرك سمعت ب One Piece؟
اكيد يعني منذ الطفوله وانا اشاهد One Piece. لوفي.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه
Okay, wait, this might be really rough to get through. Man, like right off the bat, like not even Jesus. Okay.
Now, here's my question for you, chat. 1 in chat if you think that Vosh knows One Piece. 2 in chat if you think that he's like vaguely aware, but
okay.
اللي الحوثيين عم بيسووه زي اللي لوفي اللي
You see, he explains, the Jews are like the celestial dragons, okay? They live on the surface and they're evil.
اللي بيسويه لوفي.
يعني والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني اهم شيء ان احنا واقفين يعني مع فلسطين يعني ما يهمنا يعني ون بيس او اي شيء يعني احنا يعني السفن احتاج السفن عشان القضيه عشان فلسطين بس عشان يقف الحرب في فلسطين يعني ليس على اي شيء او غنائم او اي شيء.
He's saying that again, like the only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the attack on Palestine, and it's not for any kind of
Yeah, exactly.
I believe him uncritically.
No, I'm saying it's a good thing. I understand. So that's what he's saying, that the reasons as to why there have been any sort of interceptions on vessels is due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Wait, does he? No. Oh my God.
I know a lot of people are going to praise Hassan for this because it's a pretty funny get, and I respect the bit, but this is literally like finding any member of Al-Qaeda and going, yeah, you're doing this because you're resisting American oppression, right? And they're like, yeah, we're resisting American oppression. We don't hate anyone. And then he's like, you know, like that literally is like the level that we're at presently. Like there's no interest in engaging critically with the narrative. He's just advancing it like in a propagandistic way. This is propaganda, by the way, in like the most.
He knows. The funny thing is that like well, you'll see later, right? Guess who doesn't know
brazen
anything about One Piece
to like the most brazen extent imaginable. I feel like this is a very almost like comedically straightforward kind of propagandizing me, dude. Okay, well,
tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
بيقول لك هو بيعرف انه ما عم بتوقف السفن عشان تاخذ منهم شيء، بيعرف انه سبب.
Why does YouTube hater fear me?
If he wasn't averaging over 20k viewers, he'd be banned for promoting terrorism. To be clear, by the way, I have no problem at all with bringing on a member of the Houthis or Hamas or whatever else for an interview, you know? I genuinely have no issue with that. I actually think that's like very interesting. I respect that, which is why I feel like just based off the tiny portion of this that I've seen so far, this kind of feels like a wasted opportunity. This is just like a haha, look at the funny, handsome, like Houthi man. Look at us, we share memes, One Piece, blah, blah.
Wait, this is coming from the guy that was like, haha, look at the angry infrared gorilla man. Like, right, the funny tanky, the loud, obnoxious tanky, right? And he didn't realize that he's talking to a Duganite. He doesn't realize he's talking to a Nazgul.
An interview or critical engagement, you know? Softball questioning, right? I guess I'd be more interested in, you know, I mean, if I could talk to him or any Houthi or whatever else, I guess I'd be interested in like really engaging with the extent to which they believe what they're doing is an effort to promote the interests of the Palestinian people or whatever else. I don't know. There's a lot of questions I'd want to ask, you know, but I certainly wouldn't want to just like
عشانكم ضد الإبادة الجماعية اللي عم بتصير بفلسطين.
أيوة صح.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly.
Okay.
Rashid,
For the record, your are so easy to mix up. I mix them up all the time.
حسن بدي أسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله.
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like what were some experiences?
That wasn't the answer to the
had that caused him to want to go.
حسن بده يعرف شو هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي وشو التجارب.
All the people in Hassan's chat, I'm blocking Hassan's chat. All the people in Hassan's chat are just like Chad posting to that. Ah, man, I hate dogmatism so much, dude. I hate dogmatism so much. Right or left or whatever else, I just can't stand it. It leaves like a bad taste in my mouth. You know, I know that I'm dogmatic at times. I'd like to think that for the most part I qualify my shit, but this is like so fucking blatant.
اللي مريت فيها اللي خلتك تهتم بهذا الشيء وانه يكون جا بالك انه تزور هاي السفن.
والله انا احب المغامرات وطبعا هذا كله لاجل فلسطين يعني وان شاء الله في اشياء بتكون جديده واشياء مثيره اكبر.
Your is you are. If you are doesn't make sense, then it's your. Yeah.
He says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Does this really is that really like the answer he's giving to everything? Like, hey, to what extent are you involved in this? Free Palestine. Hey, why'd you go out to the boat? Free Palestine. Does this not read a little bit like he's been given a line to say a bit? I mean, think about it, okay? He's a 19-year-old who's part of an extremely regimented Islamist militia. they're currently engaged in a civil war. Like it's not casual times over there. They're not, it's not like like wacky like fun freedom times or whatever. Shit is austere. Okay, they're fighting. So for him to like,
yeah, I mean, life does go on more than people recognize, even in a war zone. But I mean, like, God, I feel like I'm falling into the same warped perspective that he has, right? It's not like his answer is he's more involved in what he's doing on TikTok than he is with like watching television shows, right? So yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, life goes on. However, I get feeling like Hassan's in trying to sort of engage with him on a human level, Hassan ends up, like, what are your TV shows? What Twitch streamers do you watch, right? And it's kind of like, yeah, that's not something that he's worried about right now.
yeah, like does that not indicate perhaps some degree of like prepping
Gosh, making so many racist assumptions
for the interview, or maybe
here we go.
He's doing it like on his own, but there's definitely something to it, right? You would assume that in any other case, right? If there was like a random Israeli soldier who popped off on TikTok and then started doing interviews, I wouldn't assume they hadn't been briefed by like people above them beforehand, or given some kind of like prompting or direction.
He's just really locked into this narrative that this guy's like a soldier. This guy's like a Yemeni, like he's part of the Ansar Allah armed forces.
I would assume that they had done that. They are a soldier,
One, tell him that this community of mostly Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, some Fed or some.
حسن بدي اقول لك انه هو كمان من دعم الفلسطينيين الجاليه اللي احنا بننتمي لها في امريكا كمان دعم.
Brag to him. No, he just wants him to know that he's like roughly on the same side of things as far as
فلسطين
as far as the goal of a ceasefire.
معنا اكثر من مليون دولار بال يعني تأييد للشعب الفلسطيني فبده يتاكد انك ما بتفكر انه هو يعني انه امريكي او.
How funny would it be if he was like, why didn't you raise money for the Houthis? That'd be good.
يعني انه ضدك او اي شيء.
والله اقول لها يعني شكرا الله يعني ويعني كلنا لازم نحن ان شاء الله يعني تنتصر فلسطين ان شاء الله يعني النصر قريب لها واحنا يعني واقفين معهم لاخر لحظه.
واحنا واقفين معك هذا اللي بده يحكي لك اياه حسن. He's saying that he just wants a victory for Palestine and he acknowledges our solidarity as well.
What is he?
They're not currently engaged in civil war. A peace has been achieved, but it's not known if it'll last. And the kid is not actually a Houthi. So this guy, what is with the weird dick riding? He literally said he's a soldier. What soldier for what? If not the Houthi?
He's reading his chat, right? It's not Hassan's chat. He's reading his chat. He does seem to be getting a decent amount of pushback from his chat, at least.
What other military is? Are you suggesting that he's like a Yemeni like soldier, like of the government of Yemen? Like where else would he be a soldier to? He had fatigues and gun. Like, is he just like a LARPer? Like, do you think he's like all the Houthi dudes are running around and he's just like in his own equipment walking around for fun? I think he might be LARPing. Why assume that? Like,
I mean, yeah, I don't know, but from what I can tell, he's an influencer. He's a TikToker, right? He's like.
Why there are lots of like Houthi claims a pretty.
It's just like he finds one picture and he's like, "Oh, look, fatigues and a gun." Clearly, it's this guy's
large.
I mean, he answers that question later on in Hassan's interview and says, "No."
Number of soldiers. No, he's a TikToker. He's a LARPer. Yes. I don't think the Houthis operate on the level of discipline that you would assume that he's a LARPer as a. I mean, I don't even know why I'm arguing this. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. In terms of like what I'm interested in, him being an official.
Sorry, Chad. I haven't gotten a chance to like work out in a long time. Like I normally do like a kickboxing workout, but it's been so cold and so wet that I don't want to go outside and like slip in the mud. Like it's just. I haven't been able to do my workout, chat. I'm so embarrassed, and I'm like, no, I'll just do a little, I'll just bounce around out on stream. Anyway,
member of the Houthis, to whatever extent that
does Vosh think that Soldier Boy is part of the U.S. military? Yes,
can be proven, and him being a guy who LARPs about being in the Houthis, it doesn't really make a difference to me. Yes, he's supporting the revolution through social media. There's no indication he actually fights with the Houthis, except him saying he's a soldier and
his
posing with.
chat disagrees with him.
Get out of here.
You banned.
Think about the fact that American media in general keeps claiming
He just banned that chatter.
that the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine.
How is this an interview? There are some Western devils who claim your motivations aren't purely altruistic. What do you have to say to these
There are some capitalist running dog lackeys who would claim that you're
chauvinist pigs? You're like, what? Dude, what the f? Oh my god! This is literally like crap I have to say to these
reasons, and not for Palestine. As to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine.
How is this an interview? There are some Western devils who claim your.
It's a claim that's been made, right? Which is a claim of intent, right? And it's a claim that Vosh is specifically made, right? And the claim is that the Yemenis' goals have nothing to do with Gaza. And that's just an excuse, but really, they want to be pirates. They want to be Luffy. They want to be Zoro. They want to be Nami. They want to be the Straw Hat Pirates, right? They want to take vessels, and that's just what they want to do, and they're just using Gaza as an excuse. That's a claim that you've made, but you're just like literally being like, oh no, I can see into their heart. I know what they're actually thinking. It's all about piracy. It's all about attacking the U.S. They're just looking for an excuse, right? That's such an unqualified claim, right? It's an unfalsifiable claim. It's an unverifiable claim. It's a kind of worthless claim.
Motivations aren't purely altruistic. What do you have to say to these chauvinist pigs? You're like, what? Dude, what the?
Nobody's motivations in general are purely altruistic. However, the action is putting pressure on Israel and on the U.S. to end the carnage that's going on, and to get some help in there to alleviate the humanitarian crisis that they've created. And so, on the same level as Sam Cedar does not care what a politician thinks in their heart of hearts, right? I don't care. This is more pressure on Israel and on the US, and it sucks that the US is responding with military rather than with diplomacy, rather than with a political solution, which is what's required here.
Oh my god! This is literally like Kremlin tier journalism, you know? Oh my fucking god.
They don't.
I mean, you're the one who moderated a debate for the Kremlin Gremlin.
Talk about that at all here. How does he feel about that?
شو رأيك بتغطية الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية للمواضيع يعني المعلقة بحجز السفن بالبحر الأحمر يعني
Bosh, have you considered learning the first thing about Yemen before talking so confidently about that? What? Why are people?
Why is chat cooking me today? That's what Vosh says. Why is chat cooking me?
Chat getting pissy with me. What have I even done or said yet? What are you even talking about? What are you on about? Good lord. Why is everyone mad at me? Go away. You're annoying. Jesus.
بقول لك انه الوسائل الاعلام الامريكيه يعني بتحكي انه او بتدعي انه اسباب الميليشيات اليمنيه لاحتجاز هاي السفن انه ما لها داعي او ما لها اي رابط بفلسطين، شو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزه، يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزه.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه يعني الحوثيين عم بيتدخلوا بمرور السفن في البحر الاحمر الأحمر أو عم بيحجز السفن لأسباب غير معلقة بفلسطين، فشو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني صراحة يعني هذا هو الصح، يعني انهم يوقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم، يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بتواصل اجتماعي وقاموا بضرب اليمن.
He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the response from Yemen been since?
Well, everyone's
Even Vosh's chat knows that he should be talking about foreign policy. Yeah, and we're gonna see more of that with Destiny.
affected by international maritime trade, to be sure. What?
The bomb.
If they that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by.
They mean Israel bombing Gaza.
It, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has
He is doing the DreamWorks face. Oh shit.
Response from Yemen been since the bombing?
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government, or
what's the response from the people, the government, like both? I mean, is the people separate from the government?
Here, I'll skip ahead of them talking because
he's saying that again.
I can't say anything about it.
It's nothing new for Yemenis, and actually some Yemenis are like I this is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the U.S. because they're confronting the U.S. head on, like directly.
No, I understand that. I want to ask him questions about Saudi Arabia and UAE, and like, do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen as it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
حسن بدي أعرف إنه هل أنت يعني امتداد للتداد
يعني ما كان حرب.
Yeah, I should just skip when they're speaking Arabic. Obviously, that's going to be mostly dead air to us.
He's saying that right now there's no like animosity between, like to him there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying like he acknowledges.
Damn, forgiven that quickly, huh? Yeah, Saudis did a lot of bad shit down there, but okay.
That there was a war, but right now like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't, I mean he doesn't, I guess.
This also makes me wonder if he was prepped or briefed prior to this, because right now the Houthis and Saudi Arabia have undergone a kind of detente, like a period of quiet to try to like level out their relationship.
I gotta say, like the Vosh speculation on like, yeah, maybe this is like his proof that he is a, he's been prepped, he's been briefed, he is an agent of the state. Because there's a détente between Saudi Arabia and Ansar Allah now, and so this is like it's like the Tim Pool thing. It's like you come up with a conspiracy theory, and then you give your answer. It's DEI. It's he's an agent of Yemen. He's working for the government. They're like, oh, you're talking to Hassan. You're talking because remember this got set up like at the last minute, right? And the assumption that he is somehow like with the, I mean, this is just like, I mean, this is where Vosh crafts his theory from, and he's crafting the theory in the same way that Tim Pool did to say that the reason for the door plug getting sucked out and the cabin pressure leaving the airplane is a diversity hire, is DEI, right? In the same way. Vosh is answering his question, is answering his conspiracy theory in the same kind of self-serving way.
Like a regular citizen of Yemen who wasn't prepped on being like good with PR on that would hate Saudi Arabia. Like this kid literally grew up like as a preteen with bombs falling on his country, like the famine, not even to speak of like the broader effects, but Saudi, like I feel like there is a PR imperative to not rustle the boat with the Saudis, but I feel like
he always does this. Okay, this is all like because of like so much of what Vosh doing from so much of what Vosh does being so vile, right? Like it's almost endearing. Rustle the boat, don't rustle the boat. Was he thinking rustle the jimmies? Like where did Russell enter into the discourse? Right? Don't rock the boat. Anyway, we get what he means. We get what he means. But it's funny. It's funny to me that he said, "Don't rustle the boat. Don't rustle that boat. Okay? Don't rustle it. Don't get it all rustled. You know, we need the boat to be stable, not rustly. That's bad."
The natural response from most Yemeni people would be deep, deep hatred. But that's obviously going to be like a general thing.
I love how he knows. He thinks he knows how people feel in Yemen. It's
a super specific thing, so I don't really know.
And look, this is the connecting thread between Vosh and Destiny. This is the defining feature of these debate libs, is that they think they know. They have possibly the most advanced cases of Dunning-Kruger. Now, am I saying that they are highly unintelligent? No. But I'm saying that they are convinced to an absurd... Maybe it's not Dunning-Kruger, right? Dunning-Kruger implies a little too much. But they are way too fucking self-assured in their own mental capacity. They view their intellects as being superior. And therefore, any question is going to be better answered by them at a level of very little information, very little actual knowledge, than by somebody else at a much higher, because everybody else is stupid, and these two are freaking brain geniuses, right? And they know it, and they're gonna tell us, and they don't need to know what they're talking about to be right, because it's taken for granted. They're the big brains. That is the tragic flaw, the damning flaw, if you will, of your debate lord.
I don't know. He's
your average debate lord.
Not like tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
The idea that people feel validated and grateful the U.S. is bombing them is deeply silly and fucked. No, this is Islamic or jihad thing. If you're Islamic jihad, you're prepared to die. Their flag is literally America. They see America as like the great Satan across the ocean, and for America to personally show up and finally deal with them directly rather than doing it through proxies would be to them like, you know, like, finally my great enemy at last. Now, unfortunately for
making it sound, you're making it sound like an anime.
Them, they have shitty missiles and drones, and we have a aircraft carrier fleet. So in terms of like comeuppances, I don't think the Houthis are going to get much of an opportunity to.
Okay, what you're missing is that most of the world rightly sees the United States as a highly immoral actor at this point for what it's enabling in Israel. The majority of the world is disgusted, scared, like outraged by what's going on in Gaza, and sees the United States as being being an enabler in that situation.
Deal with the great Satan today, tomorrow, or any time in the near future. But yeah, I do understand the belief of a radical that, like, yes, at long last, we're duking it out with the real enemy, you know?
Vosh doesn't get that, and Destiny doesn't get that.
That's interesting. That's good. That's probably why it's like more.
He sounds like an evil Reddit poster. He kind of is.
What has happened to? Does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they tried. Wasn't it called Cat?
Yeah, here or in the words of Timothee Chalamet, ready to sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. So yeah, I am ready and willing to die for Allah.
This reminds me of the look. I don't want to like draw too close of a parallel between two different situations, because they are different, and I don't want to conflate them, right? But the way that Vosh is looking over anything that he can find on this guy to try to say, oh, see, look, ready and willing for martyrdom. Oh, you know how they are with their martyrdom. You know what that means, right? No, you don't know what that means. You're Google translating this, asshole. By definition, you don't know what... You really think that Google Translate can give you a meaningful... you can translate somebody's intent so that when you read it in English, if it sounds, sus in English, it's like sus for real. You don't fucking know that. That's Google Translate. And he's interpret. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. That sounds like what the evil terrorist says in the movie that I watch, in the show that I watch. So therefore, he must be the evil terrorist. Just like, God damn, this is what I'm talking about. He should be wise enough to know when he doesn't know something. Right? And he's not. He's not. He is a goddamn fool. This guy.
Is like the default position that you should assume from these groups. So yeah, a lot of the answers are going to make sense in that context.
بدي اسالك انه شو صار للطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا ايش عم تعملوا معهم؟
استمتع
على السفن
هذا كلكم.
يعني انت شفت
Gamer Wolf points out there are martyrs in Christianity. Yeah.
الناس اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن وبسالك انه جربوا القات هم جربوا قات. The vibes are immaculate.
Oh no, you're asking what they said. They're talking about cot. They're talking about the leaf.
He's saying they've all tried cot, including the captain of the ship.
I've got to pee so bad.
The vibes are immaculate.
Vibes are not immaculate, Chad. I'm doing the pee-pee dance.
Tried what?
Saying they've all tried cot, including the captain of the ship.
Somebody in his chat will tell him, right?
He's saying they've all tried cot, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No, it's a drug. Cards. It's a
not a cart, Vosh. Cat.
Kat. It's a drug in the area in Egypt. Do they have their own drugs? It's a plant you can chew on.
Do other cultures have different inebriating substances than the ones commonly used here? Yeah, they do. Like, what? How is this a hard concept? Like, surely Bosch can walk into a gas station and see, like, kratom for sale, right? He's got to be, like, this is not...
Gets you high and stimulated? Well, why don't we have that shit? What the f***?
He's saying he wants us to visit.
Oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am afraid of America bombs, though. That's what I'm afraid.
بقول لك انه بده انه يزور السفن بس بيخاف من القصف الامريكي.
لا عادي يجي والله بنخليه يزور السفن كلهن ويعيش حياته يعني كون بيس يتخيل نفسه انه في ون بيس.
He says if you go visit there you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
Just such a
don't do a tempi. Yeah, I don't have my D pants on.
Just such a deeply weird.
I don't have my D pants, chat. I don't have my D pants. The D pants are missing. I gotta order my D pants from. What is that company called? What is the company? You know how on Tim and Eric, there's like a company that sells you all these products, and half of them you have like for some reason you have to get your teeth removed to use. There's like a company on Tim and Eric that's like. It's making all the effed up. Is it Cinco? Is it called Cinco?
Man, I don't know. I guess I think
you're right.
I feel like I often get criticized for taking stuff unserious.
Just pause it and go pee. I should.
And in fairness, I make a lot of jokes, but like this is kind of like a level beyond that. I feel. I don't know.
It's good. Okay, so what does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that also are.
Chad is encouraging me to pee.
People. How does he feel about
Chat.
that? Is that
he
shocking
means
to
us.
him?
شو رأيك هي بتدعم الشعب؟
في أجانب يعني بقول.
No, Vosh, he's talking about the libs. Certainly, you're not. One of the libs.
Online are foreigners.
Anyway.
Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him online are foreigners. And he reciprocates and sends back the love to them.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah. Does he feel like the war leading
They help you watch your friends sleep
to this last
don't threaten me with kiwi stones. I should probably just
this last thing that occurred, the last bombing campaign that occurred.
Here, we'll rewind it when I get back. Okay.
He lost out on years of his childhood. Like, are there things that he does he know a time? Does he know of a time? Can he remember a time when he wasn't in some?
I must go water the plants.
Relatively new for him. His experiences goes.
Yeah. So راشد عم بسألك حسن إنه هل
والله احنا صدق.
I'm live right now, by the way. Okay, that's a positive way to look at it.
He just says their life is full of adventures.
Okay, that's a positive way to look at it. Tell him there's 25.
Yeah, see, oh man, I smell prepping. It's prep. Call this man's responses a breakthrough drug to make it so that HIV doesn't get transmitted. Okay, because I'm calling this shit prepped. You know,
5,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
بيقول لك في 25,000 واحد عم بيتابع هذا المباشر هلا.
الله يقول لهم كلهم I love you so much وإن شاء الله كلهم يجربوا البات ونخزن لهم كلهم على حسابي.
He says he loves all of them and he wishes they could all try qat soon and he's treating them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to Yemen and we're getting caught. Yeah. So what does he watch other than One Piece? Because he watches One Piece. What else? Because he's like a normal 19-year-old, right?
This is like
So ask him.
Okay.
Ask him what other stuff that he watches. Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
بده يعرف ايش كمان انه شو كمان في برامج بتتابع.
Is it a little like invalidating to do like the normal 19-year-old? I mean, he was not, right? Houthis, Yemen, civil war, bombs, famine. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like a framing thing, right? Like he's just like us. I mean, everybody's just like us. We're all humans, you know, but it's I don't know.
غير One Piece.
Like he asked a detailed question about the Civil War and the guy's response was like, it's an adventure every day. I'm remembering that correctly, right? That is what happened. Hassan did have a good question, which was like, you know, how did you feel like growing up in the Civil War with the bombs and the famine and stuff? And he's like, it's been an adventure. It's like, damn, man, I really feel like somebody told you not to badmouth Saudi Arabia because the Houthis don't want to exacerbate any negative relations with Saudi Arabia right now. I really feel like somebody put their hand to your shoulder and said, hey, please don't say anything negative about Saudi Arabia. I don't know, man.
وايش بتلعب العاب يعني انه بتلعب فيفا او اي شيء انه شو بتحب تحضر او تلعب؟
والله الصدق يعني كنت يعني زمان قبل 5 سنين كنت اشاهد مسلسلات تركية افلام امريكيه لكن يعني الان ما اشاهد ولا اي شيء لا العاب ولا يعني حتى ون بيس كملتها يعني انا احب الانمي يعني بشكل عام انا احب كنت اشاهد مسلسلات اطفال كثير يعني بس الان بطلتها.
Is this from today? Oh, this is from today. They talk in the media and say Al-Houthi is a terrorist. It's translated. But they do not say Israel is the mother of terrorism, but I will deliver all my messages except to the west and the east so they know that al-Houthi is Yemeni and is on the side of Palestine until victory. The meaning of Houthi is a title and is not something to fear, but the Jews, they are very afraid of this title. Well, I'm sure it's the translation. I'm sure it's the translation.
هلا ما يعني ما بتتابع شيء هلا؟
لا هلا يعني ما يعني خلاص يعني انشغلت ما فضى يعني.
And American TV shows and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching.
Really? Has he? What's been going on recently?
What does he watch in Turkish?
بسألك إذا كنت تحضر محمد ونور. That one, but I watched that one. مش من زمان يعني قبل 10 سنين.
لا ما شفته وصلت.
No, he hasn't watched that one, but I watched that one.
No, you watched that one? Yeah, Ertuğrul.
Wait, that one is Harim Sultan. Sorry, not Nur al-Muhannad.
Harim Sultan. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we remember.
Kurtlar Vadisi. No, he's not watching Kurtlar Vadisi. Okay, so he doesn't have time to watch stuff now, but what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
بقول لك لما كنت
Nice. SpongeBob.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay, so you watch SpongeBob and whatnot. Does he go to school? How does that work? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But whatever. Do you have high school? Do you all right.
He says he's done with school.
Oh no, what did I miss?
19.
So what does he want to do?
Oh my god, I got an orange. But it was like, you know when you set an orange down and it gets moldy on the part that's on the bottom? That happened. So I had to cut the orange like this. I think it's safe to eat, isn't it? Like, right, it's like, is it bad to eat a moldy orange if you cut the mold off? If you cut the whole set, oh my god. Oh, there's more. No, I can't eat this, chat. I can't eat this. Oh my god, the tragedy.
Dude, what are his aspirations other than go on adventures?
There's like another soft spot. I'm scared, chat. I'm scared to eat the orange. I can't do it. I mold freaks me out like almost more than anything. I cannot. I just think the thought of it. Yeah, it's penicillin though, right? It's penicillin. What did I miss, chat? I missed caught. Was there more discussion of the
Call this man's responses a breakthrough drug
Oh, there we go with the prep. That's great.
to make it so that HIV doesn't get transmitted. Okay, because I'm calling this shit prepped. You know.
5,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
بيقول لك في 25,000 واحد عم بيتابع هذا
Call it the top of the hour ad break in about 5 minutes. And if you want to be prepped for it, remember that you can get out of the ad break for free if you use a Twitch Prime sub. It costs you nothing and it puts money in my pocket and it takes money from an evil corporation. I won't say which one, but we all know. It also is something that you can do for $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or might even be done for you by the gracious generosity of a very of a person giving out gift subs. Although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
باشر
الله يقول لهم كلهم I love you so much وإن شاء الله كلهم يجربوا اللات ونخزن لهم كلهم على حسابي.
he says he loves all of them and he wishes they could all try COD soon, and he's treating
Aspen Dental? Wait, is that a thing from Tim and Eric?
them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to Yemen and we're getting caught. Yeah.
We're getting caught.
So what does he watch other than One Piece? Because
if you cut the mold away, it's okay.
Watches One Piece. What else? Because he's like a normal 19-year-old,
This
right?
is like
So ask him.
Blue cheese. Oh yeah, it is actually mold, right? And it's like, what is up with, why is there delicious mold? Are there other like edible molds? Blue cheese is an example, right? How come some mold is delicious and some mold is disgusting? Yeah, on fruit, there's no way. I would not eat mold on fruit. I would also especially not eat mold like on a potato. Like that freaks me out. Or even if a potato gets a little bit green, that freaks me out. Like I get freaked out by food, chat. I remember I used to be worse as a kid. Like I was afraid to, I think, like, you know that thing at the bottom of a banana that's kind of sharp? You know what I'm talking about? There's like a thing at the bottom of a banana. And at some point when I was like a kid, I was like eating a banana and I got hurt by this thing. Like it was like, I don't know if I don't know what I did, but like so I got freaked out by it. And I was like, I would eat a banana all the way down till like, you know, there's like a little bit left, a little bite left, and I would leave that bite. And my parents were like, why don't you eat the rest of the banana? It's like, you know, right? And I was like, no, because there's I think I remember telling them there was a bee. There was a bee that lived at the bottom of the banana, and I didn't want to get stung by the bee. And obviously it's just that little... Anyway, chat, enough fruit stories, enough fruit horror stories. I would highly discourage you from eating moldy fruit. Yeah, I know, unless you need the penicillin. Just kidding. Does not substitute for actual medical care. Not at all. I don't remember the banana trauma personally. Maybe it was just a me thing, right? I think I don't know anybody else who's gotten hurt by bananas. It's a weird thing to get hurt by.
Okay.
Ask him what other stuff that he watches. Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
بده يعرف ايش كمان انه شو كمان في برامج بتتابع.
Is it a little like invalidating to do like the normal 19-year-old? I mean, he was not, right? Houthis, Yemen, civil war, bombs, famine. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like a framing thing, right? Like he's just like us. I mean, everybody's just like us. We're all humans. You know?
Yeah, but it's really easy to forget that when you think of it as like, you know, what's going on in Yemen. Oh, the Houthis. So, you know, you frame everything like that and you forget that, like, you know, there's like 19-year-olds that like One Piece and the Smurfs. What? No, he watched the SpongeBob's and the Smurfs when he was younger.
No, but it's I don't know.
غير One Piece.
Like he asked a detailed question about the Civil War and the guy's response was like,
yeah, worst would be getting a bee in your mouth, chat. Like that's a real fear of mine. I remember it was like, I remember being a kid and having like a can of Crush or something. It was some like orange drink, and I was drinking it, and as I drank it, I felt something that wasn't liquid. It was solid, and it had wings, and they were flapping. Yeah, I like had a bee in my mouth, and I remember just like, pooh, like as fast as you can possibly spit a beverage, I spit that beverage out. Because like, oh my god, I was so afraid though, Chad. Like, what if I just, because normally when I drink a soda, like I gulp it. Like it's delicious. It's sweet and it's carbonated and it's effervescent. It's like I gulp it down, right? It's refreshing. And like, can you imagine if I gulped down a bee?
Adventure every day. I'm remembering that correctly, right? That is what happened. Hassan did have a good question, which was like, you know, how did you feel like growing up in the Civil War with the bombs and the famine and stuff? And he's like, it's been an adventure. It's like, damn, man, I really feel like somebody told you not to badmouth Saudi Arabia because the Houthis don't want to exacerbate any.
What do you think that every single Yemeni that you talk to is going to be like, yeah, so Saudi Arabia? Like, no.
Relations with Saudi Arabia right now.
So some people do not have a problem like disambiguating the people from the government. And even though they might, you know, have justifiably angry feelings at the government, maybe those feelings don't transfer over to the people.
I really feel like somebody put their hand to your shoulder and said, hey, please don't say anything negative about Saudi Arabia. I don't know, man.
Where does he get this stuff? He thinks he knows. He thinks he's like this, you know, God's gift to the world. And so if he has a thought, it must be right because it came from his brain. And that's the smart brain.
ايش بتلعب العاب يعني بانه بتلعب فيفا او اي شيء انه شو بتحب تحضر او تلعب؟
والله الصدق يعني كنت يعني زمان قبل 5 سنين كنت أشاهد مسلسلات تركية أفلام أمريكية، لكن يعني الآن ما أشاهد ولا أي شيء، لا ألعاب ولا يعني حتى ون بيس كملتها. يعني أنا أحب الأنمي يعني بشكل عام، أنا كنت أشاهد مسلسلات أطفال كثير يعني، بس الآن بطلتها.
Is this from today? Oh, this is from today. They talk in the media and say Al-Houthi is a terrorist. It's translated. But they do not say Israel is the mother of terrorism, but I will deliver all my messages except to the West and the East so they know that Al-Houthi is Yemeni and is on the side of Palestine until victory. The meaning of Houthi is a title and is not something to fear, but the Jews, they are very afraid of this title. Well, I'm sure it's the translation. I'm sure it's the translation.
I'm sure you
هلا ما بتابع شيء هلا.
لا هلا يعني ما يعني خلاص يعني انشغلت ما أفضل يعني.
And American TV shows and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching.
Really? Has he? What's been going on recently?
What does he watch in Turkish?
بسألك إذا كنت تحضر محمد ونور. That one, but I watched that one. مش من زمان يعني قبل 10 سنين.
لا ما شفته وصلت.
No, he hasn't watched that one, but I watched that one.
No, you watched that one? Yeah, Ertuğrul.
Wait, that one is Harim Sultan. Sorry, not Nur al-Muhannad.
Harim Sultan. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we remember.
Kurtlar Vadisi. No, he's not watching Kurtlar Vadisi. Okay, so he doesn't have time to watch stuff now, but what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
بقول لك لما كنت
Nice. SpongeBob.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay. So you watch SpongeBob and whatnot. Does he go to school? How does that work? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But whatever. See you of high school.
I mean, it was kind of funny, but not like laugh out loud funny. His laugh is creepy. I think the zoom in it makes it creepier.
All right.
He says he's done with school. He's 19.
So what does he want to do? What are his aspirations other than go on adventures?
شو عندك طموح أو أحلام؟
That's a fair question.
بدك تحققها. ولا شيء ما بدك تعمل.
يوم أعيشه بيومه ما أفكر.
Goals.
This guy's like,
he's having a Gendo moment. Nice.
He's saying that he just lives every day as it.
The way that Hassan said it was like, does he go to school? How's that work? Like, you know, like what? I don't know. It's just like there was something of like.
He doesn't really have any long-term goals.
That's very sad. That's the kind of stuff.
But it would, like I said, it's definitely not like laugh out loud funny.
You tend to hear from people from work.
Just a little awkwardly phrased.
Torn areas because they grow up where like every day is a struggle. So for them, it's literally like get the calories, get the water, clean the water. You know that.
You don't know that. You don't know that that's the situation that he's living in. That does happen. That you know that right and no doubt like has happened during the course of the Civil War in some parts of the country at different times, right? But it's just weird for Vosh to be like, oh yeah, he's probably more concerned with getting those calories, getting those those 1,000 calories, or like, I don't know. He's assuming so much. He's assuming so much that he doesn't know. Like Vosh doesn't know like how like wealthy or not wealthy, or like, right, there's just so much that he could not possibly know.
Long-term plans are the privilege of people who know they're going to live a long life. He's also 19. I think that most 19-year-olds, if asked by an interviewer what their plans are for their life, would have something.
They say I'm going to be a YouTuber like Vosh
to say other than just taking it day by day. I know that 19-year-olds tend to be a little bit like wishy-washy with life plans, but this is beyond that. Like they'd have something to say.
This guy's a himbo, bro. Oh my god.
That's not what that word means.
Yo, you're telling Hassan about himbos?
He just grew up in a war zone. That's not what that word means. A himbo is like a bimbo, but a guy. He's not dumb.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's not what he's saying. He's saying like, I mean, he's like he's a bro.
That's the implication. When you call a person a himbo, it usually means they're kind of like dumb, or kind of like clumsy or something.
I mean, that's kind of an old school definition of himbo. That
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a joke too. It's a joke.
This is
Oh, okay. Okay. Wait. Is this appropriate? I don't know if this is appropriate or not. Is he Shia?
Yo, Moinope, being okay sounds like a great plan. I need to get that on my agenda.
Or he's Shia, I assume, right?
بسألك إذا أنت شيعي أو سني. آسف على السؤال.
Is that no?
يمن يعني أنا لا شيعي ولا سني، يمني مسلم، يعني نفس دينكم. أنا
Okay, chat.
حبيت جوابك صراحة السؤال ما له داعي.
I'm gonna do something with this orange.
He's not Shi'i or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Wow.
That's an interesting.
A
Okay.
very convenient answer for not rustling feathers in certain groups.
Rustling feathers? Why does he have to have rustling on the mind? Like right before he was rustling boats. Is he gonna be rustling cattle later? Why does he have rustling on the mind so bad? I don't get it. What?
Remember correctly, I'm pretty sure the Houthis actually do have a
Pretty sure the Houthis do a fair amount of rustling and
not
they
non-denomination,
rustle boats.
but the Houthis have a decent amount of like. It's a relatively big tent for some groups because the Houthis have desperately tried.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a big. He's right about this. It's a big tent populist movement, and there are definitely problematic aspects of it.
Tried to like bring as many people into the fold as possible. But
Bosch is a weasel.
I think they're like dominant Shia. I think like that. Like I think they're like de facto Shia, but they're not.
Well, we're gonna get to the weasel, you little liar. After this, we've got somebody that's known for literally lying to his audience. Weasel.
They're not like Iran tier like hate. Whatever. The Houthis are Arab nationalists. Yeah. There's an ideological trend present there that isn't just religious dogmatism and sectarianism.
Weasels.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained, surprisingly. But okay. What else? I mean, I have so many. I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him.
So when Hassan's saying he's media trained, what he's talking about is like, a certain way of talking, a certain way of approaching things where you fit into a slot. Like for instance, if you're going to be on the Majority Report, as a caller, it's fine that you're not media trained, but if you're going on there as a guest, if you're not talking to them and relating to them in a certain way, it's going to be awkward. That's kind of what media training means. I mean, I guess sort of there's some element of like thinking about what you're saying, but the way that Vosh is going to take this is like completely different, like as in like he's a plant. That's how
missed that. I'm sorry.
And here's what's weird. Here's what's really weird, right? If they were gonna do a plant, if they were gonna send out their strongest propaganda soldier, they would probably find somebody who did not have like you know, that did not have a picture with a, you know, they would make sure that that person is not, you know, taken a picture of with a gun and a in fatigues, right?
I don't know. I feel like
so it's weird how Vosh's two accusations against Rashid, they are mutually exclusive to a surprising degree.
he's very media trained. Surprise.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yes. You don't accidentally get media training as like a random 19-year-old in Yemen. You know, he definitely got
I accidentally did.
briefed. Even Hassan agrees. Yeah, he definitely got briefed by like a superior officer or somebody with like influence or jurisdiction around him.
But okay. What else? I mean, I have so many. I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him and thank him for everything that they're doing.
بقول لك حسن انه في فلسطينيين بالتركية.
عن تركيا.
He wants to visit Istanbul.
Nice, one day. Inshallah.
Vosh is jealous of Hassan's success, height, and looks.
Okay, so
just wait if you want to see some real jealousy.
Ask him what made him record the video. Yeah, I mean, he already said it though. He already responded to it. Ask him.
Yeah, not everyone is a fed.
He knows Western women are comparing him to a very famous actor. Oh yeah, does he know who Timothee Chalamet is?
بيسألوه كثير في الغرب عم بيقال
هذاك أمريكي.
Yemeni. That's it. he says that he's American and I'm Yemeni. That's it. That's
okay. All right. Fair.
He doesn't know who he is.
No, it's American.
ببالك يعني مش بس الشعب الأمريكي.
أنا ما فكرت.
I like that. Okay.
I'm gonna grab.
He doesn't think
I'm
about
gonna
America.
do something with this orange. I don't think I'm gonna eat it though. I don't know.
For me or for Americans in general, if there's anything that he wants to know as well, like we can, you know.
حسن بسألك إذا أنت عندك أي أسئلة له أو إذا عندك أي أسئلة للشعب الأمريكي.
والله الصدق يعني في أمريكيين يعني كثير يعني فاجئوني إنهم مسلمين. والله الصدق يعني I love you لهم يعني والله إني حبيتهم يعني الشعب الفلسطيني تصل قريب والأسئلة يعني خارج نطاق التغطية ما في. I love you so much. وإن شاء الله لنا لقاء آخر.
He's saying that he doesn't have any further questions, but he was surprised to see how many Muslims there are in America and in general how many supporters there are for Palestine, and he sends all his love to his supporters and the people in the chat.
Oh, that's a good question. Ask him what he thinks about the fact that in America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
بده يعرف حسن شو رأيك بأوعاك بأمريكا الفلسطيني هذا الشيء.
Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just not like interesting. I don't know. I mean,
5 times a day.
One that supports Palestine we're with.
Hell yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if I can ask that. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just...
I don't know why you would ever ask that to a person in an Islamist militia. I feel like you're just like trying to get people in trouble. We missed the answer. No, the answer hasn't been given yet.
It's not like interesting. He's saying anyone that supports Palestine.
Oh, it did. Okay, sorry. I did skip past it. Sorry. I must have fat fingered that.
We're with.
Hell yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if I can ask that. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
That's not a surprising answer. Yeah, like he'll support anyone. Like he's not. It would be insane for him to go after all the like measured answers that he's given. Like no, even pro-Palestine Jews are bad. Whatever. Vosh skipping around like me during fashion autism. I mean, I don't think there's much benefit to us just listening to like Arabic. I don't think most people watching speak that. So
he's trying to skip past the translation. It's kind of hard to do that on the fly, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, I can ask him if you want.
No. It's fine. You're right. I mean, I don't know. I don't do any of that stuff. So
I don't either. I'm not gonna ask.
I know. I'm just wondering, like, what dudes in Yemen are doing. Are they going to Jummah prayer or are they not? You know what I mean? Are they pulling up? Well, I have a question about what is it that there are so many Yemeni music videos. We've watched it. We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You could tell them that. And there are so many of them that we watch on the stream. Like, what's up with Yemen? Are they like a specifically musical people? What's going on?
بقول لك حسن انه كثير هلا صار في
He's referring to like I guess it's like a Yemeni culture thing, but there's a lot of videos of Houthi dudes like dancing and stomping on the Israeli flag and shouting like, "We will kill all."
I don't think that's what he's talking about. I don't think that's what he's talking about. I don't think Hassan was saying. I don't think that Hassan was saying, you know, your D2A videos are fire. I don't think that's what Hassan is saying.
اسالك يعني انه هل الموسيقى شيء يعني الموسيقى اليمنيه يعني انتم كثير بتحبوا الموسيقى في اليمن
اغاني يمنيه
بحكي خزن يعني بياخذ
يعني
that means قات. That's what he's doing. He's saying that like that yeah they love music and dancing and that he wants.
Bosch is not gonna like
Do you
that.
think Hassan is coming off very much like he wants this guy to like him a bit too much? I think Hassan wants his audience to think that this guy likes Hassan a lot. Like they're literally treating him like a pop idol or whatever. That's the whole bit. Like he's on here. This would literally be like getting a random like IDF soldier on because they're hot, like the IDF e-girls. Many such cases. Don't fall for their wiles. They're temptresses. They're mermaids. It'll drag you down into the sea. Specifically in the Mediterranean. You know, like bringing someone on because they're hot, and then it turns out this person's media trained because there's no way the people around him don't know that he's gotten this attention or whatever. Also, I don't want to like over speculate here because I don't know enough. I don't know enough about like the situation in Yemen. I don't want to sound like I'm kind of orientalizing the situation over there, but I'm gonna take a guess that if you have a large social media account and you live in Yemen, in Houthi-controlled territory, I feel like there are a lot of wrong things you could say. I feel like there are a lot of things you could say on social media, especially once you get a big audience or are talking to somebody as large as Hassan, where you...
Well, here's the thing. What makes somebody big or small is not like the government approval or lack thereof, or whether they're useful to one faction or another. It's going to be the algorithm. Or the same thing that makes somebody big on TikTok here is in effect, you know, there. Oh, thank you for confirming that MSC stream. Pretty sus that he skips the part specifically where the guy says that he likes Jewish people who support Palestine. Yeah, I was wondering where that was. So did that get skipped? Do we have that confirmed? Can we confirm that that was skipped? Yeah, mermaids don't exist. Yo, what was up with that? Okay, like, please, like, you know, if you... I don't know. There was something, disturbingly tropey about the mermaids thing. I don't know. It just rubs me... It rubs me the wrong way, somehow. The mermaids will eat you. I don't know. That just, like... That's not going to go to a good place. Vosh sounds very jealous. He's looking for a reason to dislike this guy and the interview. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of what they're trying to do is like discredit the messenger. That is the tactic with debate bros, right? If somebody gets one over on Vosh, if somebody gets one over on Destiny, right? Then they've got to find a way to disqualify that person, or else they risk losing their prestige. And they're applying like the same thing in this situation when it's not really about this guy. The choice that, you know, the US government has is whether they're going to take the pressure that that's being applied to the maritime trade and use it as and support the, you know, political solution, support a cessation of violence, support a ceasefire, or whether it's going to double down and just, you know, bring more war to Yemen, which obviously won't work, but somehow it makes them feel strong. Like, it's literally for the pride. That's the only reason that the United States is hitting Yemen right now. Joe Biden himself has admitted that it will do nothing. It will not make things better. It will not fix things. It will not change what the Houthis are going to do in the Red Sea. But he's going to do it anyway because it's a matter of U.S. prestige and pride. It's just completely meaningless, you know, completely useless violence.
You could get yourself in deep shit, like really deep shit, like really, really, really deep shit if you, you know, yeah. So I like, obviously this guy would probably long before even talking to Hassan but this guy would probably seek out permission for what he's doing from people in power around him. Like, basically, like, because what I'm imagining is that, like, the smartest thing to do would be to go, like, to any local jurisdiction, whether that be legal or military with the Houthis, whatever else, and to say, hey, this is my reach, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm talking about. Do you have any direction for me? Is there anything you want me to not do? Like, just so I know what the rules are. And my guess is that that might have informed his behavior here. Of course, this is just...
It sounds like what you do for your gym when you when you sign on to use your social media, to be their like social media coordinator.
To guess, but that seems likely to me. Yeah. Yemen's in a bit of a wacky place, so this is speculative. Yeah, of course it is. I can't know. I will never know. But that's my feeling on the matter, I guess. But they want to treat him like a pop idol. Chat. You can see Hassan's chat's been acting that way. So
why do we need your feeling on the matter? Why do we need your uninformed feeling on the matter? And there's a reason for this, right? It's because Vosh commands an audience in very much the same way that Ben Shapiro does, and that we're going to see in a second that Destiny does as well, right? He speaks with a vocabulary that is slightly beyond the grasp of most of his chat. And he speaks fast, and he speaks well. Like, very much like Ben Shapiro, right? I mean, this is more true with Destiny, right? That gives his chat the illusion that they've got access to this mega mind, if you will. Sorry, I had to say mega mind. This mega mind, this Vosh, this Destiny, this person that they're supposed to go to for their beliefs. They don't have time to do the reading. They don't have the will to do the reading. They don't want to educate themselves on the history or any of the rest of the stuff. So what they're going to do is they're going to find this guy that they assume is like way smarter than them, and they're going to get all their opinions from him, and so they can feel smart by repeating vaguely what the smart person says. It's very much the same way that Ben Shapiro commands an audience.
Like, the critical engagement or critical interviewing here would come across as Hassan being mean to, like, a member of the oppressed peoples of the world.
Oh my God!
America, like
you heard it here first, folks. Hassan is being an SJW. He's going easy on Rashid because of identity politics. That's what Vosh is saying.
That people would take with that would be like, rich Hollywood man picks on and tears apart the arguments of this poor non-English speaking like oppressed person fighting for freedom, that kind of stuff. Like that would be the narrative, and I know that because people have applied that narrative to me for even being critical of the Houthis. So it's not surprising to me Hassan really doesn't want to look like he's being challenging. It's also...
Folks, you really got to watch out for those SJWs. They'll get you. They'll cancel you. Like, look at how canceled Vosh is for opposing the SJW secret police.
Softball pitches. Could you argue then he shouldn't have done the interview? I think that if you were going to get a member of the Houthi militia on, it would be a good idea to not bring them on purely on account of their appearance, because that kind of like... it introduces a lot of other factors for people's expectations. I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing on a Houthi. I think it could be very interesting. I love that kind of journalism. Some of the best and most respected journalists in the world have been the kinds of people who will go to like the Congo or like the Donbass or whatever, gone to like really rough areas and talk to people who in a lot of cases are kind of evil. You can find a lot of like old wartime footage of journalists going and talking to like the really interesting shit is when the journalist manages to talk to the enemy. Like they'll talk to like an African warlord or like a Dylan interviewed a right sector guy, but I mean like the direct enemy, like the kind of like people who the journalists interviewing the kind of people who could, if they disliked you, literally just shoot you like right there. Like
Dylan interviewed a what? Did anybody catch that?
That environment, like cartel shit, yeah, where like the journalist knows going in there that if they wanted to, the person they're interviewing could just like kill them, and making it out of that alive. That's like the bravest shit in the world. Now, I'm not expecting Hassan to go down to Yemen and do that, of course. I'm just saying I have a lot of respect for the format. So I guess that's why I don't know. Missed opportunities. This is really similar to what Lord Miles did with the Taliban. Yeah, well, Lord Miles has his own issues, to be sure, but if nothing else, I respect the balls. Here's a photographer who does stuff like this. The armed teenagers of Yemen. Oh, yeah.
I'm really wondering what he means by this, right? I'm really wondering, like, what he's expecting. Like, you know, Hassan says, is he aware that a lot of the people that are leading the ceasefire movement in the United States are Jewish themselves? And he says, yeah, we accept, you know, help from everybody, right? That's cool, right? And then Hassan's supposed to be like, is it though? Is it though? Or are you, you know, like, right? What, I mean, what are you supposed to do? How do you, like, I get what he's saying that about like you know, pressing on doing follow-ups, like, right, all these you know, ways of doing journalism where, you know, you're pressing a little bit, but on stuff that Hassan doesn't know, like, how is he going to press on that? You press on something when you know. If you bring on Donald Trump and he lies into your face, it would be nice if once in a while a journalist would actually ask him a meaningful follow-up question. When what he's saying does not make sense, when what he's saying is something that you know to be untrue, it'd be awesome to see, you know, people and the large media figures in the US get pressed on that sort of stuff. It doesn't usually happen, but when you don't know and this is your only source of, you know, you got to take his word or leave it, right? Or even maybe you could be agnostic towards it, you know, just, you know, take it as it is. I just don't understand where Vosh thinks that he can press. But I know where Twitch thinks it can press. It thinks it can press you every 30 minutes to sign up for a sub, whether it be a Prime sub, which you can get for free, no cost to yourself, putting money in my pocket, taking money away from a big evil corporation, whether it be paying for a sub for yourself for $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or whether it be being lucky enough to receive a gift sub or benefit from somebody's generosity, which is the kind of thing that's actually more likely to happen when you're active in the chat.
Vice, yeah, Vice has a history with doing stuff like this.
The road we truck was.
Oh, were we watching Vice?
So this is like them and child soldiers in Yemen going out over like photos that they've taken. That makes sense. Ooh, you know.
Here's the problem with Vosh, though. He'll get some image like this in his head, and he'll do what right-wingers do with it, right? You know how right-wingers will watch like an Andy No clip? They'll watch something, you know, going on in Portland, and in their head, they'll imagine like, yeah, this is like not just going off, you know, this is not just happening like here in Portland. This is like every single block, right? This is Portland is burning. I think it's the name of a Twitch streamer, actually. But I mean, that's where that like idea, you know, comes from. Like the whole city just constantly burning down, apparently. And it seems like Vosh has got a tendency to do the same thing. Like take the EJ and Luna debate, right? Where the question was what if the Germans said that they were justified in doing what they did to Jewish people because of, you know, some claimed, you know, overrepresentation in the banking industry, right? And Luna and EJ, knowing a little bit about history, knew that that was not the case in pre-war Weimar Germany, right? It just like there is a historical precedent for an over-representation going back to like medieval times, but it's just not applicable in 1930s Germany. But Vosh has gotten it in his head, right? That's what, you know, that's what he heard, you know, at one time in one place in medieval Europe went on. And therefore he's like, yeah, Europe, that's what I know about Europe, is that there's a lot of Jewish people in banking. And he just makes this claim. And the fact that Luna and EJ debunk him on the historicity of it to him, then he takes that and he pivots and he implies that, well, therefore, you must think that if it was true, that would justify the genocidal actions of the Nazis, right? And it's like, no, bro. Literally, it does not. Literally, it does not imply that. Stop using your debate, bro, mind tricks on me, okay?
Been a really tough question.
But That's the shit that he's doing. That's the shit that he's always doing. Now he's gonna do this with this Vice documentary of like, oh yeah, you know, the thing about Yemen is just like child soldiers. And
asking Timothee Chalamet, when did you join the Houthis? He's 19, right? The Houthis have child soldiers. That'd be an interesting one. I don't know if he'd answer, honestly. I mean, it'd be impossible to know.
To with him and dance and listen to music, I guess.
What does he have to say to dumbasses that
in that case, right, he admitted that even if you asked, it would be impossible to know. What does he want Hassan to do different? Because I get the feeling that he's not thrilled with Hassan's like performance here, and I'm wondering what exactly he's expecting, right? Because it's not that like you want him to, you know, ask that follow-up question, given that, as Vash admitted, there's be no way to know if that was not true, right? You can't like, I don't know, falsify that or confirm that.
Consider him to be a terrorist? What is he?
Nice framing. Really good interviewing right there. You know, not like, do you consider what you do terrorism? But like, okay, yeah, no, I mean, you can. It's an interesting question. Just like no interest in like engagement, no interest in getting an interesting answer. I guess like you could get an interesting one, but instead it's just going to be like, no, we're not.
What does he think about that?
Derek says, I guess Vosh requires advanced interrogation techniques for extracting info from, whether he's, using the U.S. Guantanamo method or the going back to some Algerian, French methods.
That's my question. I just banned one of those stupid in the chat just now.
بيقول لك شو رأيك بالمتخلفين اللي بيحكوا عنك إرهابي؟
منهم.
He says, who are they?
Dumbasses.
He's like,
that's it, really? That's the nature of the dynamic. That's the whole thing. The whole Houthi civil war, Yemen, that's the whole thing. Just dumbasses say they're terrorists. That's the nature of, okay, yeah. It's an interview that Aiden Ross would give.
Dismissing them.
Yeah, oh, okay, nice. Okay, respect. What else do I want to ask? So like, has he ever had like Western food?
بسألك حسن إذا عمرك جربت أكل أجنبي.
God damn, I can't even eat my food because there's like so much to say. Yeah, look at you, Vosh, making the assumption that
the whole Houthi civil war, Yemen, that's the whole thing. Just dumbasses say they're terrorists. That's the nature of, okay.
Based on no evidence, yeah. If you're going to accuse like a random person because of his nationality of being a terrorist, then I'm going to have to say that you might just be racist.
Yeah. It's an interview that Aiden Ross would give.
Dismissing them.
Yeah, oh, okay, nice. Okay, respect. What else do I want to ask? So like, has he ever had like Western food?
بسألك حسن إذا عمرك جربت أكل أجنبي.
جربت
همبرجر؟
لا ما جربتش أكل مصري بس إيش الأكل الأجنبي يعني هو أكل زي أكلنا يعني كيف
همبرجر؟
يعني بالإنجليزي أكل
إنه أكلات يعني ما بعرف زي الأشياء اللي بيأكلوها بأمريكا.
يعني أكيد في عندنا أكلات زي الأكلات حقهم يعني فيها أكلات يعني كلها مواد غذائية يعني كلها نعمة من الله.
بس يعني إيش إنه يعني إيش بتاكلوا عادة يعني أكلات.
Make the Orientalism stop. I mean, in fairness, I am also curious if the Houthi guy has had a hamburger. I'm not above this one, it's just like in the broader context.
أجنبية إذا عندكم.
أكلات أجنبية والله الصدق يعني أنا ما قد يعني زرت الأجانب عشان أكل من أكلهم لكن الأجانب يأكلون نفس الأكل أتوقع يعني ومدري الله أعلم.
He's not really like answering any specific like foods. He's just saying like he's just saying it's the same food that he eats is the same food that we eat.
Okay.
That's interesting. I don't know why he wouldn't give. Man, is there like a gun pointed at... Is that why his face is so close to the camera? Because if he pulled back a little bit, you would see the cold steel pressed against his temple? I don't know. Think about it. This guy he's a 19-year-old. He's hot. He goes on social media and he can click translate post and he can see there are literally thousands of women, Western or otherwise, thirsting over him. Like, I don't fuck what culture you're from. This guy, like,
Wait until you see him denying talking to girls, right?
should be high on attention right now. But instead, he is dialing back every answer. He is being as moderate and quiet and reserved as possible. He has 100% been
Do I mean Tim Tool? Yeah, kind of.
Nobody would act this way in this situation.
Sounds like he's jealous.
Unless he's been... He had 19-year-old guy. There's no fucking way, dude. It makes me feel bad for him, you know? Like, this guy getting a bunch of attention on social media does not mean he's, like, immune to the power structures of his region. Far from it. The opposite of it, actually, you know? 100% there's someone in the room with him right now. I think there's a decent possibility of that. I mean, I don't know, of course. But I just mean, like, the
Oh, jealous of his looks. Oh, I see.
In my mind, the odds of
yeah.
I hope this attention doesn't cause trouble for him. I don't have any reason to believe, by the way, that this guy is, like, uniquely bad. Is he an anti-Semite? Probably. He grew up in Houthi-controlled Yemen. It'd be pretty difficult.
Like, everybody there is an anti-Semite. That's right.
For him to avoid those trends. The difference between me and other people...
He's like, listen, I've seen Borat.
Is that I can say, like, yeah, that's bad. We can critically analyze that.
Like, I don't know what the fuck. Where is your information coming from, Vosh?
You can engage with it in a kind of, like, you know, like sociological, like material influence way. We don't have to act like that means he's, like, immediately, like, discounted from all consideration. It just means it's something we have to keep in mind. You know, sure, I don't have any reason to believe he's, like, super evil or whatever. I mean, maybe he's a really cool kid. You know? Whatever you say, Vosh. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, based on nothing, based on no real knowledge of his own, he's basically saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was like. I wanted to give him the credit because sometimes Vosh is slightly better than Destiny, right? And like, I'm not a fan of Vosh, and I don't think that excuses Vosh, or like, you know what I mean? Like, doesn't change any of the way, you know, my disagreements with Vosh, but I don't want to bullshit you either, and just, you know, be like on a reflexive criticism. Like when there's a difference between Vosh and Destiny, I try to point that out. Spilly time? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the sub, Sarah wants a cookie. Shockingly racist. I wish that I could be one of the cool kids, because all the cool kids, they seem to...
I say, yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze again, chat. I don't know why I'm sneezing.
Think will be blowback towards Hassan? Maybe from some people, but I have a feeling that the people who go after Hassan for this are more likely to be like...
So, just a little refresher. If you didn't see my previous segment on Vosh, when he was talking about, like, Yemen, when he was talking about the U.S. bombing of Yemen, he seemed to be on the side of, yes, they should bomb Yemen. They need to stop Yemen from interfering with maritime trade. We got to make those boats go toot toot. But here he's not doing quite what Destiny does in terms of, you know, wishing, you know, failure and deplatforming and all the rest. I mean, you'll see in a second.
Well, DGG probably. But a lot of like SOCDEM type things who are more like opposed to the positive framing of the Houthis than they are to the like generally bad conduct of the interview, I feel, if that makes sense. I'm going to get blowback for like criticizing him on this. In fact, I already have, so whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Again, not only do I not really have an issue with bringing like a Houthi on for an interview, but I don't even have an issue with like a generally positive framing of the Houthis. I think that would be difficult to defend. I think you'd have to do a lot of like work laying the foundation for that take. But if you arrived at that after like a good interview or a critical, you know, like if you...
And I would say that it doesn't take a favorable impression of the Houthis in order to justify doing the right thing, which is pushing for a political solution, pushing for a diplomatic solution, rather than the US's military solution, which won't work. And also, you know, this is more pressure. Like, you know, it should be used to bring an end to the atrocities going on civilians in Gaza, right? It should be take them at their word, and if they're full of shit, call them on their shit. But instead of like trying to use military to release that pressure that's being applied, maybe apply pressure along with it. Like, that's what I'm arguing for.
If you built your way to that position, I think that's something you could justify. But not this. Not like, hey, some dumbasses say you're terrorists. Who? Oh yeah, dumbasses. You know, just stuff like that. Anyway, I'm kind of repeating myself. But let's finish the interview. I still think it's a pretty good bit. You know, but you know, it's got to be careful with stuff like this. You know, how do you figure that? How do you figure what?
Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
بسألك إذا في KFC باليمن.
أول مرة أسمع فيها.
عمرك سمعت بكنتاكي؟
أيوة في عندنا كنتاكي 2 مطعم.
He says they have 2.
Oh, they do have.
No shit. Yo, KFC Yemen is a motherfucking Instagram. Let's go. Fuck, that looks good. I could go for some KFC right now. Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. I love that. That's so good. American cultural victory. Yeah, no kidding. While your family is dying because of American Saudi sanctions and bombs, you're enjoying a nice big bucket of plantation, you know, Kentucky plantation owner fried chicken. You know, hell yeah. Their shitty raps are kind of good in a way. This is like the most disgusting shit they've ever made, but it was also the best. They're like Cheeto crusted that you could take. Now, these aren't ones I agree with, mind you. I'm just saying you could build your way to these arguments that sort of like arrive at conclusions that are kind of campus in nature, but well.
He cannot get he cannot get obsessed with these one things, campism, like, right, accusing everybody who disagrees with him of campism.
Structured. Essentially, the argument that like the negative elements of the Houthis are an inevitable consequence of material conditions which were produced by the West and Saudi Arabia, and our sanctions and the starvation and the bombs which we have allowed and permitted and enabled have like massively advanced these like negative like political trends, and that what the Houthis are doing right now may be like bad in like a relativist sense, but also like if you take a look at what they're doing like relative to the other
Why is he like this? Good question.
Back against like the Yemeni government or fucking Saudi Arabia. Like that's what I mean. Like it wouldn't be like Houthis good like smiley face. It would be like if you wanted to engage with those positions, which again, I'm not convinced of, but if you wanted to, I think there's material there to work with. I'm contrasting that compared to what Hassan is doing. Like I'm trying to juxtapose that set of things from this, you know?
That's crazy. Okay, that's sick. That's wild. They have
Yankee Campus Woke School SJW Tender Queer Pirates.
KFC in Yemen. There you go. What does he do for a day to day in Yemen? Like, tell him to walk us through a day, like a normal day in his life. Does he have a girlfriend? What does his parents think about this? Like, I got a bunch of questions like that.
عنده كثير أسئلة لك بس رح أحاول إنه يعني أسألنا إنه أوكي وإيش رأي أهلك؟
في حياتي الصدق.
Any girls he doesn't DM.
ولا راسلت بنت ولا كلمت بنت ولا أي شيء.
He's saying that he doesn't talk to any girls, he doesn't DM any girls, he's not talking to any girls at all.
Sure.
like, oh, okay, ماشي.
Okay.
That's his only risk. Yep. Dude, man, the media training. The only thing he thought of there was he wanted to reaffirm that a good like chaste Houthi Muslim would never be tempted by like, I don't know, haram shit or whatever. Like he
Oh, even this Vosh is reading as in like, yeah, that's right. It's because he's got this gun to his head. The Houthis have got, you know, they're like, don't say that you like the girls. Don't say that you like DMing. Say DMing is bad. Like, no, he could just be shy. He could be, or he literally could be like he claims busy. Little busy for that.
It's like a reaffirmation of religious discipline. Like this has nothing to do with what he actually.
Like, oh yeah, this proves that he's an Islamic fundamentalist, or I don't know, or that he's got a gun to his head. I don't know what exactly Vosh is saying, but I do know that it's not backed up by facts. None of what he said today is backed up by facts.
Believes or says. He just wanted to
giggled like a kid.
Like reaffirm. Hey everyone, just to be clear, you know, yeah, I feel bad for this guy. I do too. He grows in Yemen. I feel bad for people in Yemen too.
I feel bad for people who don't realize that at the top and the middle of every hour there is a 1 minute and 30-second ad break, who don't know that they can get out of that ad break at no cost to themselves by using a Prime sub. They could also, if they don't have one, they can get out of the ad break by paying $5 to Twitch on desktop or $6 on mobile, or they could possibly get out of the ad break through the generosity of somebody else who deems them worthy of a gift sub, although I would tell them, they didn't, if they weren't ignorant of this, that they're more likely to have that happen if they're active in the chat.
شو بسألك كمان انه ايش كانت ردة فعل اهلك للفيديو اللي انتشر عنك؟
الله يعني طبيعي شيء هذا عندنا شيء طبيعي يعني.
Yeah, he says there like his parents' reaction was normal. Like there is no big reaction.
His parents are just chilling. Why are they? They're so chill.
Detailed question about your personal life. In response, I do not engage in sinful acts with women.
Why is mobile $1 more? I don't know. It seems unfair. It also seems unfair that I think maybe Canadians get charged more. Canadians, tell me if that's true.
My parents are normal. Okay, thank you. We deliver a thank you to the man in the room with the gun pointed at you.
About everything is chill. Everything is. There's nothing is like we're.
No one is pointing a gun at me. Like no, I just like seriously. This is a conspiracy theory. This is Tim Pool-esque. I don't get it. I don't get why he's willing to he's world building, chat. He's world building. That's what he's doing. He's got his headcanon. He's like, yeah, I think that this guy is actually he's Yemen's strongest soldier sent to spread propaganda through Hassan. He's a highly religious fundamentalist Muslim who doesn't DM any girls because the Quran says no DMs. He's just like all this lore that Vosh is writing around him that just is not supported by anything.
Yeah, this is why Jeremy Scale said out of all of his travels, the people of Yemen are
the mobile carrier takes a cut.
Oh,
well, I mean, it's like he said. So it's the.
Well, remember, you can also support me on YouTube through super chats, through memberships, through gifting memberships, even through super stickers. You can even support me through something as simple as just hitting that like button on the video or supporting me on Patreon. All of those work.
It's the cut. Oh,
yeah.
And all of those help me keep coming back to you with more of this beautiful content.
That?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the sign for.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is normal.
That's the sign for cat. That's the. Anyway.
It's like that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
شو بتسموا السكاكين اللي بتحملوها بالفيديوز؟
جنبيها اسمها باليمني. جنبيها ايوه جنبيها.
بدي اسالك عنهم يعني هل انه شو اهميتهم عندكم؟
والله هذيك يعني اهميتها هذيك عندنا اذا طلعت ما ترجع الا في دم.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Does he watch TikTok?
That's cool though. Wow, he studied the blade. Yeah, it's almost like he's a jihadist militant, you know?
It's almost like all my preconceptions are true because I say they are? Vosh!
It makes you wonder if there are any cultural differences between like like a guy in America.
Molten says you must be being held hostage by your evil Muslim government. You are not allowed to be both shy and Arab.
The jihadi militant. Man, the energy in this interview is crazy.
Why is he playing with his beard like a 9-year-old? I don't know. Does he have he has like a brush, right?
Easy.
Or YouTube?
هل يعني بتشاهد اي حدا او بتتابع اي حدا؟
لا اذا.
But if it's like he's saying he doesn't really have time to
yeah, this is so Islamophobic.
Do any of that, but if it's like important stuff, then he'll watch it. But
so what does he do?
Important stuff like what? Like Al Jazeera?
What does he do? He makes TikToks. He goes on boats. He has adventures. That's literally all we've got to go on.
Saying nothing is more important than Palestine right now, so that's like what he's spending his time.
Oh my god!
He just graduated high school, chatters. What does he think about China? Does he know anything about China?
شو رأيك بالصين؟
أصدق أنا ما الصين يعني في مسلمين أكيد في كل مكان في مسلمين وفي معهم يغني.
Chinese people, but one of the captains.
He's
saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing. So
the captain of the ship you took?
The ship that you pirated, perhaps?
Multiculturalism.
So, I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captain.
Bro, that's so crazy. You did piracy and seized a ship and redirected it to your controlled port and captured.
Yo, I was thinking when Hassan asked him about China, he was gonna mention like Fog Hill of Five Elements.
The crew and you dance with the captain. That's
like, I don't understand. So America's like blowing them up while they're
Anybody watch that Fog Hill of Five Elements?
just like doing cat and chilling with the captains. Like, how does he?
Yep.
Chilling with the captain.
Ah, man. Ooh.
Look, I'm chilling with the captain and Tennille. Okay, that's my.
That's the nature of the situation, man. Dude, bro, the Houthis are just straight chilling, mad chilling, yo. With I'm sure the prisoners that they've taken are just like totally vibing right now, super chill, just dancing.
You feel about that? Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it.
That's so, dude, bro, that's so crazy. You realize that like Hassan is essentially describing a situation where like, bro, the police are busting in on this hostage situation. Like, what?
No, the feeling I get from about that is that unlike Vosh, they know that this is not about them. This is not personal, right? This is about Gaza.
Bro, like they took the hostage. The hostage says they're fine. You know, they're like profusely sweating and shivering, and are like,
look, like I mean, I don't know. Has he said this part yet? Right? The part about like we convinced them that America's wrong and that we're right, or like he says something. I maybe he hasn't gotten to this part yet, but that's kind of mutually exclusive from what Vosh is saying now. That he's making the assumption that the crew and the captain of these vessels are being mistreated. They are thrown into, one must suppose, a Yemeni gulag, right? Because we all know that every country which opposes the United States, every country which is an antagonist to the Goku that is American foreign policy, is a lot like a combination of the worst authoritarian elements not of lore in the Soviet Union. Like the worst stories you've heard of gulags in the Soviet Union, that's what they've got going on in Yemen for the captains and the crew, right? That's what they're being subjected to right now, right? It's just so weird how that kind of Red Scare, what was really a straw man even of the Soviet Union, is just projected to any country that the U.S. has beef with.
Quaking with fear and their face has gone flush white, but like they say they're fine when asked directly by the people holding a gun to them. Well, bro, why are police like? This is this is like genuinely insane. Like it's actually fucking insane. I feel like
from everything I've seen, like there isn't this evidence of mistreatment. Like, right, he's pulling it out of his ass. He's making assumptions.
I feel like you could convince Hassan of basically any. I wish the Houthi guy would just say some like objectively anti-Semitic shit, because I want to see how much Hassan would play off as a joke.
Because you think that kind of shit is funny. I don't know why do you think that would be great? Like it would be great. Can't he just pop off with some anti-Semitic shit? That'd be.
I mean, like he would say something like, yeah, we look to defeat the Jews.
Confirm all my biases.
Like, oh, okay, but defeat the Jews, he means defeat Israel. It's and the interview.
Hassan, why don't you just get him to say some Borat anti-Semitic? Like what does he want? What does he want?
Viewers like, no, he said Jews. Like there's a word for Israel. He said Jews though. And later the guy would be like, yeah, I think like Jews are a pox upon the world. And he's like, oh, okay, you mean like Western influence or whatever. Genuinely, I wonder how far Hassan would go to like to do that.
Yeah.
He seems it's normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up,
بيقول يعني انه شو رايك انه انتوا قاعدين انه مع يعني
Is Bosch drunk? Not that I know.
بتسولفوا مع القبطان وبتخزنوا معه وبترقصوا معه طول الوقت.
يعني خلاص نكسبهم، يعني خلاص يكرهوا امريكا، يكرهوا الحكومه الامريكيه.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm, and
okay, so they hadn't gotten to this part yet.
Make them hate America and the US government.
Is that so? Man, this is... I know I'm joking, but like, this is pretty fucking monstrous. You guys know that, right? I know Hassan's about to like laugh and go, dude, whoa, that's crazy. Let me wait for him to do that.
Right.
That's so funny.
There we go, yeah. Thank you, Hassan. Now continuing, we're literally talking about random civilians whose ships have been boarded at gunpoint, and they have been brought in as prisoners to an Islamic militia, and we're literally
He's picturing it in his mind. They've got those swords, you know, those curved swords, and they're holding them at the people's necks, and they're dressed like, you know, some characters from, I don't know, like some fucking movie that he's seen, right? It's like he's got a freaking picture in his mind of what's going on without any fucking knowledge, without looking, without consulting anything, right? He knows what's up. Just like I know what's up in 5 minutes, which is that top of the hour ad break. You have 5 minutes. Make your time.
really like complete.
Make your time, chat.
Like, oh yeah, dude, no, they love it here, haha, smile. And that's just landing, you know? Yeah, I'm sure the Houthis are very charming to the people they take.
No, Vosh, they're movie villains. That's what they are. They're comic book villains. They're seedy dudes in turbans with curved knives. They conform precisely to your weird bigoted imagination.
Captive.
I'm sure, Vosh. I'm sure.
Okay, that doesn't probably take much to be fair. What does he plan on doing?
Haha, yeah. It's America bad.
Once Palestine is free, you know what I mean?
لما انه بعد ما فلسطين تتحرر شو بتحب تعمل بوقتها؟
والله يعني.
Wait, did not mean that first amount?
That once Palestine is free, then he can rest, and he would like
So not the flex, just the boomer then.
to visit Palestine, and he would like Palestinians to visit Yemen as well.
Me too, brother. Me too. Ask him his thoughts on Sean King. Okay, chatters. So stupid. Wait, what the smile at that? Does he know who that is? Oh my
تعرف
god.
عمرك سمعت بشون كينج؟ واحد اسمه شون كينج. لا.
You can't stand this man. Well, it's a good thing. We've only got a little bit left of this.
That was okay. Jesus Christ. Does he know who Donald Trump is?
تعرف مين ترامب أكيد.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
لا تدخلوا السالفة.
Yeah, doesn't with him obviously.
Tell him that.
Yeah, Vash is hard on the stomach, just like Rogaine.
Like not a bad wording.
Just like Rogaine.
Like in Turkey we have this, right? What do
Yeah.
they have that in Yemen as well? Like something like that that's unique.
Okay,
Is it the middle finger? Does he know that?
He wants to know the Yemeni middle finger.
إنه في إشي باليمن.
هذه.
Vash doesn't care. I don't really care either.
He's getting حركة بدي يشوفها.
Oh.
Wait, is the same word in Arabic in Turkey?
Yeah. عم بسألك عم بقول لك إذا تعبت تقدر تترك إمتى ما بدك يعني ما تحس إنك لازم تضلك موجود.
طيب عادي إذا باقي عنده أسئلة يعني يوم يوم.
If you want anything from him, if you want him to answer any questions later or teach you any moves or anything, you can reach out to him on another day.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure he means dance moves.
Tell him if you
Look at his eyes. He
has been talking about dancing and music a lot.
his handler or whatever to call for specific questions to see if it's okay to answer.
we're just vibing, dude.
No.
Okay. Do they
clearly
just
the dream
is the all? I don't know. What,
عادي إذا باقي عنده
I'm just
أسئلة
like
يعني
skipping
يوم
through the
ثاني إن شاء الله.
timestamp.
You missed the Dream Blunt rotation.
على أسئلتها كلها.
when I saw football, this is the international language that everybody understands. Cursing time.
This عملوا هيك.
Oh, there. There's the other person in the room.
There he is. Oh, do they do this? This?
بتعملوا هيك.
Wait,
Do you know what that is?
أيوة عندنا هذا
did somebody see another person in the room?
عندكم.
Yeah, he says they have that too. He
Did
says
somebody pass behind him?
they also have this one.
I love that. Like, though, it's almost like he's like that confirms it. That confirms it. The government man is in there making him say the right answers.
Oh, they do this too? Okay. Do they do this? Like that?
He'll be severely punished if he doesn't.
Like
I mean, he clearly recognizes it. So
yeah, like you gotta lick it and then do it like that. That's how you do it in Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be someone near it. That's another possibility, right? You know, it could be his roommate, it could be a family member, it could be anyone.
It's crazy.
It could be a friend.
Could be Echo. Echo just for that part, maybe.
Ellen, we're just,
Oh, is it just the sound?
Whatever.
إن شاء الله بعد يومين إن شاء الله بحط.
فينا وتتصور معها. ممتاز.
أيوة باخذ.
Parallel that you could use, like example you can use to be like, this is like, does he know who Mr. Beast is?
Okay, I'm ending.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that was
now we
pretty
get the wrap up, we get the synopsis. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Man,
Look,
dude, there are like
Gosh, not as bad as the top of the hour ad break, which is starting in 44 seconds on Twitch.
Like, I'll let a lot go for the bit, but pretending that hostages taken by an Islamist militia after an act of piracy.
Look, what do we have to go on that? Like what happened to the crew and the captain, right? We have an answer from somebody that says he was there. And we have your weird racist Yemeni gulag, answer that you pulled out of your ass. Citation, my Shiri Kodama. That's the citation.
Are fine because like, haha, we like charmed them, bro. Like, they're fine.
Never cite your Shiri Kodama.
Like, man, yeah, Jesus, dude. It really is crazy how little Hassan is willing to do. Like you could all probably tell because only some of you are autistic, but Hassan was very uncomfortable during a lot of those answers. The vibes were really off that interview, and a lot of that was because Hassan.
Well, the vibes are definitely off, but it's
there to be a bit more critical of some of those answers. But he knew that this was just supposed to be a light, like softball, like no critical engagement kind of. We have the hot who.
Won't anyone just play some respect to maritime law, right?
Guy on. So he just bit his tongue and didn't engage with it. He was so uncomfortable for some of those, some of the fake laughs that he gave. Or at least he seemed that way.
What are you talking about? That's how he laughs. That is literally how he laughs. Do people in here watch Hassan? If you're familiar with Hassan, that is a standard Hassan. Look, there's even a, oh my God. Hey, what's up, Jose? There's even like a video on this, right? There's let me see if I can find this. Somebody has identified like multiple, the Hassan laugh explained. I think this is it.
These are.
Oh God, chat. I'm just realizing as I'm about to transition from the Vosh reaction to the Destiny reaction, I'm realizing there's also a Lonerbox reaction, which is no doubt pretty freaking cursed. Anything that Lonerbox touches is pretty cursed.
Iconic moments that
okay, so here you go.
It takes a lot to get me to get to this position, okay? And Natalie the psychic is one of the people that was able to do that.
Oh my God. So remember Psychic Natalia?
In the toilet. That's a toilet fart.
So that's one Hassan laugh, right? That's the intermittent guffaw.
So dumb. Oh, it's so stupid.
So that's a rarity. That's kind of a rare. Sharp inhale, tap. Oh wait, wait. Does this one call it? Wait, intermittent guffaw, sharp inhale, tapering O. This is a rare laugh, right? He said only Psychic Natalia got him to this point, right? This is the fart psychic, the famous fart psychic from TikTok, the racist farting psychic known as Psychic Natalia over there on TikTok, who will fart audibly and blame it on the dog, who will take the phone to the toilet with her while she live streams and try to blame the sound on something else, or it's like that's the one person that gets Hassan like this.
He just farted on him. I've done that. Okay. There's a new Yet Boomer as well.
Hasanabi is arguably one of the most polarizing characters in the streaming space.
Are you polarized, Chad? Are you feeling polarized from all this Hasanabi?
The leftist political commentator harbors one of the largest, most loyal, and most inclusive communities online. In an effort to understand how that came to be, we at the Blamo Research and Analysis Consortium
The Blamo Research Analysis and Consortium? Is that like the Cisco, or what is it called? The thing from Tim and Eric? Oh my God, wow. Wow, Morbius Dragon, thank you for the membership. Oh, gift membership to Derek even. Yeah, Derek, you've got those emotes now. I hope you use them well. From brief Googling, I can't find anything about Ansar Allah detaining any non-Israelis related. Why would they either? Why would they, right? This is, it's not like a military action in terms of like destroying, somebody's infrastructure that they're engaged in. It's a political action with a large element of just optics, right? Why would they want to do it? Wouldn't make sense from their perspective. Whatever kind of vengeance like this, Vosh is just sure that this is like vengeance, and it's just like it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense that it would be so. But anyway, he's got a big brain, and anything that big brain touches will and gives an answer to, even if there's a complete absence of any knowledge, of any real knowledge, right? It must be more correct than anything that I've got, because I don't have the big brain. I'm not Destiny. I'm not Vosh. I'm not Ben Shapiro. I don't have the gigantic brain like they do. So
into the many quirks of the streamer and his content. Often overlooked is his iconic laughter.
Most loyal? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Most loyal, question mark?
And its many variants.
Oh,
punctuating what
he's questioning the most loyal chat, most loyal community.
Otherwise be drab socialist commentary on current affairs. First up,
Bosch hates laughter and joy. He sounds like the Grinch.
Is Hassan's default, also known as the Turkish laugh. The most iconic of the bunch by far, and used most
pretty common. Yeah, pretty common.
Guffaw, as Hassan himself explains, comes from the belly.
So like that seems like his basic laugh, right? Does it not? Like the thing that Vosh just showed us, like, or like the thing that the laugh, yeah, that he showed us, it just seems like his standard laugh.
Comes from my belly.
And is customarily followed by viewers spamming the heck W emote in chat. Then there's the cackle.
And thank you for the follow, anti-corporatist.
Usually heard when someone other than Hassan has been roasted or a conservative says or does something stupid. The intermittent guffaw.
Oh, okay, I see. These are components. These are components.
Oh no!
Popular of late, reflects Hassan's confusion or uncertainty as to the humor in a situation.
What the f*** was that?
As he halts and resumes his laughter
among the seeming
until logic catches up to emotion.
How much you
The car stall laugh.
Oh, I love this one. Oh, hell yeah.
Is a high-pitched chuckle heard when the streamer forgets to artificially deepen his voice. The rasp.
Oh, the rasp is so good.
Variant of the car stall laugh that usually lasts a bit longer.
I'm a fan of the rasp.
Laugh talking is for times when the subject is so funny. Hassan can't wait till the end of his laugh to express his thoughts on it.
That's so
blammo.
Awkward, dude. Dude, I love this. Oh no, that's not a fart.
Oh
no. Oh, that was. I mean, these are iconic moments that I'm laughing over here. You know what I mean? This is like, it takes a lot to get me to get to this position, okay? And, Natalie the Psychic is one of the people that was able to do that. Shitting in the toilet. That's a toilet fart.
The wail is a rare, high-pitched follow-up meant to express glee at another's failure.
The whale's pretty good too.
Sometimes mixed in with an assortment
It's like a whale call.
of chants and animal noises. The clap. Reserved for moments that aren't funny enough to warrant vocalized laughter, sees Hassan rear back in his chair and applaud like a white boomer at a Dean Martin show.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
not that I've been to a Dean Martin. The Hog? The Hog?
Usually surfaces when Hassan goes mustache only and begins both looking and sounding more like he enjoys the occasional slur.
It does.
The Joker laugh.
Oh no.
supercharged version of the cackle rears its evil head when Hassan temporarily embraces his inner anarchist. The uncontrollable fit, also known as the fart on dog special, has only ever been heard once.
Oh no.
Okay, does anyone remember this video? This is a video. Wait, is this the TikTok? Does this guy do it on TikTok too? I've seen these videos on YouTube, right? This guy goes around and he literally, like, his whole thing is he goes up to people's dogs, like other people, not his own dog, other people's dogs, right? And he farts on them. I don't know how else to say it. That's the video. That's the humor. That's the joke. Farts on a dog. It's kind of like a role reversal, right? You know how like a dog bites man is not a story, but man bites dog, now we're talking, right? It's like, you know, dog farts on man happens all the time. Man farts on dog, a little bit more rare. Man farts on somebody else's dog. Wow, now that's a story. That's a story right there. Shit made you angry? So angry that you posted Jink? Wait, what is getting posted here? I can't tell.
Hey, doggy.
Oh my god.
So dumb. Oh, it's so stupid. He just farted on him. I've done that. I've been there.
Last but not the least, the pipela. This
He's done it. He's farted on his dog.
laugh sounds nearly exactly the same as Hassan's default laughter.
It is one of Hassan. Wait, is it? But who's it with? Who's like?
But it hides a dark, subliminal message.
Whoa.
Consisting of no more or less than 10 exhalations. This particular laugh harkens back to Hassan's most
I think it's Jink. Yeah.
to date. Add the day to the month in the date. And
The What's the most controversial? Is it the America deserving things conflict? Or was it the brave Mujahideen having their way with Dan Crenshaw's eye hole?
by 2. The average of the 2 digits that got Hassan banned on Twitch is 10.
51% Hassan laughing.
The laughter is Hassan's way of flipping the powers that be, the bird.
What?
No matter what kind of laugh Hassan chooses, the follow-up is largely consistent. A sharp inhale, followed by a tapering O,
Oh
no, dude.
Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ.
What?
What?
True. A wail, yelp, or hysterical scream. Our research has led us to the conclusion that this pattern may
I feel like, is this like the back room? Yeah, Blammo is the organization doing the research. I feel like Blammo has probably got something to do with Async, right? You know, Async Labs that brought us the back rooms.
very well be consistent by design. An effort to create a pleasant community meme for returning viewers.
That was a great video by Blammo, also known as Yeah Boomer. Period.
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 Asanabi, Himbo player with flowing hair, the dead mare of comedic air, Tachi Slayer, Retro Flare, Mother Lair.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Wow.
I mean, I'm not psychic. Like it's so.
You're not psychic, unlike psychic Natalia, and unlike those who know that in 14 minutes we've got another ad break coming up on Twitch, and that if they want to no longer see those ads, they can do that with for free, actually. Yeah, for free with a Twitch Prime sub. They can also do that for $5 if they've got that money to spend and they want to get themselves out of the ad break anyway, or if they are lucky enough to be the recipient of somebody else's generosity, they might just get it through a gift sub, although that sort of thing, like I always say, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Spineless. To an extent, like there are always going to be elements of being a public
There's people in his chat asking about, isn't this against Twitch TOS?
Figure or a performer where you're going to do stuff that you aren't like 100% on board with because it's like really good content. Like it's always a sliding scale to some extent.
Little Bear made a Blammo history video, or it might have been Yep Boomer. It was before my time.
And ideally, obviously, you maintain integrity and you like try to maintain like a very good standard for truthfulness and like the
10 out of
presentation
10.
stuff,
Nice.
whatever. To an extent, every joke is a deviation from like a perfectly factual delivery of any issue, you know? Even a joke well-intentioned and well-phrased could like mislead someone. But obviously, we can't all communicate like robots. There's going to be leeway there. But like, man, that was so far off the beaten track, dude. I don't know. That's crazy. Hassan is very critical of Western media doing interviews just like this. To be clear, like, I have never seen Western media do an interview this bad. I'm sure there are examples where that's happened, but like Hassan, like if you could imagine a CNN.
And again, remember what I asked earlier. What does Vosh think that he did wrong, right? Because he didn't think he was wrong for bringing this guy on. He mentioned like, I don't know, follow-up questions, but it's kind of like follow-up questions only really work if you've got, something that you can debunk somebody on. And Hassan literally doesn't have that. There would be no way for him to have it. The kind of scrutiny that Vosh is implying there is just impossible in this kind of situation, right? What are you going to ask him? Like, are you racist against Jewish people? And then he says no. And they're like, really though? Really? Are you really? And he's like, oh shit, I got to tell you the truth if you ask me twice, right? I was going to keep lying to you, but you kept on asking me the question over and over again. And finally I had to tell the truth, because that is how asking questions work.
Or whatever, or any YouTuber doing an interview on this caliber with one of the like IDF TikTok e-girls, it would be like, so not.
Yeah, what does that mean? What is a short order cook?
Only would Hassan criticize it ruthlessly, so would the entire internet. Every single person online would like descend upon that interview.
He takes himself too seriously. I think so.
That person would have to delete their channel. It would be fucking over. It'd be over for that channel. The hate they would get for that would be like unbelievable. But I know that Hassan's like the main thing that frustrates me is that the main blowback Hassan's going to get from this are going to be from social democrats, the pussies, and from DGG, when he deserves to be getting blowback from everybody. Like, that's the thing that bothers me. I don't like the idea that the blowback he's getting is going to be some like partisan thing where it's like, oh, people who already have a beef with the left are going after him for it. Like, this is just an unambiguously morally bad thing. Are you still charitable to Hassan now after this? Why everyone asks me this anytime I say anything about Hassan? Like it's like how anytime I say anything remotely charitable to Destiny on his subreddit, people post like the bridge is back.
Short order cooks make a whole meal when it's easy, like at a diner. A line cook would just focus on whatever specific task they're assigned to. Oh, okay. Well, I've done that then. I've cooked like that.
Bro, he's reaching out. And then
I thought that was I guess I've only done line once.
Say something negative the next day, and then they're like, Vosh fucking destroyed the bridge again. That duplicitous. Like, what? Like, are you charitable, Hassan? All I fucking do to Hassan is criticize him, man. I don't know what you want from me. Like, I'm friendship believers eating good. Yeah, exactly.
What is he on about? I don't know. But what I do know, chat, is that we gotta switch gears. We gotta cover Destiny. Right? And that means that if you're watching me on Twitch, you've got a choice to make. Now, like, I'm never gonna tell you, where to go. I'm never going to tell you what to do, but I will tell you that since I'm covering Destiny, I can't continue to cover that on Twitch, and I'm going to have to cut Twitch off, and I might even start a new YouTube stream. I'm kind of thinking of starting a new YouTube stream for the Destiny thing, so we'll be under 10 hours. So I'm gonna give you like, look, we got like 8 minutes, a little less than 8 minutes. Yeah, if you want to, right? I'm not telling you what to do, but it's your choice. I am telling you what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna have to switch off Twitch, but I appreciate everybody for being with me on Twitch. You know, if this is where we part ways, much love. If you want to come over and join us on YouTube, you can do that. But again, I'm not telling you to do that, right? I'm not like, doing the I'm not trying to harvest my Twitch, or tell Twitch people to switch platforms. You enjoy me on the platform that you prefer to enjoy me on. I will stream on both because it's not really that much of a problem for me. And as long as I've got an audience in both places, I will be streaming in both places. But we can't do that for Destiny, so I'm gonna have to switch that off. I think I'm also gonna switch like the YouTube thing off, and then I'll switch it on again. And what that'll do is it'll make a new video. Wait, how does that work again? We did it last time and it worked. I made this work before, the last time we streamed. I want to post that. Well, it's gonna be a different stream. I'm trying to think of what is the best way to do this. Yeah, I think I can set. I think I can. I'll like, end the stream on both. Then I'll send the link to the stream. Yeah, because I gotta end it. Wait. Oh my god, this is so confusing. Wait, maybe we should switch on YouTube first. That could be a smart thing to do. Okay. I think I know how to do this, chat. I think I'm a pro, but I'm going to give you a little bit more time. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. If I switch on YouTube first, that'll be the smartest way to go about it. I think I figured this out from last time. All right. So YouTube, I'm about to switch off of you. You should still be able to chat, and I'm counting on that because I'm going to get the new link. And I'm gonna put it in the chat. Now, if somehow like it ends and I'm not able to get you that link, right? You can click on my channel. You could even just click on my avatar and go right to my channel, and you'll see where the new stream is starting, and you can go there. But I think I'll be able to get it to you in the chat. I don't think it'll be much of a problem. We did it last time. It shouldn't be a problem this time. Let's start by ending the YouTube stream. I am gonna count. Give you like 30 more seconds. Wait, I don't need to give you 30 seconds, do you? Yeah, I need to give you seconds on. This will give Twitch more time. So Twitch, get ready to switch. I'm gonna turn off YouTube. I'm gonna